there's no ways to get there. I'm just saying that this is the way I got there. And if this path works for you, then maybe it works better than what you're doing right now. Which is, I had a lot of pain, and so I tried to use it. I just used what I had. I just,
man,
you know, I was
have
angry.
facial
I didn't want to fail.
customization.
And so I just kept going. And so there was no there just wasn't another option. And so I think that's what I would encourage people to think about. Was I didn't allow another option, because the other option was just worse than dying. Because I mean, I've told this story before, and things get hyperbolized. I mean, you know, exaggerated, romanticized, whatever. But when I had my big consulting job, I was making good money, and I had the approval of my peers and all this stuff. And I just didn't want to wake up the next day every day. And it wasn't like I was trying to kill myself. It wasn't that. But every night I would think, if I didn't wake up tomorrow, I'd be okay with it. And so when I knew that was what I was going back to, if I didn't make this work, I had no plan B. I mean, plan B is that I would drive Uber and Strip. I joke about that, but that was very much my plan B if I didn't make it work. I get grown on social media for saying this because of fucking race wars, but there have been slaves for thousands of years. There were slaves in Egyptian times. There were Jews who were slaves. There were Persian slaves. There were white slaves. There were black slaves. Humans have been slaves forever, period.
This will be
and
my customization.
I like to think of things in extremes because it allows me to think of what's possible. And so the idea that someone else at some other time in history has worked 7 days a week, every hour that they're awake, with the threat not of their own death, but of their children's death, because that's what I would do if I were trying to control somebody. I would take their kids and say, I'll kill them if you don't work. And guess what? It'll probably work. That capacity exists. And so I would think to myself, I would try and put myself in that frame so that I wouldn't get into the woe is me cycle and think all these things I could blame for why I'm here right now. Why isn't this working as fast? How is it that these guys are making more money than me? Why don't these people give me the respect I deserve? Blah, 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 blah. And just say, what can I do now? And then just every hour of every day, well, what can I do now? And so it was, I have to learn how to market. I have to learn how to sell. I have to go to these groups where other gym owners are. I gotta learn their stuff. I gotta go to these seminars. I gotta save up so I can learn some stuff. And that's what I did. And so that's how I got out of it.
The visual of life is this bloody game of tug of war,
Yeah.
where most people, their hands just get too
Yeah.
cut to keep holding onto the rope is it's stuck in my head.
Yeah.
It's really powerful.
It was tough. So the first $100,000 is the hardest, and I know that sounds like an unfathomable amount of money. It took me 5 years. I get it. So you just have to save it $1 at a time. That's what it is. Now, obviously, I talk about other things there are smarter ways to make money for sure. If you can sell expensive stuff, you can just move the decimals. The thing is it is factually true. It is spiritually false, and I don't even believe in spirituality in general. But it is tough to sell a $10 million building and make $1 million commission or $500,000 commission when you are broke as fuck. It is very you have to become a different person, which is why most people's first sale is not that. But is it technically possible? Yes. A lot of people watch YouTube and the internet for complex money-making skills, and they haven't even mastered showing up on time. And so it's they want to go straight to calculus, but they don't know how to do simple addition. The thing is simple addition is foundational to that, and none of the other stuff will matter unless you.
Thanks to the wonderful work we did with the kid.
Do your daily. You wouldn't have known. So I guess I just made everything worse, huh? Don't worry though, I'll try to focus on the positives here. Because as bad as things seem on the outside for boomers like me, supple virgins like you don't know any better. And frankly, those first few days and weeks in live are the best times you'll have simply learning the game and having fun playing with your deck. The first thing to do, obviously, is start up the game. Be very careful here though. This isn't TCG Pocket where you can change your username every month. If you want to be Buttlicker69, you better be sure. Whatever you decide, I'll include a link to download the PC or Mac version in the description, or you can head over to the App Store on your phone to grab it. Just make sure you get Pokemon TCG Live and not Pokemon TCG Pocket, as they're two completely different games. And for TCG Live specifically, you will have to create a Trainer Club account, which can be done in-game or on Pokemon.com. Once you're in TCG Live properly, Professor Fur introduces himself. Feel free to skip the character creator since you can change your avatar at any time. Then, if you've never played the Pokemon trading card game before, I highly recommend going through all 6 battles in the tutorial. Otherwise, if you know what you're doing, skip all battles and move to the next part of the intro, viewing the Battle Pass. Until May 29th, it's the Journey Together Battle Pass. If you're watching this video after that date, it'll be the Destined Rivals Battle Pass. And in mid-July, it should be another new Battle Pass. Regardless of the date, your first order of business is simple. Claim the Battle the Professor daily quest. This special one-time quest awards 200 trainer points, up from the typical 100 every other quest gives. Immediately afterwards, you open your first pack at Tier 1 of the Battle Pass, which I don't think is predetermined. Then the Professor forces you to spend those 200 trainer points you just earned on a single booster pack of Obsidian Flames, which is predetermined. That's because you get another copy of Charizard EX to add to your existing free deck.
You can do the basics, but the basics doesn't make them less important. Usually they're the foundation of building, which make them arguably more important. They just are simpler to understand, but not simpler to do. And I think that's the big disconnect a lot of people have, is that they think because they understand something conceptually, that they feel like they have already mastered the skill, which are two very different things. And so one of the most common traits that people who are poor have is that it's always tomorrow. And so they never talk about anything in terms of today. And so it's about starting tomorrow, the diet on Monday, next year, my New Year's resolution. It's always pushing off. So rather than delaying gratification, they delay pain. And so rather than trying taking pain now for pleasure later, they take pleasure now and pain later. And so they flip the equation. And so they're surprised when today is later from yesterday that they're in pain. Because if last week you were like, I'm starting my diet this week, then it is now this week, and you've delayed the pain to today. And that means that the body you have right now is the result of the delayed pain that you are now forcing yourself to endure. And so they're somehow surprised when the bill comes due that they pushed off from the past. And so the first lesson of getting out of poverty is 2 words. It's my fault. It's I have to own that. I think my fault you can kind of extrapolate to right now. Not like, you basically have to own everything that passed to this moment. So all the pain that I've gone through, all of the Mondays that I've missed, all of the diets that I've skipped, all of the savings I haven't made, all of those are not my dad's fault, my mom's fault, my circumstances' fault, the country I was born in's fault, the zip code, any of those things' fault. It's just mine. And the thing is that people have this belief that because they have a strong argument for why it's something or someone else's fault, that somehow helps them. And it just doesn't. Because whatever you cast blame to is where you also cast power to. And so if I say, I can't succeed because my mom didn't love me, guess who controls me? My mom. And so if you also replace my mom with a race, a gender, a political party, whatever the thing, I can't succeed because of Trump's laws, I can't succeed because of the radical left, because of wokeism, because of whatever, you actually give that thing more power in your life than you give yourself. And so it's the thing is that, and this is what's so deceiving about it, is it's very self-fulfilling, is that you get more evidence and you get more confirmation, you get more evidence, you get more confirmation, the more your life sucks, the more you're confirmed that you were right. But do you want to be right about the fact that your life sucks? Or would you rather, I think it's an old Zig Ziglar saying, so you can either be right or you can be rich. And I mean, it's simple, but this is what he was getting at, is that you can say, you know what? You are right. Your dad kicked the shit out of your whole life and you don't have any confidence because he told you you're a piece of shit every day. You're right. But in order to be rich, you need to let that go. Because every day you say that I'm not successful because of this, it means because this now owns you. And for me personally, that realization that the thing that I hated most in the world, the things that I blamed for why my life wasn't the way it was, I was their bitch. And just realizing that made me angry. But through that anger, I was able to say, well, fuck them. I will succeed despite the fact that my dad said this, or my mom said this, or Barack Obama said this, or Trump said this, or the woke left says what. Despite that, despite the fact that the chips are stacked against me, I will still win.
Why does saying my fault and taking accountability begin to set someone down the path of making more money?
And so if we think about success in terms of layers, like foundations, right? The base level, like when you're digging the building where you put the hole and you pour the concrete in, the base of the entire thing is who is in power? Who is source? Because if it's anything but you in that base layer, all of the other things on top of them will topple down. It's a foundation of sand otherwise. You can't build on top of blaming other people. There's nothing that stands on it. You see, I want to learn sales, but I can't learn sales because I didn't get hugged enough as a kid, and so I don't like people. And so as long as you keep holding on to that, you have sand as your foundation. But if you want to learn how to sell, or you want to learn how to market, or you want to learn how to do whatever, until you say, well, it's my fault that I don't know it, and because of that, it's within my power to change it.
So it's not sales books, it's not reading offers, it's not even your books.
At the very beginning, you have to accept that, which is the first 2 words, my fault, my responsibility, all me, I am source. And then once you can accept that one thing, and what's crazy is that one foundation is where 90% of people literally aren't. They're not there. They can't do it. The reason my girlfriend left me is because of this, not me. The reason I lost my job is because my employer was a dick. My boss sucked. Whatever, the economy. Like, but like, it never serves you. Like, give me one instance, one example. This is to anyone who's listening to this. One example of when you blamed something else and it made you better. One. You can't find it because it's fundamentally not true. And so you cannot both desire to get better and also maintain blame. You have to pick.
When did this really hit home for you? Was it when you lost money?
No, when I was 19 years old, I had to write an essay about depression in an intro to psych class. And I used to, I don't talk about my mother very much, but I used to harp a lot. I was an equal opportunity angry person. I was angry at everybody. In other words, I blamed everyone. And so I blamed her for X, Y, and Z. And I remember having to write this essay on depression, and you had to do it from someone else's perspective. So you had to say, how would the environment and their upbringing, things like that, contribute to the outcomes in their life? And so by writing the essay, true or not, to be clear, about my mother's upbringing and how hard she had as an immigrant coming here, getting beat up as a kid, getting made up for not being able to speak the language, all that kind of stuff. And this was in the fucking 50s, when like it was more accepted to beat up foreigners rather than let them in. Anyways, so she had a tough time, and so it made sense. And when I framed it like that, I was like, you know, maybe she's actually a massive success given where she started. And so then I thought to myself, now mind you, I still wasn't over it, but it was in this process that the first thing that happened is when I went back home for fall break or winter break, I remember she said something to me, which would normally just like be the beginning of some big fight. You know, you get into these routines. Like, I'll say this thing that we both hate, and then we'll just get into a nice fight about it. And she said the trigger, and I was just like, I understand you. I'm sorry you went through the stuff you went through. And she just like looked completely shocked and then just like started bawling. And so I was like, we're cool. Like, you don't anger me anymore. And I think for the most part since then, like that's been more or less the dynamic that shifted. But leading into that was also the idea that all the relationships that I had that I blamed for not working because of the dynamic that I had with my mother, I was like, I am giving her this power over my love life. Ugh, that's gross. And so I was like, well, I'd rather just say it's on me to change and not have my mom or parents at all involved in my relationships. And so that was me taking, it's her fault that I can't make these things work. I have commitment issues. I don't want to get close to people. I've been hurt before, blah, blah, blah. So like, okay, well, let's take it to the natural extreme. Great, you're right. You'll never be close to anyone. You'll never have a relationship that'll last. You're right. Now what? I remember I was at a conference and I had this lady stand up in the crowd, and I had just done a thing on like, I don't remember what it was, called offers. And she stood up and said, let me give you 6 reasons why this isn't gonna work for my business. And so she went down her list and I was like, So I got to the end of the whole thing, and she said, and that's why this isn't gonna work for my business. And I was like, you're right, you'll never be able to make this work for your business. And she looked at me like angry, and she laughed back. She's like, yes, I will. I'll be able to make this work for my business for this reason, this reason. And so the thing is that like, if the victim frame is just taken to the natural extreme, you realize that you're right, you win the game. And by being right the entire time, you lose everything. And so it's one of these frames that I love. Dr. Kashi says this. He says, you're 99% right, but 100% wrong. And what that means is like, for example, every time I bring a girl home and I want my parents' approval, I bring her home and they say, this isn't the one, she's not good enough, whatever it is, every time. It's easy for them to say that because every single person you date, except for the one you marry, they are right on. And so they're 99% of the time they're right. And they're confirmed by saying that the person they bring home is not good enough. Because every time, eventually you break up, oh, it's not gonna last. This isn't the one, it keeps going, right? But if you keep doing that all the way to the natural extreme, you're 100% wrong. Because you will be wrong eventually. It's the same thing as like, I want to start this business, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. The second one won't work, the fifth one won't work, the seventh one won't work. And they're right. But they're just wrong on the long enough time horizon because one of them will fucking work. And one of the girls or one of the guys that you bring home will be the one that you are gonna be with. But it's so much safer for them to be right and right and right. And they get deceived by their short-term rightness that they miss the long-term wrong. And we do this to ourselves too when you're in the victim frame. I don't even like using the victim frame, but when you're in the powerless frame. You give the power away and you get to be right over, that's why it didn't work, this didn't work, this relationship won't work, this job won't work. It's not gonna work this time either. Because you get to be right over and over again. It makes you feel good in the short term, but in the long term, you guarantee the loss.
I think there's also like social reinforcement. We love to complain about the weather.
It's literally the same thing as never investing. Like if you wanna invest your money, right? You have all this big pile of savings. If you ever invest, there's always the possibility that it goes down in the short term. It's just the nature of markets in general. But if you never invest, you guarantee that you will never get rich over the long haul. And so every day you could make this risk. You take a small risk, but you guarantee a macro win. So you take a small risk today, potential for a loss today, for the guarantee over the long haul that it grows and it makes you money. But the flip side is you don't take the small risk of loss today. You take the comfort today for the guarantee that you get the long loss. And so many people flip their life to that same thing. Is that they flip the pleasure for today and they just forget the second half of this, which is pain for tomorrow. And that today is also yesterday's tomorrow, and we're living through the pain that you cast, like you own this. And until you're like, this is my fault that I'm in pain today because of decisions that I put off pain for tomorrow, where today is tomorrow. When you're broke, every dollar means so much to you. And you want to see the dollars in your bank account go up. But I never made that my goal. I made the amount of money I made every month my goal. Because I saw that as my potential energy versus stored energy. Not to get, whatever, physics people, you get what I'm saying. And so I was willing to take that stored energy and reinvest it to take $5,000 a month in income to make it $6,000 a month. Because I knew that over a year, I was going to make 12. And so if it cost me 2 to make the 12 in income, I would make that trade every time. And so whenever I'd save up a small like nut, now obviously, I've always been pretty good about spending money. Like I haven't had that habit. So like again, foundations, like first, it's your fault. Second, spend less than you make. Third, take all of the excess and spend it on making more. Because if you're making minimum wage, I'm going to say what you probably already know. You're not going to get ahead. Like you're not going to save your way there. You're not. Like everyone loves to tell the story of that one girl at McDonald's, but you know they don't tell the other 100 million people who work at McDonald's over the world who didn't make it. And like the outcome they're talking about is like she made $1 million over 40 years of working at McDonald's. Like you can shoot for more. And so like take the money you make, live on nothing, and the hard part is just swallowing the pride of the fact that in the short term everyone's going to be right when they say that you're amounting to nothing. And that's the tough part. That's the glass that you have to swallow, that you have to pull towards you. And there's just no other way. Like you have to learn the skills. Now, I mean, to be fair, YouTube didn't exist when I was doing this, and like Instagram was like a new platform. So like all this stuff, like the stuff we have today is crazy. Like these videos and this podcast, like all the stuff didn't exist. Like I remember when podcasting came out. Like I was already a business owner. Like none of this stuff existed. But at the time, I just took all the money I had, and I want to make this point again: is that people think that the money is about buying courses and stuff like that, and you can. Like there's nothing wrong with it. I've learned a ton from a lot of the stuff that I've bought, to be really honest with you. But I think that I've always had an amazing return on education because I always did it. And I think like I always wanted to be the best student in every class, and I was good at school, and I just took business as another type of school. But part of the expenses that come into like what you take that money for is experiments that fail. And so one of the things that happens when you're broke is that you bet on stuff and then it doesn't work, and people feel like you're back at zero, but you're not back at zero. You're at where you were plus 1 experience, plus 2 experiences, plus 3 experiences, plus 4 experiences. But when you have plus 18 experiences, all of a sudden, boop, you level up 1. You get experience points. There's a reason in video games called experience points. So you didn't trade it for nothing. You got an experience point, and with enough experience points, you get to the next level. And so I think if you just even thought about it like that, it's not a loss, but an experience point. You could bridge the gap between your current income level and the income level that you want to get to. And then guess what? There's more experience points that you have to get there. And those experience points also cost more money. Because when you take a bet in the beginning, and when I say it costs money, it's like if you run an ad and it doesn't work, it costs money. If you want to set up a Shopify store or an e-commerce store and you spend 30, 40, 50 bucks a month, whatever, it costs money. And it does, like all of these things cost money to start. Now, mind you, it costs a lot less than it did in the 20s when you had to mortgage your house and guarantee that you'd win or you'd lose everything forever. So like the bar has never been lower than it is now, but there still is a bar and you have to get over it. And I still think that the vast majority of the shit that people are trying to get over has nothing to do with the difficulty of business, but the first step, the foundation, which is it is my fault that I am here. And in it being my fault, I am the one who can get me out of it.
It sounds like in that stage 3 when you start experimenting and investing in that, and let's say the kid who has a failed dropshipping experiment or starts a school group and they want to win the school games but they don't, their measuring stick for whether or not they're doing well shouldn't be how much money they do. Or should they be thinking about money at that point? Or?
So the wealthiest people I know only think about skills. They think about what can I learn and then what can this skill get me. And so they will always take any money they can to buy more skills. And in the beginning, you have to buy all the skills yourself. Once you have enough skills that you can generate an excess of income, you can start buying other people's lives. And what I mean by that is like everything comes down to buying time. And so at some point, you're 10 years into your career and you have a handful of skills, but you can buy someone else's 10 years of skills by just paying them to do something too. So you don't have to learn all those things. And so you do need to get good at stuff, and then eventually you generalize to be good at people. And that's pretty much always the path for everyone.
Maybe the framing is like a lot of people who are wanting to make more money just don't know what the avenues are.
Yeah. So a lot of people who want to make money don't understand how money is made. And so it's made by getting it from someone else. And they have to give it to you voluntarily or it's theft. And so assuming you don't want to steal, then you have to give something to someone else first. And then by doing that, they give you money in exchange, which is why I love capitalism. It's a voluntary exchange between two parties. And both parties say thank you at the end because both parties think they're better off from the trade. And so the idea is what you want to be able to do is find something valuable to trade. And so you can either trade stuff, you can find a place where you can get stuff, and then bring it to other people where it's convenient for them so they pay you more than you did when you had to go find it in some back alley. Because, suburban mom doesn't want to go into back alley to get X, Y, and Z, but you'll give it to her. Man, it sounds like I'm explaining drugs, but well, there's a reason to make money. But anyways, the point is that you can sell stuff at a margin, and a part of that margin is going to be the convenience that you deliver them. And either you're selling stuff that someone else manufactures or you create your own stuff. Now, if you're starting out, you're probably going to sell someone else's stuff. And I do think, I'm saying this right now, I do love the concept that the first thing you sell is not the last thing you're going to sell. And so learning to sell in and of itself, the best way to learn to sell is sell something. And that's why referral programs, ambassador programs, affiliate programs for different types of businesses, almost every business I've ever owned has an affiliate program. It's great to enroll in those. I'm not even saying the names of the companies that we have because I want you, it's not about that. I want you to, if you can just, because then you only have to figure out one skill. Like if I just sell someone, if I just promote, I get paid. Cool, and I just do it over and over again. Now over time, you're like, man, I want to make more of the nut. Cool, then you eat up more of the responsibility. So you can either sell stuff or you can sell skills. You can sell outcomes. And so that's where you develop a certain expertise. So like in the beginning for me, and like the first time the first money I ever made from a stranger was that I had a lady at the gym. It's a real story. I was in really good shape. I think so. And she said, will you meet me and do a nutrition consultation for me? And she didn't even say that. She said, will you help me with my food? I think is what she said. And I said, sure. And so we met at a pizza place, ironically. No, this was after college. This was after graduating from college when I was still consulting. So we met at a pizza place, and I was like, okay, well, what are you currently eating? And she was like, this. And I was like, well, what do you want to do? She's like, I'm trying to lose weight. And I was like, well, this is something I eat for breakfast. It's less calories than your thing. It's pretty good. And try this and try this and try this. And it took like an hour. And then I had like a notepad and I gave her the notes or whatever. And she took out her purse and she wrote $200 on a check and she handed it to me. She was like, thanks so much. And I was like, I was just like looking at the check, looking at her, looking at the check, looking at her. And I was like, okay, don't act surprised. And I was like, thanks. And then she left. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, I just got paid for, but like realistically, at this point I was competing. So I'm winning. I'm like, I had a state record at that point. Like I was in shape. You know what I mean? And I think she knew I was a state record holder because the gym that I was powerlifting gym. But I had done some stuff. I had gotten some level of authority on some tiny thing, and people were like, oh, can you help me with that too? And to be really honest with you, my entire life, and I'm saying like, there's many paths, but like my life has been learn something, get good at it, have evidence that you were good at the thing, and then people ask you for help on that thing. And so in the beginning, people asked me how to get in shape, and then I started a business around getting people in shape, and then people who had businesses around getting people in shape asked me how I was getting my businesses that were getting people in shape to work, and then people who had businesses that were national scale, that helped people in a specific niche or industry, started asking me how I was helping people in a specific niche or industry, and then people who had really big businesses just started asking me, how did you get a really big business? And so like my entire life was simply doing as hard as I fucking could to get good at something, and then do it enough times, and to be really like very clear with you, every time I did it, it was not to move on to the next step, it was to just get good at the thing, and then by getting good at the thing, people asked me about it. And so it wasn't like I lost 10 pounds and then tried to start selling, weight loss advice. I had multiple state records, and I looked good. You know what I mean? Like I was in very good shape. And then people started asking me about it. And then I didn't have one gym and start telling people, hey, here's how you run a gym. I had 6 gyms by the time I was 26. And then people were like, okay, you're 26, you have 6 gyms, you did all the cash flow, like you're doing something right. And then people started asking me about stuff. And then when I had the licensing business doing $4 million a month, people who had other bigger businesses are doing $1 million a month or 500,000 were like, how do you get to $4 million a month? And I was like, well, this is what I did. And so like I've just tried to figure it out. And it's like the path has always been revealed as I took more steps. And so I think a big fallacy in the early on days is trying to think that you're gonna figure out the entire path before you even take the first step. It's just not true.
Real quick, I have the most amazing offer for you, which is all 3 of my books for free. Just cover the shipping. I think it's like $5 or $6 in shipping per book. You get the actual hardback shipped to you. And the reason for that is because some of you guys may know, we had 3.6 million copies that were donated from entrepreneurs. And I'm doing my part to give the books away, but I'm also giving the other 2 books to anyone who want them, who choose to redeem it. All right. Last time I made this offer, it sold out in like 10 days. So I did buy a lot more books. So if you see this, go check it out, go grab them. These are obviously while supplies last, because this lives in the video forever. And if you get there and it's not there, then don't get upset. All right, back to the video.
I was gonna ask, how important is it for someone to have that healthy chat first?
I mean, in some ways I think it's everything, in other ways it's nothing. Like one of the cool, shameless plug for school, the 30.44% of people who finish their first month of school make their first dollar online. And that's like, so like, that's why we do it. You know what I mean? Like, I know how hard that first dollar is. Like, there's so much to get the first dollar across, because the second dollar comes so much faster after that. That's why I invest in the company. That's why I'm so adamant about it. But anyways, the point is that yes, I think having the first dollar get across is very important. But if you can reframe it from that experience points perspective, that there's probably 3 levels before that. You have to, like, level 1 is that you have to understand that it's my fault. Level 2 is that you have to use what you have, not what you wish you had, to get to where you want to go. And where you want to go isn't 100 steps forward, it's just the next step. And so like, I don't think that anger drives me as much as it used to. But it was everything that I had when I started. And so if I had listened to the positivity mantra when I started, I never would have gotten going, because nothing made me feel happy. And so they were like, follow your passion. I was like, my passion is to not be poor and to not be here in Baltimore. That's my passion, is not be here. And so that's what drove me. And so I think that it just needs to be restated that, like, is that the goal? Sure. But is that necessary to start? No, it's not. And so I can tell you that even when I was angry and getting through that, making more money did make my life better. Like, I had more ability to deal with inconveniences, hassles, health issues from family members that I had to foot the bill for, like all these things. Like, money can provide value. And so I'll say this thing that a mentor told me. He said, money does not buy happiness, but it can help you avoid pain. And so, like, I think there's nothing wrong with making money. Obviously, I like doing it. But I just hate the people who espouse that you have to feel a certain way to win, or that winning when you are angry or sad or in pain or ashamed is somehow wrong. And so I just, like, you have to meet success where you're at. And the first step you have to take out anger, and the next step you have to take out sadness, and the next one you have to take out shame, and use that to propel yourself forward. All that matters is you take the step. And one of the things that I always liked is, for a very long time I didn't consider myself a good person. I mean, I still probably don't, but in terms of, like, I always identified with the villain and the oppressor in most scenarios, which is bad. But anyways, there's a point to this, is that I never thought that I deserved the good life. I didn't think I deserved the happy ending. I'll put it that way. And so the thing that got me through that was the idea, and this felt like, honestly, like gaming the system. So, like, from the evil side, was that I could still get the good guy's ending if I just did the thing that they do to get the ending. So I didn't have to do it with pure intentions. I didn't have to do it as a great guy. But if I just still did the things, I could still get the getting. And I think for me, that realization has been why my ruthless focus on, like, well, what did you do? And to everyone who listens to my stuff, like, it's like, great, throw the emotions out, throw the spiritual energy vibrations out. What do you do? Patience is just figuring out what to do in the meantime. Like, courage is acting as though you weren't afraid. like, what do you do? And then eliminating everything else and just doing that. and then doing whatever mental tricks you have to do, which is like, there were slaves who worked 7 days a week, so can I. Like, and then alternatively, catastrophizing the alternative path, which is that if I do not do anything, this is what will happen eventually. That pain in the future will be my pain today, and then actively thinking about what that pain would be like, and then seeing if that can make you more uncomfortable than the comfort that you're in. And I think Tony Robbins says this. He says, change happens when the pain of staying the same, when the pain of change is less than the pain of staying the same. And so if you're comfortable in staying the same, the point is to make yourself more in pain to get yourself to move. And so I think there's a skill in being able to future pace and think through what pain you're going to go through. Like if you're like, man, okay, I have gained 5 pounds a year, and it has been 4 years, so I'm 20 pounds up. Well, if 4 years from now, I'm another 20 pounds heavier, and imagining the snide comments at the holiday party, or if you're a girl, the guy who says, man, she'd be really cute if she lost 40 pounds. Or like, even, like I'm going girl's perspective here. A guy who says something that's like, I would be with her, but she's just too fat. She's just not cute enough. And you're like, wow, that's so politically incorrect. Deal with it. It's fucking life. But the thing is like, your thoughts don't need to be politically correct. They're your thoughts. They're no one else's thoughts. And so whatever you have to do to get yourself there, for me, the idea that a girl that I would want to be with would be like, I just don't think he's ambitious enough. I don't think he's successful enough. Like that, those ideas killed me. And so I never wanted to be denied entry to somewhere because I didn't have these things. Now, do I believe that people should be denied entry? No, but I also realize that's the way the world is. And so I think you can balance both beliefs. Like I'd love things to be different, but I accept the fact that they're not.
Does this feel like a good argument for getting rid of other broke friends? Because I bet other broke friends reduce the pain of staying the same.
A friend who supports you is someone who deliberately decreases the possibility of failure. And so if you look at your friends and you ask yourself, does this person increase or decrease the possibility of failure with my goal? It's very easy to answer that question. It's yes or no. It's increase or decrease. There's no in between. Do they increase or they decrease my possibility that I get to my goal? If the answer is decrease, then get rid of them. Because imagine that you have a 100% chance of hitting your goal, and you have 3 friends that have a 30% decrease. Like you might now have a fucking, whatever 30 times 3, like a 27% chance of hitting your goal now because you have 3 terrible friends.
Like negative.
Yeah. They're. It's like getting in video games. It's like you've got somebody who's casting like a slow spell on you, and you're like moving so slow, and you're like weak, and like all your hits have like half power. Like a lot of people need to shed friendships, but the thing is that it's more that they call them friends, but they're not really friends. They're just there, and they're there because they've always been there, but not because they should be there, but because they're gonna help you get to where you want to go. They're just there. They exist. They're not going anywhere. They don't have goals, and they're a different part of their journey. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're gonna start the path of drinking glass and starting to double time, you gotta live your life, you gotta live tomorrow's life and the next day's life, and start dragging that towards you. They're going to be upset about it. And so one of the sayings I recently had that I like a lot, which is, there are no social obligations, only social consequences. And the people who want to deliver those consequences often do it by talking to you less and by avoiding you more. They try to spend less time with you and talk to you less to punish you for the fact that you missed the party, you missed the going out, you didn't show up at their wedding, you didn't show up at their dog. But the crazy thing is that if you felt obligated to go, then it means you didn't want to go. And that means that if you didn't want to go, and the punishment of not going is that you don't have to go more in the future because they avoid you, they don't invite you anymore, then to me that's a win-win. You save time today and you save time tomorrow. And I don't understand why people are not willing to deal with that. Like just looking at what happens, rather than whatever emotional noise they make with their face at you. Like moving past that, great, you expelled air at me, understood, got it. But the outcome is you will no longer invite me, which is what I want. Great, I feel like we won here. And so thinking second and third order outcomes from what happens when I quote break up with this friend or what happens when I offend this friend, a lot of times it's you closer to your goal. And I've always been okay with that. And like if someone like the moment I have seen somebody as decreasing the likelihood that I hit my goal, I am happy to tell them that. Like I think you are not good for me. I don't think you help me hit what I want to hit. And they'll be like, well, then they'll try and downgrade your goals and say you shouldn't believe this way, and then they'll cast their beliefs on you. And for me, it's like, that's amazing that you believe that. I don't believe that, and I don't really want to believe what you believe, because then I would have your life, and I certainly don't want that. And so, like, again, I make these tweets about this, but it's like, if you don't like their life, don't listen to what they say. Like, don't take their advice if you don't like what you see. And so, if everyone around you has a life you don't want, then don't listen to any of their advice. Like, and hopefully you're listening to this and watching, like, if there's some element of my life or whatever that you find awesome, cool, then maybe some element of what I can share is helpful for you. But you have to put blinders on, because there is a period of time where I've said this, but you're not going to be successful enough for the next tier of friends, but you're too different from the friends that you used to have. And so that middle path is very lonely. But the good thing about loneliness is you've got time, and right now time's what you need, because you got to learn stuff. You got to get the skills so you can start trading that for more and more money, and then you can take the money and trade that for more money. But in the beginning, you just have time, and that's what you have to spend. And so if you are broke, or you are poor, and wish to no longer be broke or poor, the first is owning the fact that everything that has to do with your life is your fault. And a lot of people will reject that. And you're right. Stay poor. You're totally right. You'll never be successful. You're totally right. I believe you. The next step is being willing to use what you have rather than what you think you should have, or what you wish you had. The circumstances, the connections, the money, whatever. The passion, the purpose, the meaning behind the work. You can wish for all that stuff, but you don't have it. So you have to use what you have. It could be anger, it could be shame, it could be pain, whatever. Then, as soon as you start taking action, everyone around you will collapse and try to pull you down. And so the only way to protect yourself against that is to increase your own approval of self and decrease how much their opinion of you matters. Which means that you have to be proud of you for taking the step and actively look at their lives and think, do I want what they have? If the answer is no, then do not listen to what they say. And then when you do that, you keep walking, you keep taking steps, no matter how painful it is, and you never stop. And if you do that, you will get there. That's it. Go.
In your 20s, you don't need to find yourself. You need to build yourself. Here are 18 tactical lessons I learned about achieving early success.
I made my first million at 26. I crossed 100 million net worth at age 31, and this is my roadmap for things that I learned along the way. I'd like to normalize a 6-day-a-week, 12-hour per day work week for men between 16 and 28. And despite all the self-worth voodoo that social media and society will tell you, you are valued based on your utility. And when you're young, you have none. But you have a lot of energy. And so trade that energy for experience points and become useful. The first rule of entrepreneurship, according to Alex, is use what you've got. And the reason I like that is because many people always don't start things because they don't have the capital, they don't have the connections, they don't have the whatever insert insecurity or projection of blame and power they want to put on. But the first rule is you use what you have. And so it's about resourcefulness, not resources. And so if you have energy, you use the resource you have, you use what you've got to trade, to develop experience, develop proof that you can get good at a skill. And you only get good at a skill by not being good at a skill and repeating it and then failing at each time and then making incremental improvements, which take many, many repetitions until you actually get good. And this may be a little controversial, but I'm not here to be nice to you. I'm trying to be kind, which might mean that it hurts a little bit. So let's make this practical. If you have less than $100,000 in savings and you would like to have $100,000 or more in savings, these are the things that I recommend doing. And that means that you have to check out your ego. Your ego's going for this. All right, you don't care what other people think because they're not going to be there in 10 years. All right, you have a whole new group of friends that are way fucking better and cooler. So 1, stop eating out. Discount groceries only. That's if you're super poor. Here's my caveat, if you know how to make money, you already have a base level of skills, then eating Chipotle and whatever you can, DoorDash it in so that you can keep working. The moment I realized I could make $500 every 30 minutes by selling, I was like, oh, I'm never cooking food or grocery shopping ever again. Anything that was less than $500 an hour was now immediately outsourced, all right? But this advice is for people who are super broke, okay? So if you don't have the skill set yet, at all, and you're struggling to just get things going, then you need to be completely on the defensive so that you can have enough money so that you can start taking bets. Because the only way that you're gonna get ahead is that you have to make bets. You gotta make bets on education, you gotta make bets on opportunities, you gotta make bets on inventory, you gotta make bets on software, you wanna start a Shopify store, you wanna start a school community, you wanna start something, it's still gonna cost some money, right? You might have to buy a camera, you have to buy some software that helps you edit videos. Like there's some expenses. All right, and so having a big stockpile allows you to be patient. The more money you have, the longer you can think because you don't have to worry about tomorrow. You know that next month and the month after taking care of, because even if you make no money, you've got enough. That's how you can start thinking long term. People are like, think long term, but like unless if you have payroll and you've got rent or you've got groceries to pay, you can't think long term because you're in survival mode. And so I'm trying to get survival to be as low as humanly possible for you so that you can get into thrive mode, but it's all relative. If you make 40 grand a month and spend 40 grand a month, you're gonna be in the same survival mode. But if you make 40 grand a month and spend 4, you're gonna have every month you make 10 months worth of income. And so in 2 months you've got 20 months saved up. You're good, and then you can get super aggressive with that other 36 and start really betting to double down. All right, so here's the very broke 5, 6 things that you can do to immediately spend way less. 1, stop eating out, discount groceries only. 2, stop buying new clothes, go to Goodwill only. 3, only attend free friend events. All right, so think of what I just said. Think about all the events that friends will tell you to come to. Weddings, bachelor parties, birthdays, just nights out because it's Thirsty Thursday, whatever. Only attend free friend events. And if they don't support your goals, they're not your friends. Think about that. If I said, hey, I've got this goal, and I said, hey, there's this human being and he wants to get you to not have the goal, would you describe him as a friend or an enemy? Think about it. Some of the people in your life that you call friends are actually your enemies. You just don't know it. Now, 4, take the rest of the time that you have to A, apply to jobs that make more than your current job. B, pick up side hustle work. C, learn skills that you can trade for a higher hourly rate than you currently do. When I say trade, I mean you make more per hour than what your current skills pay you. All right, and then 5, find the hardest worker in the room when you enter that new job or that new place, and then double their level of input. So if they knock on 100 doors, you knock on 200. They make $100, you make $200, right? When I had Jacob, my young neighbor, I gave him this exact advice. And he was expected to, on his team, do $100 a day. He did between 300 and 400. And so guess what? He got better faster. And then once you follow all of those steps, this is what you need to do next. Wait 36 months. And this is what I mean by patient with your outputs, impatient with your inputs. And the crazy thing is that you can change your life in one decision. I can get drunk, drive a car, and change my life forever, right? I can happen like that. But it can happen just like that the other way. It's just that the outcome's delayed. That's the only difference. You can change your life today in this moment by making these decisions, and your life path will have veered. You will have changed direction. Your tree of life will move. It's just that it takes time for that new direction to bear fruit. Whereas you can poison the fruit in a second. You can kill a tree real fast. You just can't grow one real fast. But it doesn't mean that if a seed's planted and you're watering, it's not growing. It just takes a second to get above the surface. I think you can solve a lot of male problems by getting in shape and making money. You'll still have problems. They'll just be smaller and you'll have more resources to handle them. So let's talk about the making money part first. Fundamentally, in order to make money, you have to provide value to someone, either an employer or customers. But either way, you have utility, which you exchange for money. And so by making that a goal, then it means that you're going to increase your own usefulness. And so somebody who is more useful
all of a sudden develops other ancillary skills around that utility that they can use in other parts of their lives. If you're good at sales, guess what you can do when you're talking to girls? You can use the same conversational skill set. If you're trying to negotiate a purchase for a car or a house or whatever, like those skills generalize, they transfer across domains. And so a lot of people think, like, well, when would I ever be a salesperson, or when would I ever be an outbound, whatever? Like, it doesn't matter. It's not about that thing. The thing is, it's like real life skills actually do generalize. Like, this isn't elementary school or middle school when you're learning calculus or algebra or whatever and thinking, like, when am I going to use this in real life? One, it is real life right now. Two, these skills do get used across domains. Of all of my friends who are centimillionaires and billionaires, to a person, they started in what I would consider a high volume sales environment. So that's either door knocking, cold calling, or some sort of in-person business where they had many, many, many conversations with strangers on a daily basis. And I think and I'm talking not like a month or 6 months, I'm talking like 3-5 years where no one knew their name. They were just some faceless representative that stood there at the door, saw people, sold memberships, sold insurance, sold solar, sold whatever. And the thing is like skill development happens through volume and feedback loops. So it's the number of repetitions you have times the amount of improvement between repetitions. Brute forcing the amount of volume definitely will help if you can give yourself feedback. I've seen people say, hey, I've actually made 100 pieces of content. Now this is like 1% of people because most people do nothing. But of the 1% of people who say, okay, I posted every day for a year, the thing is they didn't do the most important part, which is you don't just like make a video and post it just every day like, hey, make a video, post it, make a video, post it. You have to look at what you did and what you could do better. Fundamentally, that is the cornerstone of feedback. And so you look at the top 10 videos you made over the last month and you say, okay, how do I do more of that and how do I do less of the bottom 10%? You just pick one thing that you did well there and you try and do it in every video going forward. And that develops a checklist of things to do so that you develop the skill. And so speaking from my own experience, the first sales conversation I ever had, first off, I had zero sales training. No one was like, hey, this is the script, this is how you go over. They're like, hey, here's a new lady, go sign her up. And so I was like, okay. And I didn't even know this was a sale. I didn't know the term sales. He said, go sign her up. And I said, okay. And so I walked over and she was like, hey, I want to know more about the gym. And I said, what do you want to know? And she was like, well, I mean, like, how much is it? And I was like, oh, it's whatever, $150 a month. And she was like, okay. And I was like, you want to sign up? And she said, I left my credit card at home. And I was like, okay. And she was like, I'll be back with the credit card. And I was like, cool. And so I walked out, and it was like 2 minutes, right? And I walked out, and the owner, Sam, was there with a few of other gym owners. He bought a few gym owners, and so it was like 3 or 4 gym owners there. And he was like, damn. He was like, that was fast. And I was like, yeah. He's like, you closed her? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, with a credit card? And I was like, oh, no, she's going to go get it. She'll be back. And they just looked at each other, and then looked back at me, and then just started laughing at me. Uncontrollably. I couldn't breathe at how dumb what I had just said was. And the thing is I had no experience. And I tell that story because so many people assume that, like, I walked out of the womb closing deals. You know what I mean? Like, hey, nurse, what are you doing later? You know what I mean? Like, but it wasn't like that, right? Like, I didn't know. I didn't even know the term. And so, over time, I just started developing, like, okay, well, what do you do? And I watched other people. So I was like, okay, they start with asking them why someone's there, asking them about their goals, asking them things that they've done in the past that didn't work. I was like, okay, that seems to work okay. And then when they ask them to buy, then if they don't want to say yes, they ask them more questions rather than just saying okay. So I started to develop at least an understanding of the framework of how sales occurred. That still wasn't good, right? And so then I went through like that rocky cutscene period where this is where I'm very grateful for this, is that Facebook ads is when I started running them in 2013 were super cheap. And so it actually gave me so many repetitions. Because not only was I taking 15 to 20 consults a day in person, I was also working leads. And so I'm talking to strangers over the phone to set the appointments. And so all I got was just names on a list. And I would call them, set the appointment, like, who is this again? All of that. And by the way, if you are local, you just say the name, pause with a question mark at the beginning. Like, John? And they'll be like, yeah. And they're like, this is Alex. I'd pause, and they're like, who the fuck is Alex? And I'd be like, from Facebook, you signed up for a blah, 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 our thing? Yeah, I'm just calling to make sure that you're not a crazy person from the internet, and neither am I. I was like, we're actually on the corner of X and Y. I was like, right next to the 7-Eleven. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, cool. I just wanted to see what time you want to come by. I was like, we have the sweetest facility in the world. Not really, but it's at least pretty decent for this area. But we have 5 out of 5 coolness. And they would just laugh, and they'd be like, I can make it 6. And I'm like, 6 works. I was like, do you want a picture of me or just of the address? And they're like, just the address. I'm like, all right, sounds good. I'll text it to you, and I'll see you later today. Right? So that kind of, like, notice the, like, half giggles between each word. Like, it's showing that you're a positive tone person, high energy. Someone's like, man, this guy seems cool, or this gal seems cool, right? And so they're more likely to show up. They're more likely. Now, if I maintain that tone, if they give me an objection, I can pivot really easily. If I'm like neutral, or like, hi, I saw that you signed up on the internet for our thing. Would you like to come in? They're like, well, tell me more about it. Like, well, it's just, if you have no room for messing up. And so I always tried to have more rapport and bring a lot of energy. And the thing is like, if you've seen any of my content, I'm not naturally like a high energy person. I will continue to work, which is different than being like up here. And so I developed a lot of things to try and keep myself energized. And so I had a small trampoline that I would bounce on before and between every sales appointment. And it sounds ridiculous, but I'm telling you, it's like $100. If you buy one of those little trampolines and you bounce either between sales calls or between people, like I'd have people coming in as I was still bouncing, and I'd be like, I know this is ridiculous. I was like, but try and be in a bad mood on a trampoline. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. And I challenge you too. You could be in a bad mood. If you try jumping around like you feel like such a child, it's ridiculous. What would happen is like I would also get a little bit of exercise, my blood would keep moving, but it's also just like mentally. Literally bouncing gave me a lot of energy for these appointments. And so I say this because I developed all of these things over time. And so if you're starting out, you're not going to be good. That's why you're new. You have no experience. But there's a difference between, there's a story that, shoot, I can't remember what it is, but there was a foreign kid who had never seen a banana before. And so the adult gave the kid a banana. And so the kid took the banana and then bit right into it with the skin and everything. And another child was like, "You're such an idiot." And then the adult yelled at that child and said, "No, he just doesn't know any better." And there's a very big difference between being dumb and being inexperienced. Right now, you just don't have reps. And so you're going to make a lot of mistakes, like biting into the banana, like for just letting someone walk away, assuming it's a close, and they say that they're just going to come back and call you with their credit card. Right? By the way, that never happens. Very rarely. But instead, you want to just peel that banana, you want to bite into the banana, bite into the orange, all of those mistakes as quickly as possible, and not judge yourself for making the mistake, and see the mistake as part of the process of being like, that didn't work, that didn't work, and if I develop enough of these doesn't works, then you just kind of walk the minefield, and you get to where you're trying to go. And people are like, wow, you're so good at this. And you're like, oh, no, I actually just know all the things not to say in a sale, and then they end up buying. I just avoid all that, and then they buy. And to be clear, I think I have a similar piece of advice, but for very different reasons, of telling young men in general, or men, to work harder. And it's not because I think it's some sort of beating your chest, I'm an alpha, whatever thing. It's just that for me, the point of my life is to become the best version of me. And in order to do that, I need to learn, because there's a huge discrepancy between where I am and where I want to go. And the discrepancy is when you get filled with skills, which means that I need to do repetitions to acquire failures that I can learn from to get better from. And if I can do more of that in a shorter period of time, I will learn more skills, and by definition, I will shrink the distance between myself and my ideal self. And so that is pretty much the only thought process I have around this. And I also believe that you need to be patient with outputs and impatient with inputs. So let me unpack that. Patience in general is figuring out what to do in the meantime. So when someone says, hey, be patient, what they just mean is figure out something else to do in the meantime. And so if I'm telling you to be patient with outputs, it means that you basically just have to figure out something else to do in the meantime while you wait for outputs to occur. Because you can't output. Money doesn't appear. You have to do something and then money happens, right? But the doing something part is the thing that you can control. The money happening is the part that you don't control. That comes afterwards. It's an outcome, right? And so when I say patient with outputs, that's the first part. The second part is impatient with inputs. And so if being patient is figuring out what to do in the meantime, impatience is doing the thing in the meantime, right? And so it's the opposite of that. It's the thing you do in the meantime. And so if you want to be impatient with the input is the thing. That's the action you do. And so by delineating that, if you hear yourself thinking, man, why hasn't this happened yet? You're talking about outputs. And that means, great, if I think that thought, I need to do more of this input, right? And so use your input, your action, your doing this, the thing you use your hands for, as your coping mechanism for your impatience with outputs. I want to say that one more time. Whenever you have that feeling that things should be happening faster, use action as your coping mechanism. I used to write this down a lot and say it, which was action alleviates anxiety. And so when I would have this anxiety about the future of like, why haven't I made it yet? Why are these other people doing better than me? Like, is this not going to work? What if I'm on the wrong path? Action alleviates anxiety. The only thing I could control is that I would work, is that I would get better. And the key point there was that it wasn't just working for work's sake, it was working with the intention to improve. And so you want to do repetition because by doing things more times you get better at them, typically just by accident. But if you're deliberate about the point of doing this, when I started working at a gym, going from a white-collar job, it wasn't because I wanted to become a trainer for the rest of my life. It was because I wanted to learn the skills. And then I knew that once I learned those skills, if I owned a gym, then I would know how to do the training part as well, and that would be good for me. And so then when I was a gym owner, and when I started working at a gym, I wanted to own a big chain of gyms. That was my whole goal to start with. I wasn't getting into this for one. Like, I never had the goal of only owning just one gym. And so even when I started that gym, the whole point, and I worked all the time, is I thought of all the things that I didn't know how to do yet. And so it wasn't about, great, I've made it, I own a gym. It was like, I'm so deprived of where I want to be. I have to fill this gap as fast as I possibly can. And so that's why I spent so much time on this and got feedback from as many human beings as I possibly could who were ahead of me. So I want to say this clearly. Once I started my gym, one, I paid for a mastermind for gym owners before owning a gym. And I did that because I figured, well, why would I start a gym until I learned all the stuff that you guys did wrong? I was like, I'll just learn from all y'all's mistakes. This sounds like a great deal for me. It almost felt unfair. I was like, yeah, okay. He said, don't start at one of those locations. He said, have good storefront. He said, make sure that you have, good parking. I was, good things. They're like, don't go too big. I was like, okay, that's good. And they're like, make sure your rent's under this per foot. I was like, all right, make sure I got that. Right? And so I took all these notes and that I would have just made huge mistakes on the upfront. Now, once I did start my gym, what a lot of people don't know is that every weekend I would either be on phone calls or I'd be driving out to other gym owners. And thankfully, because I was so young when I started my business, they were just like, they felt bad for me. And so they would just sit there and I'd be like, hey, why do you do that? Hey, why do you do that? Hey, why do you do that? And it was like, they'd be like, God, you're such a pain in the ass. But I just wanted to learn, right? But I was always like willing to help them with anything they had. You know what I mean? I was like, let me show you the stuff that's working well for me. And I would always just share it. And the thing is I would go there and they would say they did something and I'd be like, that's weird. That's different than the other guy. And I like that way better. It didn't mean I'd take everything as fact, but I got a lot of ideas from that and then I would use them. And if they didn't work, I would just toss them out. And if they did, I kept it. And that's how I quickly iterated the gym model to become much better than a lot of people's models, despite me being younger. Because I was able to leverage everyone else's experience as fast as I could and jam it into my own. And so I think like the people who move faster than life learn faster. And the only way you learn is by changing your behavior with the same conditions, which means that if a person walks in, I say, this is my 6-point script. A person who's identical walks in right afterwards. If I've learned something, that script changes. It means same condition, new behavior. And so if you keep doing the exact same thing every single day, then you may not be learning. And it's a key point. It's good to work hard, but it's good to work hard and smart, which means that the work you do gets better because you tweak things. And so if you're not documenting the process that you have, and I'm not saying you're making content about it, but literally looking back at game footage, looking at the calls you did, looking at the content you did. I do this today. People ask me, like, what are the masterminds you're into? What are the courses you learn from? I have now broken apart the learning process that I have that works best for me because I see the biggest gains and improvement haven't come from advice for me, for the most part. They came from looking at data, which was, let me look at the last 2,000 ads I made. Let me look at the top 50. Let me look at what these ones have in common. Let me look at what they don't look like compared to the bottom 50. Okay, these ones have these characteristics, these don't. I'll do more of this and less of that. And then I do another 100 ads, and I look at the top 10 again. I say, what do these ones have that these ones don't? And I do that for sales calls, I do that for content, I do that for meetings, I do that for businesses in general when you start zooming out. And so that process of do a lot of volume, then look at the outcomes that were good, look at the activities that led to those outcomes that are positive, do more of those activities, look at the bottom percentages, look at the things that led to not having that happen, and do less of those. And if you're younger, and this is specific for everyone who's listening to this video, if you're probably sub 30, sub 28, maybe, right? If you're in your 20s or less, you can probably get away with this, which is that people ahead of you are more willing, believe it or not, to feel like they have status. So you can give them status by saying, be a mentor. And the thing is, a lot of young guys have a lot of ego, right? Because you're trying to prove yourself, trying to be a man, whatever. The thing is that if you humble yourself, it's not like there's some fucking massive scoreboard where it's like who humbled themselves to whom across the whole U.S. It's not exist. It's just one dynamic, right? And so if you go and say, hey, I don't know anything, I'm happy to learn. If you do that, then a lot of people are like, oh, well, he humbled himself. Well, yeah, I'm happy to teach you. And the thing is they'll give you advice that's worth thousands of dollars, years of your life for free. If you just say, you're better than I am at this. But the thing is at the end of the day, none of it matters, but scoreboard would be the thing that matters in business, right? And so the only thing that precedes the scoreboard is your learning. I've spent ego points. I've spent dollars. I've spent time. I've spent social capital. I spent every resource that I had to get more learning faster. Because fundamentally, the only thing, and I think this is probably one of the biggest gifts my father gave me, is believing that I am the asset I am investing in. And the cool thing is that you are the permanent hold, right? You can't sell you. Like, you're you until you die. And so this is the one asset you've got because you compound. Skills compound. When you get really good at sales and really good at finance, guess what? You can raise $1 billion because you know how the finance world works and you know how the sales world works, right? If you know how to code and market, then guess what? You can build software and sell it to gazillions of people because you have the product and the acquisition. Like, skills stack disproportionately. If you only know one, you might not be able to make a tenth as much as if you know two. And obviously, those are big bucket of terms that have many, many, many skills underneath of them. But fundamentally, when you think about it that way, you become a weapon.
Real quick, I have a gift for you. This is the $100 million scaling roadmap. It's something that my team and I put 200 plus hours into building and breaking the stages of scaling into 10 steps. All right, and so what we did is we broke down everything that basically got us stuck and what we did to break free at each level of the business. And if you'd like to know what product, marketing, sales, customer service, IT, recruiting, human resources, and finance look like at the stage that you're currently at, this is a free gift. So all you have to do is go to acquisition.com/roadmap. You can plug in your business information. And if you want our help, you want my help to help you break through whatever level of scaling you're at, this is not a promise, I'm just saying you'll have to help. On the thank you page, you can book a call. Every month we have a workshop out here at my headquarters. You talk to my real team that does our marketing, does our emails, does our ads, does our copy, does our sales, does our finance, does our recruiting. The real people are doing this at a very high level. And what's really cool about that is that they can typically find and spot what the constraints are in a business like that. And so it's one of the most valuable things that I can possibly do. Obviously, space is limited based on our actual headquarters. But if that's interesting, on the thank you page, you can book a call. No pressure. This is a gift either way. It's absolutely free.
So let's tackle the second part. I said you can solve a lot of male problems by getting in shape and making money. And so let's talk about the getting in shape side. So you can avoid tons of problems in life by doing one thing: going to bed on time. And so instead of setting alarms to wake up, set alarms to go to sleep on time. It's hard to wake up late when you go to bed at 9. Right? And so the thing is that one simple behavior actually can eliminate a lot of the things that derail men, especially young men. And so Charlie Munger talks about this a lot, which is like, all I want to do is find out where I'm going to die and never go there. The whole point is he thought so much more about avoiding stupidity than trying to be intelligent. It's kind of like the stupidities are very easy to identify, the intelligence is hard. But if you avoid all stupidity, you just become intelligent by default. And so if you define intelligence the way I do, which is rate of learning, so how quickly you pick things up, that is intelligence. If you can avoid all of these things that make you look like an idiot, right, then you become more intelligent. So let's talk about this from the getting in shape perspective. Show me a situation where you have two groups of men. One group of men that is really out of shape and fat, and another group of men that's really in shape, that are going to outperform one another, and this is generalized, you have to take random sampling of the population, a bunch of in-shape guys, a bunch of overweight guys, who's going to do better at any task over and over again. If we pick 10 tasks that are completely different, the in-shape guys are going to do better than the out-of-shape guys. Period. They're going to have more energy, they're going to be more focused. If it's anything interrelated, like interrelation-based, like those guys are going to close higher percentages. If you're better looking, you will close more. If you're better looking, you get paid more. If you're better looking, you get more promoted. If you're better looking, you do better in content. Period. Fight me. And so the thing is like if you have this one thing that affects every way that people see you, and the only thing you have to do is control what you put into your mouth, then don't you think it's worth developing that most basic skill of discipline at this point in your life? Because the thing is that you want to get in shape young, because if you're not in shape, guess whose fault that is? So get in shape now. The thing is it costs time, not money. And right now, you've got time and not money. And time only becomes more expensive as you age. So buy it now while time costs you the least and you have the fewest responsibilities. It'll help you no matter what life path you choose. The thing that no one recognizes is that drinking costs you 2 days. The day you drink and the day you recover. And sometimes the weeks afterwards for the stupid thing you did while you were drunk that everyone else saw. It reminds me of this quote from Muhammad Ali, and I asked my team to pull it up because I think it's so good. Also because he was the greatest of all time and just a cool dude.
What's the central part of your training? Is it running? Is it sparring? Or?
Central part is dodging the nightclubs and the parties and the girls. You want the truth? And being in the bed by yourself 9 o'clock at night. And if you can get by that, you'll make it. Yeah, that's the truth. And I'll tell you the truth. You talk about that running and hitting the bags and jogging and fighting when you go. The dodging ladies is the main thing. Especially when you're pretty like me.
And I'll speak to myself personally. When I had my intense periods of work, I would take off for a long, long time. So the longest that I took off was 2 years while I was scaling gym lunch from, the 20 months we went from 0 to 4.5 million a month, 4.4 to be technical. I didn't drink that whole period. And once things settled out, I was like, all right, I'm willing to drink again. And right now, acquisition.com is scaling like crazy. And so I said, let's just stop drinking for the foreseeable. Then same thing now. So that was when I was in my 20s. This is now when I'm in my 30s. And I'll probably continue this until I feel like I'm at a place where things feel chill again, and then like maybe I'll partake again. But the thing is like if you were hungry, argue me the opposite, which is me drinking more will make it more likely for me to hit my goals. I think you'd have a tough time making that argument. And so right now, everything's compounding is amplified, right? The stuff you do now amplifies throughout your career and your life. And so I would want to stack as many advantages as I can to my favor, which is like, I'm gonna go to sleep on time. I'm gonna not drink, right? I'm going to get in shape, right? I'm going to do as many repetitions as I can. I'm gonna humble myself with people who are more experienced than I am, even if I think I'm smarter than them. They still know more. And there's a big difference, and this is what I think is really tough for younger guys, is that your brain at 25 to, like 25-ish, 25 to 30 is like peak processing power. But I'm way fucking smarter now than I was then because I've still learned more. And that's the thing is that you may be smarter than someone in sheer processing power, but they still might know more than you. And so you can't live their life. And especially if somebody is further ahead, then it still means that they have knowledge that you don't. And so listen and humbling yourself to somebody, even if you think you are smarter, will teach you more. Because again, argue the opposite. I will learn nothing from no one. How does that help you? It helps you if your ego feel good, but at some point your ego's gonna have to rectify its good feeling with reality, which is that you're broke as shit and no one cares. And so I would rather humble myself rather than have the world humble me. This is a Bible quote that I just really like a lot. It's Matthew 23:12. It says, those who are humble will be exalted, and whoever exalts himself will be humbled. I actually told that to one of our team the other day because I felt like his ego was getting a little bit bigger than it probably should have been. And I said, listen, man, I was like, if you want to get humbled, keep doing what you're doing. I was like, but if you want people to talk you up, I was like, humble yourself, let your work work for you, and then everyone else will exalt you. And so I think most men want to be respected. They don't have respect, and so they compensate by exalting themselves because it makes them feel better in the short term, but you look like an idiot in the long term. And think about it like this, like, for some reason, I don't know why we're wired this way, but we say nice things about ourselves and we feel good, but everyone else feels bad, right? If everyone else says nice things about you, it doesn't make them feel bad to say it, but it makes you feel good. Think about those people in your life who always like talk themselves up. It's like, what do you see? You're like, this guy's so insecure. It's obvious. And you look that way. You don't feel that way, but you look that way. And some of the things that you develop as you get older is the separation between how I look and how I feel, which is like, oh, even though this feels good, I look dumb doing this. Your feelings can lie to you in terms of how well this behavior is serving you with your goals in the long term. And while we're talking about your friends exalting you and your friends saying you're cool, how much do their opinions of you really matter? Because now this is going to take a completely different direction than you expected, which is you being humble is a description that other people would give to you, but it relies on you caring a lot of what they think, which is a double-edged sword. And the younger you are, actually at all points, it hurts you. It's kind of like the stock market. One person, two person, 1 day or 2 days in the stock market, it's just about sentiment. But how big the stock goes over a decade is about how good the intrinsic stock is. And so if a few people say you're an asshole, no big deal. If everyone says you're an asshole, probably a problem, right? And so it's understanding the nuance between that. But your friend group has a disproportionate sway over your behavior. And so your reference group is one of the number one correlations with how big your life gets, or rather, the goals you achieve. Now, they've done this studies in terms of finance because it's easy to quantify, but your reference group, the 5 people you compare yourself to, not necessarily spend the most time with, but compare yourself to, are the ones that determine your future. And so sometimes you have to like your goals more than you like your friends. And every person who wants to do something in their life or has done something with their lives is going through the exact same chapter that you're going through right now. And it's the lonely chapter. It's the chapter where you don't fit in with your old friends, but you don't have the achievements you have to fit in with a new group of friends. And you're doing all this stuff, right? The fruit tutorials, you're watching these videos, and you're reading everything you can get your hands on. And you're trying to set up whatever your podcast is or your content thing, right? And you're going through it and you're thinking to yourself, like, is this even worth it? Because you're not seeing any signs of success. But the sign of success is the hate that you get along the way. It is the leading indicator. And what you can't do is bend the knee to their hate and try and fit back in and conform because it's comfortable and it's warm. It's like the scene in The Matrix when Trinity opens the door, the very beginning, the first Matrix, when Neo's about to take the red pill, and he wants to get out of the car. And Trinity says, you've been down that road, Neo. You know that road. You know exactly where it ends. And I know that's not where you want to be. And then he closes the door. And he gets back in and he goes, they go take the red pill. So right now, this moment that you're going through is Trinity opening the door and saying, you could go back. You could go party. You could go to the nightclubs. You could say that this was just a hobby. You could downplay what you're doing. Like, I'm just trying it out. Oh, yeah, I'm not really that into it. It's just like just something I found, right? But then, as you're saying, you feel like a fake because you're lying to yourself, you're lying to them about what your real intentions are. And in that moment, when you're trying to think about having that conversation, you remember exactly why you left, why it is that road, and you know exactly where it ends, and that's not where you want to be. And the thing is that your goals will stick with you longer than these relationships. Your goals will serve you more than these relationships. And this is the stuff that no one will tell you. I can tell you personally, I talk to one friend that I have from middle school and high school, right? I talk to one person, 2 people from college. And it's not like we talk all the time. I talk to them every 6 months or so. And so I say this because although these relationships feel like they're incredibly important in your life right now, they will disappear. The majority of these friendships are based on convenience. You're only friends with them because they lived in your dorm, they lived in your neighborhood, they went into English class with you. But as soon as your conditions change, you change where you're at. many of them will fade away because you'll develop new skills, you'll develop new context, you'll meet new people who are upskilled from them. And then you'll compare them to these people. And you'll be like, man, these are better friends. These are people who are more aligned with my goals. They're trying to grow. And I want to work all day Saturday. They're like, cool, I'll work with you. Rather than be like, dude, we're going on a pontoon boat. Like, where are you going to be? And you have to accept that as the price. And the thing is, it's like, it's only if you want that. Like, if you want to live a life that is the same as everyone else's, then you can do what everyone else does. The only issue is when you want to do what everyone else does, but get what none of them have. If you want to be exceptional, by definition, you will be the exception. You will not be normal. You will be unlike the others. And so it makes sense that you would be in the out group. And it hurts as a human being because you want to be in the in group. It's part of our DNA. Shame is a real thing. And we don't want to feel that because in the natural world, if you're outside of the group, you have a much lower likelihood of living and procreating. So it's strong in our DNA to be in group. But the thing is that you're actually not in group or out of group. You're transitioning. You're between groups. And so in that lonely chapter, that's where you can do a disproportionate amount of work because you have no distraction. So you listen to the podcast, you read the tweets, you watch the videos, you consume the content because you know deep down, I can do more than this. And you begin to see the person that you could be and realize how far you need to go to get there. But despite how far away it seems, your goals, the best version of you, you look back down the dead-end road and you know that's not where you want to be. And so you keep going and realize that there's no turning back. Once you see the promised land, once you see what you could become, you can't go back. And if you're not sure who your real friends are, one, ask, is it more likely or less likely that I hit my goals with this person in my life? Just think about it. Like, if this person is in my life, is it more likely than my goals? Then remove them. Because it's better to have friends who force you to grow than ones who accept you as you are. Because the biggest risk to your future isn't your future competition or your rivals. It's the distraction that you insist on keeping in your life rather than doing the things you know you should be doing but aren't. Think about it like this. Imagine a competitor that you'd never want to go against. Focused, persistent, always learning, always improving, relentless, says no to everything but that which makes him stronger. You know what he looks like, you know how he acts, you know who he associates with. Great. That's future you. Now become him. You have to kill your current self for your new self to have room to grow. And so it's this constant appraisal of your skills and activities and saying, which of these makes me stronger? Which of these makes it more likely for me to hit my goal? And I just want to give you that frame because that single frame of, is this person being in my life make it more likely or less likely to hit my goal? Is this activity or this behavior that I do make it more or less likely to hit my goal? And I consistently just ask that question over and over and over again. And that is because for me, I do love my goals more than I love my friend. Because my goals will be with me long after they are. And so if you think about your relationship with your goals and you put it on the same pedestal or higher than your relationship with your friends, you're going to lose one of the relationships. And the question is, which one is the one that's going to serve you more in the long term? That's a decision for you. But for me, I can tell you personally, achieving my goals has served me more than any one person has. And because achieving your goals is a generalized thing, it can open all doors to new relationships. And so you do have to burn sometimes what you have in order to have what you want. If you want to impress poor people, outspend them. If you want to impress rich people, outwork them. And I can tell you this, being in the position that I'm at, because I have tons of young men who work for me. And I mean, they hear all the content that I make and they know that. And so if you lease a Ferrari for $5,000 a month or whatever, I know you're not rich. And every rich person isn't impressed by that because we know what it costs. You only impress poor people. And if you do it really early in your career, every rich person's like, man, you should be reinvesting that to get way fucking bigger. Now, if you're like an aficionado and you want to have lots of cars, that's like, again, it's different. It depends on the reason you're doing it. It's like, you shouldn't be cooking your own food unless you love cooking. But if you don't love cooking, then you should outsource that shit as fast as possible so you can get your time back. It's understanding the context of this, which of course this will be taken out of context. But hopefully you watching or listening to this can at least get it. Layla and I both collectively started buying nicer things. So living in nicer places, having nicer cars. I bought my home, which was a nice house in Austin. I think it cost me $1.7 million. I bought it in cash and I bought it off 1 month's paycheck. And so I want to put that in context to like, was it a ball-in house? Totally. It was sick. I was super happy to be there. But where I lived before that cost me $1,200 a month. And so you're like, wait, 1.7. Right. We spend money, but by percentage, the amount of money we spend is inconsequential. If you want to buy the toys and you want to buy that stuff, I say, sure, understand one, whatever you spend, you're taking away from the future. Now, there is always a point that you have to balance between consumption and investment. If you never spend anything, you live your entire life and you end up with a big pile of money and you didn't enjoy any moment of that. I don't think that's the way to do it. But I do think there's a ratio there. And I think that ratio depends on you as an individual. I tend to always over-index on investment because I want to become a really like great version of me. And I think that's going to cost money and it's going to cost time, and I like to be ready for those opportunities because the opportunities get bigger and have more zeros next to them. And there's no masterminds you get to at a certain level. You just do a deal with someone, and if for me to pony up for the deal, I might be like, hey, you got to write a check for $10 million. I'm like, all right, I got to have that ready for just like on the sidelines waiting for opportunities, right? And so the idea is being on the defensive so that you can be on the offensive. It's living far below your lifestyle so that you can more heavily invest in the growth of the business. And so your lifestyle is your competitor's opportunity. There's you and other version of you. There's Bizarro you, right? And Bizarro you wants to live this great lifestyle and has the Ferrari and the nicer place and whatever. But when an opportunity comes along, Bizarro doesn't have any savings because he's trying to show face, right? The thing is everybody's trying to show face for hates him anyways because it looks like he's bragging. But also, they know how much he makes relatively, and they're like, God, he's got to be spending his whole paycheck. He looks irresponsible. There's zero advantage to being accurately judged. If you are strong, you want to appear weak. You want to have more money than people expect you to have. And so for me, when we did buy the Bentley, which I bought because I'll be honest, I got pressured into it. They're like, dude, come on, you make all this money, like buy something nice for yourself. And I was like, I guess people buy nice cars. So I bought a car, I bought a Bentley. And I returned it 6 months later, and I lost 20 grand on it. And I was like, this is just a complete waste of everything. Like, I just don't care at all about this. Because you only need 3 things to win. You can write this down. The balls to start, the brains to learn, and the heart to never quit. And the good news is you already have all three. You're just not using them. Because fundamentally, if you found somebody and they started and they continue to get better and they never stopped, they would win. Just think about it from fundamental basics. Like if I said, okay, think of a person who only did one thing and all they dedicated their entire life to was doing that one thing and getting better and better at that thing. And they did it for 50 years. Do you think that person would not be incredibly successful? Of course they would be. Then why aren't you doing it? The problem is it's never been easier to start a business. It's also never been easier to do nothing at all. And this is what I mean by your distractions are the things that are getting in your way, preventing you from doing the things you already know you should be doing but aren't. Right now, if I were to say, hey, go get in shape, what do you need to do? What you want to say is, oh, I'm going to go do some research to find the best program, to find the best diet. But if I just said, no, you can't look, make a guess. What would you say? Probably like, well, I need probably like go to the gym, probably do some weights, probably do some cardio, move a little bit. Or I say, do you want to stay at the same weight? Do you want to stay at the same cardio pace? Or do you want to move those up over time? You probably say, I want to move those up over time. I'm like, okay. And then food-wise, like, do you want to probably eat more protein and eat less shit? Probably like, yeah. Like, well, why don't we just start there? Most of the things you need to do, you already know what to do, and you delay doing them by under the guise of having a better plan. But the reality is that your plan is always going to change as soon as you get new information. And so the point is to start, period, and learn. And it's giving yourself permission to have the humility to start a role that you know is not going to be your end game, because you just see it as one tile on the painting that's going to become the version of you that you want. It's like, I got to start at this corner. I'm going to paint this corner up because I know that this cornerstone of experience in door-to-door or cold calling or media buying, whatever, is going to be something that I can build my whole career off of. There are maybe trillions of dollars, but at least hundreds of billions of dollars that are being made and dedicated every day to getting you to do nothing. It's not a fair fight. I want to be clear. It's not a fair fight, and they're winning. And so I love this from Andy Frisell. He said, personal excellence is the ultimate rebellion. And so I think, like, you want to be a fucking rebel, be excellent, and do it for you. Like, you want to stick it to the man now, just be great. Fundamentally, the point of entertainment is to get someone to pay attention to it. That's all entertainment does, is pay attention to it, right? And so that means that you're not paying attention to the thing that matters more to you in the long term. And so every dollar, every minute of attention you pay to entertainment, whether that's porn, alcohol, going out to clubs, all of social media in general, motivation porn, if you will, all of that is you not doing what you need to do to get to where you want to go. You just have to be able to do things without seeing an immediate reward. Like, if there's one meta skill that overshadows all of this, it's your ability to delay gratification. It's to delay a moment of reward. That's it. Like, that's all you have to do. And in the beginning, you just have to be able to do it long enough to get one reward. And that reward is typically outsized in its strength. And then that will reinforce you sticking with it. Because the people who do work really, really hard, it's not like they're made of different flesh and blood than you. It just means that they had a short period at some point where they said, I'm going to shut everything else off, and I'm going to go all in on this. And then when they do get that first feedback loop, like, holy shit, I made my first sale. Holy shit, I got my first lead from ads. Holy shit, I got my first, 100 followers. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, you have some feedback loop for whatever it is that you're trying to go after that then encourages you to do more. And you're like, oh, this could work. And then as soon as that turns on, you can get obsessed with it. If I had you sign a contract right now to be that you guarantee that you'd be a millionaire in 10 years, but you couldn't make any real money between now and then, would you sign? Every person I've asked says yes.
No.
And so maybe if you are listening to this and you're not going to say, okay, I'm 30, I'm a millionaire, that sounds like a great deal. By the way, that's like 0.00 whatever, 1%, like no one is. But if that's you, a lot of stuff takes much longer. And the problem is that when you're 20, you've only been an adult for like 3 seconds. And so the things that 3 seconds feels like a very long time. But I have this belief that older people are more patient, not because they're actually more patient. It's just because your perception of time speeds up. I can be more patient than a 5-year-old because for me, 1 year is not 20% of my life. So my perception of time shrinks. I might have the same patience as a 5-year-old. It's just that more time passes. And so if you are younger, then you have to just understand that your perception of time will speed up. And so you will be able to exhibit patience. You'll keep being able to do something else in the meantime because the meantime will happen. And so you have to over-index on it when you're starting. I mean, I've got guys on my team who are like, hey, what's my next career move? And they're like 30 days into their job. And I'm like, give it a second. Like, you still suck. Like, you went from suck to proficient. Like, you're not great yet. Calm down. The real world's very different from school, which you already, if you're watching my stuff, you already kind of have an idea about that. But I want to give you more of the behavioral definition around it. Is that with school, you have very clear directions and a clear outcome with a clear timeline, and you get a grade immediately. So that's kind of like the reward feedback loop. And sometimes it's pop quiz, same day, next day you get the feedback loop. Or even you finish the quiz, you go outside, and you're like, hey, what'd you answer for 6? And you're like, oh, fuck, I got it wrong, or whatever, right? But the thing is that the world is completely opposite of that. And so the thing is that beginners are paralyzed to make a decision because they assume the real world works like school and only has one right answer. Yeah. But reality is that there are many right answers with only one wrong answer, which is doing nothing. And that's the answer that most people pick. I was talking to Neil Patel, who's a friend of mine, and he just made this big tweet about this, but he and I had a conversation about it earlier. He has 2 friends. One who's a public CEO, found a company, took it public. He's got another friend who found a company, took it public, took it back private, and then now only does private deals. The guy who does public and made all this money public is like, you gotta go public. And the other guy who took his company public and it was a big mess and then took it private again is actually richer than the guy who made his company public. Both those guys are billionaires. And both gave advice. And they had differing advice. And so I don't see it as one is right or wrong. It's that there are many right paths, but only one thing will prevent you from achieving all of it, which is the only thing I'm trying to conquer in this video is getting you to not do the one wrong path, which is fear. Fear of not making it work. Fear of other people's disapproval who don't matter anyways. That you aren't cool anymore, or because you don't show up to social events, or because you don't blow money on stuff that doesn't matter anymore, or you're not wearing the brands that they think are cool. Is all of that worth you for the rest of your life having the crushing feeling of mediocrity knowing you could do more? And I can describe this because that's why I say it. I'm not saying that stuff's not going to happen. It absolutely will happen. It might even be worse than you imagine. But you will not die. And if you use the frame, does me losing all of these relationships and having more time increase the likelihood that I get to my goal, or decrease the likelihood that I get to my goal? All of a sudden, you use the goal frame of the best version of you. All of a sudden, it starts to make things a lot clearer. It's like, no, me going to this bachelorette party does not increase the likelihood that I hit my goals. And I'm not saying that you have to make that sacrifice of your time. But the thing is you're making a sacrifice either way. You're either sacrificing your goals or you're sacrificing that relationship. And so some of you guys are like, oh, Alex, that sounds unbalanced. I'm going to get a couple, comments from the fucking online therapists of like, I think emotional well-being and mental wellness is super important. Well, first off, the pendulum's swinging back. Don't give a shit about the soft stuff anymore. Thank fucking God. But at some point, everyone who wants to achieve great things realizes that balance is a myth. And once they realize that, they become someone who achieves great things. At some point, every person who wants to achieve great things realizes that balance is a myth. And once they realize that, they become someone who achieves great things. And so there's this whole misnomer, this whole idea. Think about what mediocrity is. It's about being in the middle. It's a medium. It's being right in the middle, right? Balance. But anybody who is imbalanced is another way of saying more focused on the one thing will be better at that thing than you. And the question is just whether or not that thing that they choose to be better at will give them more leverage over all that other stuff later. And so if you work very hard and you create something that's very valuable for society, I promise you will be able to find a hotter wife. I promise you will have the money that you want. I promise you can buy the time that you want to have. You'll have all of that at your disposal. But if you choose the balanced life, there's nothing wrong with that. I just see that there's balance over a lifetime rather than balance every moment of life. And so you might have seasons, like I took basically a year off during the last year of gym launch. I just didn't really do a lot. So I had more time than anybody and money, right? But I had seasons before that where I didn't take any time off. And so I think if you expand your time horizon for what balance really means, so this is a softer way of explaining it, then I think that will, make you sleep well at night. But real talk, I work all the time because I like to do it. And I think that once you get a fast feedback loop with the work that you like that also propels your goals, then you're not going to do anything else. And it's not like I or some of the people that, it's not like the people that you look up to have some sort of Herculean work ethic or discipline that you don't. They like things that happen to also bring them status. And that means that they went through a small period where they started doing that thing when they weren't good at it and it didn't bring them status, but they were able to make it through that bridge until eventually did start working and did bring them status, and then they just kept going. So you just need enough gusto to start and just get through that period. To just get through your friends saying you suck for a little bit. And everything you start will not be fun because you'll suck. But getting good is fun. Getting better is fun. And so I get excited a lot of times when I see how bad I am at something that's new because I have enough generalized reinforcement for learning how to get better at things that you learn the skill of getting better. Like that's a meta skill. You learn how to learn. And so just see it as an opportunity to learn how to do anything better. So if you have a first thing, then that's the first thing that you get better at. And then you'll learn the skill of getting better and you can apply it all over the place. So if you're a business owner and you'd like to scale, I'd like to invite you out to my headquarters for one of our scaling workshops where we help identify and solve your number one constraint. So you can start the year with lots of momentum. And so if that sounds at all interesting, click the link below, book a call with my team. And if you're fit, we'd love to see you out here. Some of you guys are listening to this and you're like, okay, this is great. I'm feeling awesome. The thing is that people, maybe it's you, are waiting for this perfect moment, but it doesn't come, right? It happens the moment you decide that you're fed up with waiting and decide to take action. And it only becomes the perfect moment when you look back on it, because today it just looks like now. I had a conversation with a young man yesterday who said, listen, I have demons. And I was like, bro, you don't have fucking demons. I was like, shut up. And he was like, the thing is this, and I was so visceral with my reaction because I used to say that kind of stuff, because I thought it made me hard. I thought it made me complex. I thought it made me mysterious. But you don't have demons. You're not self-sabotaging. You don't have mom or dad issues. What you have is a lack of skills in how to behave in a certain condition. So when you say you have demons, what it really means, if I say, okay, what do you mean by that? Define that. Define having demons, right? Most people say that they don't mean they actually think they have spiritual demons inside of them. I'm not even gonna touch that. What they really mean is that under these conditions, I behave a way that is not ideal. And so what that means is you have a skill deficiency. No shit. You're inexperienced. Of course you have a skill deficiency. You don't have demons. You don't know how to be consistent. You don't have, I just can't stay with anybody for a long time. No, either means you have really high standards, which is fine, and you haven't met that person yet, or you just don't know how to behave consistently. It's like when I have a sales guy who's like, hey, I'm 30 days into this role and I'm getting kind of bored taking sales calls. I'm like, oh, your ability to not be able to continue after something gets boring and learn to love the incremental improvements, the 100 or 1,000 repetitions, is the skill discrepancy that you need to overcome. The best salespeople, bad salespeople try and have a couple good days. Good salespeople get on hot streaks. Great salespeople never get cold. And so that takes discipline to understand how to consistently get yourself hot, how to consistently treat every sale the same way you do when you're on fire. Because there is no being on fire. It means you simply behave differently. It's not like you have magic. You pause differently. You take longer spaces. You ask the question. Your tonality shifts. And those are skills because you can learn them. And so this whole thing of like, this is this young man, I'm traumatized. First off, you don't know a fucking definition of trauma, all right? Trauma is a permanent change of behavior from an aversive stimulus, meaning something bad happens and forever it changes how you act. Now, if we understand that as the definition of trauma, is trauma bad? Well, if I touch a stove and then I never touch a stove again when it's hot, is that trauma bad? It permanently changed my behavior from an aversive stimulus. Is that trauma bad? Well, it prevented me from burning the house down, from permanently damaging my hand in the future. No, I'd say it was good. And so this whole appraisal of your past being tough, or you don't understand, bro. No, and no one cares either. They don't understand, nor do they care. And so all anyone is going to care about is how you act, how you behave, what you do based on a series of conditions. And so you just need to expose yourself to the conditions so that you can get the repetitions, so that you can learn how to overcome. The thing that determines whether it's good or bad is whether it creates a behavior that's conducive to your goals. And so that means that fundamentally you can have a stimulus like touching the stove that creates a behavior that is conducive to the goal. In that way, trauma was good. So by the way, parents, when you punish a child, the hope is that you traumatize them, is that you permanently change their behavior from an aversive stimulus. It's just that people don't define words and they just shout them all over the place. Say it's stored in your body, it's energy. It's like, no one even knows what the fuck that means. Show me on someone's body where it's stored. Give me an x-ray. Show me where it's, no, come on. Like, you're saying you're storing your emotional trauma from your father in your liver. Like, I can just say words and make things up and get people to nod if I say them with conviction. It doesn't mean it's true. And so you may have been fooled, because sometimes it's more convenient to say you can cast your power onto this thing that happened that was outside of your control as the reason why you can't be successful, because it's easier to say that than to say that I chose not to do anything about it anyways. And again, listen, you can do whatever you want. You can just keep wallowing in that. You can keep saying that that's the reason, and wherever you point is where your power is, right? But the only time that you have more power is if you say it's on you, period. Because all of those things may have happened, and they may have all been terrible. And what are you gonna do about it, right? Because the only, like, no one cares. Like, the world doesn't care. You care, which is fine, but like, no one else does. And the sooner you realize that, the sooner you can start doing something about it. And so, also, think about this as the equal opposite. If trauma can create good things, then it also means that good things can create bad behaviors. And so, if you win the lottery and then you have all these behaviors that happen afterwards that are negative, then was it good for you? Like, we talk about these rich and privileged kids because it creates behaviors that actually make it less likely that they achieve things later. And so, just think about what occurred and what behaviors you take as a result, and separate good or bad from it, and just think, does it make it more likely that I hit my goals? It makes life a lot easier, and then it stops you from speaking in voodoo and speaking and appealing to mysticism and magic. Like, there's this force around demons. It's like, dude, no. Like, you had a girl who cheated on you. Okay. Now, what does that change about your behavior? I have trust issues. No, it just means that under these conditions, you are slower to give someone access to your bank account, or slower to move in with someone, comma, who cares? And is that a bad thing? And so I'll walk you through a 3-step framework that has been unbelievably valuable to me. This is from Dr. Kashi. Logic, evidence, utility. Logic is, what does that mean? So you have demons. Okay, what does that mean? Define it in terms of behavior. What does that mean? Okay, got it. Now, how do you know that? Evidence. So you say, I have demons. We unpack that, and it means that for you, you self-sabotage, which again, define that. Okay, it means that I show up late to meetings after I get into a job after 2 months of being on time. Okay, so after 2 months of being on time, you start being late to stuff. That we translated from I have demons to I self-sabotage to that is the behavior that occurs. Got it. Now, I would say, how do you know that? Now, a lot of times people are like, well, it's happened. But when you actually look at it, you're like, it happened 3 times over in my last job. Okay. Is it really a problem as you define it, or it happened in those 3 occurrences? Okay, got it. So now you know. Now most times people are like, I don't have any data, and you're like, okay, so then this is basically made up. And when I say made up, I'm not saying it's like you are a liar. I'm just saying that humans work in narratives, and a lot of times we add narratives, stories to things that don't actually mean anything. But it's convenient and it's fun, and we like talking about it. But it doesn't mean it's true. And so then you move to the third one, which is, and so what? Utility. Who cares? Why does this matter? And so then you say, okay, well, this matters because it decreases the likelihood that I will be able to retain future employment. Fine. Then, what do we do about it? And so you can walk through things that you have struggled with in the past with simply saying, let me define this in terms of behavior. What evidence do I have that this is actually true now that I've defined it based on these things? And who cares? I have demons in the kitchen, all right, just as a completely ridiculous example. Okay, well, in my past, I've had bad things happen, bro. Like what? Like what occurred? I touched the stove and it burns me. Okay, great. Now we have some. Evidence-wise, how many times did it happen? 1 time. Okay, and it never happened again in the future. Okay, what did that result in? I don't go into kitchens anymore. Okay, now this is good or bad. When you say who cares, it's in relation to what? My goals. Does you not going into the kitchen prevent you from achieving your goals? Well, if you want to be a chef, yes. If you want to be an entrepreneur, no. If you want to be a kitchen entrepreneur, probably, right? And so the question is just, who cares? Why does it matter? And so much of our time and effort goes into explaining things to people that don't matter at all, that you could literally just move on from and just literally forget about. You could get over that quote trauma by changing the behavior that it changed aversively. So in this context or in this condition, I behave this way and it's not conducive to my goals. Great, that's good that you've identified it. Cool, so what do we need to do so that when you're in the condition, how can we increase the likelihood that you do act the way that you want to? And then you start stacking the deck to start shifting the pendulum in your favor. And you start attacking each of these little problems from skills that you have, whether it's behavior with people, or it's skills at work, or with a relationship, and you just do it one by one by one. And if you do it over a very long period of time, you get better. I promise you, and I'm saying this as somebody who, I struggled with my demons. You don't understand, bro, like I have stuff. Like, okay. But it doesn't help you. And it also doesn't make you look harder. It just makes you less capable. Losers talk about what happened to them. Winners talk about what they made happen despite it. Hardship is a reality for losers. To winners, hardship is just your origin story. And like, I promise you, if you can use this frame, like I was texting Layla the other day, like the bigger the monster, the more epic the hero. It's the story that you're gonna someday tell. When you're 85, you're not gonna want more boring stories, right? The idea is that if you're going through hardship now, that's the story that you're gonna tell. And if you believe yourself to be the hero that you wanna someday become, then the harder it is, you're like, bring it, this is my story. This is the Spider-Man getting bitten. This is him getting beat up by the bullies. This is the origin story. No one cares about a hero who never had it hard. I bought a lottery ticket years and years and years ago when I was in college, because it was like a billion or something like that. Yeah, that was $1 billion, meant something. But I was in college, and my girlfriend at the time, I was talking to her, and the drawing was that we bought it for fun. We bought one ticket. I was expecting to win. It was just basically I was buying it for the conversation. And I thought about it as like the drawing got closer, and I realized I had this big pain and anxiety. So I was like, what if I win? And I had this moment of terror because I realized that if I won, that I would never be able to achieve anything that anyone thought was my own. And that thought terrified me. And thankfully, I didn't win the $1 billion. And I got to make the life that I have. And so I think Epictetus says this, but it's something to the degree of what a shame it would be for someone to never encounter hardship because they would never be able to see who they are. And so I think that if you have gone through hardship, or you are going through hardship, this is the opportunity to prove to yourself, not anyone else, that you are who you say you are. And you are made of what you say you are made of. And you can choose to allow that hardship to make you harder, to make you more resilient, to make you more persistent, to make you more relentless, to make you more driven towards whatever you want to do or whoever you want to be. Or you can allow it to be an ankle weight. You can allow it to be your trauma, right? That is your demon that you're fighting every day. The thing is like everyone has demons. Everyone has hard shit. And I want to tell you this frame that'll hopefully change someone's perspective, which is that your hard stuff may have been harder than other people's hard stuff. But if I take a human being who's never encountered anything, and then I poke them with a needle, that will be a 10 out of 10 hardship for them. And so I believe personally that humans experience pain the same way. It's why when a man feels disrespected, it hurts just as much as someone else going through another crazy hardship. And you know what? Even if that guy's white, a 10 out of 10 pain still feels like a 10 out of 10 pain. Now, could that pain be less on the absolute scale of worst scenario? Yeah, it could be. But also, who cares? And so my point here is that every single human being on earth has gone through their version of 10 out of 10 pain, which normalizes pain across the spectrum, which then leaves you with the only natural thing you have left, which is, what do I do now? And if you want to design the perfect version of you, the savage competitor, the gladiator at the end of the life that has the scars and the scraggly beard, but has been through shit, has done things, and has realized their potential, what would you do to maximize the likelihood that you become that savage hero? Would you give them the padded lifestyle? Would you give them the immediate win? Would you give them the easy life? Probably not. You would probably put you through what you're going through right now to become that person. And so why would you resent the chapter you're in because it's a requirement for becoming who you say you want to be? Let's say you've gotten over your little demon thing. And when I say gotten over, you just stop giving it power by saying it now is the reason that you can't be successful. Awesome. So what do you do now, right? So you got to start figuring things out. And that figured out muscle is probably the most powerful muscle you can build. It's just saying, oh, I don't know how to do this. I will figure it out. Why? Because I figured out things in the past and I can do it again. If that person can do it and they're no smarter than I am, they have 2 hands and brain, I can do it too. So the next time that you say you can't figure something out, just set a timer for 20 hours and actually try for 20 hours before you quit. What you'll often realize is it's not hard, you just haven't even tried yet. If you can shrink the time between saying you want to learn something and beginning to try the thing, and extend the time before you say, hey, this is hard, then you will be able to accomplish way more than you think. You can learn most things in 20 hours. The problem is that most people delay the first 20 hours by years. And if you really measured yourself by the amount of action you take, not your desire, not your deservingness, or even your effort, you might actually be embarrassed because what you're looking at is reality. It's about what you do, not what you say you're going to do, how much you want the outcome from what you're doing, how much you think you deserve the thing that's going to happen after you do it, or how hard you try. Because 1, no one cares. 2, reality doesn't care either, because the only thing that matters that you can control is input. And you would be absolutely astonished at what you can accomplish when you give yourself no choice. Every third time I do a Q&A, I get asked the question, what keeps you going when things were tough? Like, what did you think about? And I could come up with something that was really compelling. The honest truth is I just never considered quitting. It was just not on my choice of options at the table. Because for me, the idea of going back to Baltimore as a failure was so much worse than anything else that I could encounter that it just wasn't even a consideration. And so the only natural option I had was to persist, was to endure, was to continue. And so I think if you use that frame as there have been people who have gone through significantly worse than what I'm going through right now. And for those of you who claim the demon card of like, I've been through shit, then prove it. Was it worse than this? Great. Then you can prove that it was so hard by being hard now. Across timeframes in history, across countries, across cultures, across age groups, across race, gender, everyone respects the man who works. Because as men, we are always judged by what we can do. And if you are doing things, then people know that you are contributing. That is how you prove utility. Work ethic is the currency of respect. If you want to earn respect, you earn it through work. And sometimes that's working on yourself, that's sometimes working on a skill, working on a product, but it is all through work, through effort. I'll tell you something that shifted my life, which is that entrepreneurship is not a game of best man wins. It's a game of last man standing. And there's a lot of games that are like this. And fundamentally, that's an infinite game frame versus a finite game frame. And I will read you the quote that Layla had framed and put in my office. Ask the girl, shoot the shot, launch the business, run the ad, quit the job, take the risk. Because when you're 85 years old and on your deathbed, you're not going to wish it if you were crazy soon. The fastest way to become confident is to build evidence. Build yourself a stack of undeniable proof that you are who you say you are. Here's exactly how to do that. This is brutally honest advice to my younger, less confident self. Having an epic story is about asking the girl, about shooting the shot, about launching the business, about running the ad, about knocking on the door, quitting the job, taking the risk. When you're 85 years old and on your deathbed, you're not going to wish you a few crazy stories. You're going to wish you had taken more shots. Don't build confidence. Build evidence. Confidence comes as a result of evidence, not the other way around. Confidence without evidence is a delusion. It's you beating your chest, looking at yourself in the mirror, trying to pretend you're something you're not. Do it so you get the confidence, but don't think you need confidence to do it. So the whole idea of fake it until you make it should switch to walk it before you talk it. Right? Prove it to yourself so you don't need to prove it to other people. And let your path do your talking for you. Until you win, effort always goes unnoticed. Get used to it. If you aren't willing to suck, you're never going to get good. Losers stay losers because they aren't willing to lose. Confidence is also domain specific. So you can be really good at public presentations and really bad at talking to girls. It takes a lot for a skill to transfer between domains. And so if you want to get good at the thing, don't try and do something to the left of it. Just do the thing. The first sales consult I ever took, I didn't close. And I say that because everyone just imagines that Mosey just came in just slinging credit cards and stacking bodies, right? It didn't work that way. I came in, it was a 5-minute conversation. The girl was like, I need to go get my card from home. And I said, oh yeah, okay, go do that. And she walked away and I went to my boss. He's like, how'd it go? I said, oh, I closed. And he was like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, you got the credit card? I said, oh no, she's gonna come back with the card. And he literally stopped what he was doing with 6 other guys around him, and they all nonstop laughed for a minute straight. Like they couldn't breathe because they thought how stupid what I just said was. But I had no idea. And so that was my first ever experience in sales. I'm known for sales now, and I don't even say I'm confident in sales. It's just more like this is what works, and if it works for me, take it or leave it. And so people perceive that as confidence, but it's simply just based on experience. And confidence comes from experience. What it really is a prediction. What you think is going to happen will happen. And so even in statistics, what is your confidence metric? This is 0.7, 0.8. It's literally just what the percentage likelihood that what you think is going to happen is going to happen. And so how do you increase the likelihood that what you think is going to happen? Have it have happened already. I could have either spent 30 minutes every day looking at myself in the mirror and telling myself I was going to be a great sales guy, or I could have reviewed the fucking script. Which one do you think would make me a better salesperson? Reviewing the script. You can take all the time that you're trying to spend psyching yourself up, and you'll feel significantly more confident not having done that and simply knowing what you're going to say, which you get from practice. The world belongs to those who can keep doing without seeing the result of what they're doing. The longer you can wait to see the result of what you're doing while still continuing to do is the extent to which you can win big in life. For example, to be a top 1% podcaster, you have to upload 21 podcasts. 21, top 1%. 90% of people don't get past 1. 9% don't get past 20. And then 1% of podcasters, of all of them, make it to 21 plus. So when people say try harder, it usually just means don't give up. The price for excellence has never been so low. People give up so easily now that it's just so easy to win by just being willing to post 20 times. You're in the top 1%. Like, I'm at the top 1%. We're not even talking 10, a top half. Top 1%. People are so afraid of being humiliated. They get the long-term humiliation of never amounting to anything. No one's gonna watch your first 20 episodes anyways. And even if they do, it doesn't matter because that's not what you're building towards. Like you posting those 20 isn't what you judge yourself on. You should be judging yourself on the difference between your first one and your 20th one. Are you better? Probably. And the difference between your 20th one and your 100th one, because the win is you. You were the asset.
Too easy, man.
Not
This game
the
is too
downloads that you get on your
fucking
first
easy.
shot. Mosey
I'm
immediately had a
beating
podcast
this
with millions of downloads every single month. No, I spent 4.5 years making 2 podcasts a week straight. Didn't miss. And guess how many podcast downloads I was getting per month at the end of that? 2,000 to 3,000 downloads a month. Not a lot. I used to think to myself, okay, well, each one of these podcasts gets like 200 downloads. Well, 200 downloads is like an auditorium of people. And so would I feel okay giving a speech to 200 people? Yeah. And even before that, when they were getting like 10 or 15 downloads per episode, if I had a little lunch and learn that I used to have to do to like get leads for a business, I'd be fine talking to a group of 10 or 15 people because the reality is that those people are doing me more of a favor than I'm doing them. They're literally giving me their ears so that I can practice my voice and how to talk and how to present. And it was only at year 4.5 to 5 when things started taking off. And you know what the 2 things that changed are? One is I changed it from gym secrets to just the game, which was a business thing, so it made it more applicable to more people. And the second thing, here's the real one, is that I sold a company for $46 million. And so people are like, oh, what does this guy have to say? And the big thing that everyone misses is people try and dissect my content. The message is 10% of how people consume it. 90% is the context around the message. So Elon Musk can tweet on the toilet and be like, I'm on the throne taking a shit, and it'll get 1 million likes. Why? Because it's Elon Musk, he's the richest man in the world, and owns 3 of the biggest companies that are most innovative of all time. I don't kid myself and think that like my content is so much better than other people. There's plenty of people with better content than me. They don't get the same views. And the reason is because they don't have the context. They don't have the proof. And solve for the proof, and then the content will take care of itself. Because one, you will know what you're talking about because you have proof that you know what you're talking about, and people will believe you. Which is why you should solve for evidence above everything else. Like evidence gives you the confidence. If someone says, Alex, I don't think you know shit about business, I'd be like, okay, it doesn't really affect me. I do know we crossed $100 million in net worth at age 36. I know that. But if someone said that to you and you haven't accomplished anything, you don't have anything to stand back on, and it hurts you more. But I have proof. So it's like you can just deflect it towards the proof and keep living your life. The secret to longevity is, especially in the content game, but really in any game that you're trying to at least help other people with, is that if you've done the thing, you can be certain rather than confident. Be certain based on what you've done, not based on what you say other people should do. There used to be too big to fail, and I think there's an alternative which is too good to fail. If you make your stuff so fucking good that only one person gets exposed to it, sends it to somebody else, then you have nothing to worry about, and you will eventually get discovered. It's a time game. And in the meanwhile, you just keep getting better, which is the point. Because at the end of the day, you're going to die, everyone's gonna forget about you anyways. And so you might as well just work on the one asset that you get to keep for the rest of your life, which is you. And rather than measuring yourself based on how many views he gets versus how many views you get, measure yourself by how much work he puts into one of his shorts versus what you put into one of your shorts. And then you might think the output is more reasonable. And if there's a top sales guy in your organization who's making more money than you, compare not what his commission check is to yours every month, compare how many calls he's making, how many times he practices the script, how many calls he's made before you, how many sales he's closed before you, what time of day he shows up at work, what time of day he leaves, whether he works weekends or not, whether he's willing to hop on the phone in a family context so that he can still close the deal. If you're doing all the input, the outputs will always match on a long enough time horizon. And if you are new to the game, then my recommendation is not only to match inputs, but to double or triple the inputs that someone ahead of you is doing. And the reason you do that is because if you just match your inputs, then you're always going to be behind them because they're already ahead of you because they're better than you. And so if you both do the same amount of work, they're going to keep getting better and so are you. So you have to do twice the work. You've got to be like Kobe, right? Where everyone else is doing 1 practice a day, you do 2 practices a day. And in the beginning, they'll be better than you. And then you'll match them. But because you're doing twice the work, eventually you'll get better, and then that's how you win. And one of the biggest misnomers in whatever endeavor you're trying to track is people track the wrong metrics. They track the lagging metrics rather than the leading metrics. Lagging metrics are what happened. Those are the outputs. And if you want to track those, fine. But the real things to track are what you're doing to create the outputs. So I don't want to necessarily even track sales. I want to track how many calls I'm making. If I'm trying to get in shape, I'm not necessarily going to track the weight I'm doing. I'm going to track how many calories I'm eating. And so the more ways you measure, the more ways you can win. And so the idea, the ultimate win at life is where you can shift things that are out of your control that you deem winning to things that are under your control which you can deem winning. Because if you're measuring on whether you lost the fat or not, sometimes people take longer, some people don't. That's something that you actually can't control. What you can control is the inputs. And so if you say, based on this, if I do this one thing every day for a long enough period of time, I'll eventually get there. The real winners cut out the I'll eventually get there and say, if I do this every day, I have won. The thing that I try and focus on now is the delta between how hard I tried and how hard I can possibly try. And if I know that the gap between those two is 0, then I have won. And I've decided to spend an inordinate amount of effort trying to make that my definition of winning, is that there's nothing left in the tank. If you get into a harder career path, or one that takes more reps to get good at, or more reps to get into, then every day you can win based on saying, like, everyone else does 100, I do 250, and I have nothing left to give, I won. And that should satisfy you. And if you're obsessive on the external thing, that takes too long and you will give up too soon. One of the things that took me too long to learn was the difference between the finite and infinite frame. And so the finite frame is where you have known players, agreed upon rules, and a way to win or lose at the end when the game is over. In infinite frame, you have known and unknown players, no agreed upon rules, and the point of the game is to keep the game going. And all the greatest games that I've ever participated in, marriage, health, business, you don't win at marriage. The point is to stay married. You don't win at health. The point is to stay in shape. You don't win at business. The point is to stay in business. And so by default, if you don't give up, you win. And so that's the big frame shift, which is why leaving everything on the field is the way you have to define winning if you want to win in the long term. Anything worth doing takes great time. If you stick with it and you make that the win, you'll notice that the external win will just happen on its own. And if you really commit to that perspective, it won't even mean much to you. Because if you make that everything, it's the same thing with the guys who win the golds and then kill themselves, or win the championship and then go to these massive depressions. It's because they're playing the wrong game. When Kobe was asked shortly before he died, like, do you think that you're somebody who's afraid of losing, or do you think you're somebody who loves winning? He basically denied both frames. He said, I'm paraphrasing, I just love playing to the best of my ability. And that's what he measures himself off of. The fact that the world chooses to measure him on the fact that he's won so many games, that's the world's problem, not ours. It's saying, I'm game master, not a player. I choose to play by these rules, and as long as I'm playing, I win by default. And it's because I'm not accepting the world's rules for winning, I make my own. An easier analogy here is, and this is a Naval Ravikant quote, he said, what looks like work to other people should feel like play for you. If you look at an artist and he's painting, you're like, hey, how soon are you gonna finish that painting? The point for the artist is to paint. He'll finish that piece and he'll start the next one. But the process of painting is the thing that they enjoy. And so the idea is that if you can commit, and the broader you can generalize what you're committing to, the easier it will be to stick with it. So you might be like, I love making calls, but I hate entering things in the CRM. Well, both of those are required for the role of sales. And so I prefer to chunk up a level and say, I prefer to do hard work because of what that work does to me. Then whether I'm putting shit into the CRM or editing a document or having a hard conversation, all of those things are difficult, and I see those as all contributing to the person I ultimately want to be until eventually I die and it won't matter anyways. And so the only asset that you really get to keep with you is your character, and that's the only thing you keep building. And so if you make the character the W, at the end of the day, did or I did I not contribute to the character of the person I want to become? If that's the W every day, you can never lose. If you have your menu option of things that you can do in life, just remove quitting as one of them and then try your next enemy. And if you are in that Rocky cutscene and you're 2 months in, 3 months in, remember that the Rocky cutscene in the movie lasts a couple seconds, and the Rocky cutscene in real life might last a few years. And so whenever I get to a low point where I think, why do I even bother doing this? I just like to remind myself, this is where most people stop, and this is why they don't win. And as hard as this is going to sound, the best thing that I ever did was not listen to other people's opinions about my life. They don't want the best version of you. They want the version of you who best serves them. And unfortunately, the closer people are to you, the more similarly they'll see themselves in you, and the more your success will make them feel bad about themselves. And I can promise you this from somebody who might be a little further. I have more people who root for me now that I've already won than people who rooted for me along the way. No one is doing as well as you think they're doing. So by comparison, everyone's better off than they think. Because the cumulative median, visually, is probably 3 times higher than what the actual median is. And so if you're like, oh, I'm average or slightly below average compared to the perceived median of society, you're probably way above average. And that's okay. And being above or below average doesn't even matter anyways, because you've got a lot of innings left. There's a lot of quarters left to play. And so like until the day you die, you still have hope, you still have a chance, you can still keep moving forward. Whenever someone gives you their opinion about what you should do with your life, it's really them saying, this is my preference of how I want to live my life. And I say, great, live your life that way, and I'll live my life this way. Because me living my life has no effect on you. So live your life the way you want to live it. And I don't want your life either. They make those statements because they feel uncomfortable, and so they have to like release it, and so they say that to you to make themselves feel better. And that's their problem, not yours. I think I've learned a lot of frames around not caring about other people's opinions out of necessity, because I was so crippled by the opinions of other people for what felt like such a long time that I always had to face my death in order to get myself to move. And so I talk about death a lot because it has actually been one of the few things that actually motivates me to change my behavior. And so when I had done all the things that I thought would impress other people, one, I realized that they didn't really care. And secondly, I realized that I deeply cared about how much I hated my life. When I was like, is this what winning feels like? Because if this is what winning is, then I don't want to play. By thinking I'd rather be dead than continue to play this game, I was forced to change the game I was playing, which is like, well, what is a game that I would like to win at? Well, I'd like to win a game that is by rules that I set out, and there are things that I can control. And then those people, because you break their mold of what they're supposed to be doing, and they might be miserable too, but they are not willing to take the risk that you're willing to take because they care about other people's opinions more than you do because they haven't gone through that little journey that you just went through. Fine. You do it your way, they do it their way. I mean, I went from prodigal son, my father's super proud of me, graduating Vanderbilt in 3 years, president fraternity, vice president powerlifting team, management consultant, to minimum wage employee. Like, that's a pretty significant drop in status. I have these frames because people will say whatever they want, but for me, that relative drop in status was a lot. I went from about as high status as you can get as a 22-year-old to about as low status as you can get. I mean, I remember having people be like, so did you go to college? And I was like, yeah, I went to college and I fucking murdered it and I did everything. And because the implied question is, why are you here? And so that's what, in the beginning, hurt a ton. But then I just realized that they just didn't know, and they were asking genuinely. And all of my judgment around that was just my own problem. How I'm perceiving this question is affecting my mood to such a great degree. What if I applied this to every question? All these people are asking me things, and I'm either getting offended or getting complimented, but the statement doesn't change. So that sounds like a me problem. And so the more I started diving into things like that, the less bothered I became by everyone else's opinion, because they also have no context. Even if they did mean it as an insult.
So what? If they're saying, well, I'm better than you, I'd be like, yes, you are. A lot of even really successful people frame their success around trying to prove someone wrong, right? But when you try and create your entire existence in opposition to someone, you actually give them complete control over your life. It means that because of the things that this person said, I will choose to change all of my behavior, which basically means that the directives from that person have commanded you to do whatever you do. And if you like to be a free person and want to be somebody who acts of their own volition, then I choose to accept insults so that I can live my life rather than living in contrast to them and giving my control to the person who insulted me. That would mean I put me changing your mind above my goals, which I don't do. My goals are more important to me than changing your mind. I'm super sensitive to I am statements, labeling statements like this. Like, I'm a neat freak. I'm the type of person who. So whenever you're dating someone, you're getting to know someone, people like to blanket I am statements really early on to set the stage. Like, I'm the type of person who likes to show up early. I like to clean things. I'm a labeler. I'm a whatever. And then, and this is the insidious part, they then say because. And then they insert a reason that they made up or that sounded good in the past and people nodded their heads and agreed with. Because my mom never loved me enough. Because I didn't get enough hugs. Because I gave a speech once and everyone laughed at me. Because you don't know. And the reality is, you will never know. All we know is that you do a certain type of behavior. That's it. By giving these because statements all this power, you actually put all the power into something that is unchangeable in the past. And so you have to keep dealing with it. Whereas if you just said, I do these things, period. Now, if I want to change what I do, then I should just reward myself in the present for doing something different. And that makes it a lot more malleable. And it makes your identity and what you do as a result, or rather what you do and your identity as a result, something under your control. You don't want to blame the things in the past that you can't change. You want to blame things in the present that you can. So if you said, I have trouble getting close to girls because my mom and I aren't close, one, you give your mother all the power in your love life. Ugh. You give power to something that happened in the past that you can't change, to things that are happening in the present that you can change. And so wouldn't it be more useful to say, in the past, I have struggled to get close to girls, period. Now that could be for a number of reasons. The thing is that you don't know what the reason is. Because I could say, let's say imagine all these things happen. You struggled with your mom. Let's say you had a bad breakup at some point in your life. You're not in shape. I could say, I struggle getting close to girls. And I could use any of those three as my reasons. But which of those serve me? None of them. All we know is that you struggle to get close to girls. Okay, well then just look at what it would take to get close to girls and then do that, rather than having this other thing that's attached to the behavior that you can't do anything about. It just makes changing who you are and what you do a lot easier. Sometimes people are such douchebags. They will tell a young child, you will never have a successful relationship with a woman because you don't respect her love name. A mother. Or the reverse could be true of a father. They're a fucking douchebag for saying that because they are labeling you with something that you can't change. But that's their problem. It also is no basis in fact. When people are like, look at how the son treats the mother, that's how he's gonna treat his wife. Why the fuck would I treat my wife like I treat my mother? Dear God, ugh. That's just a statement that sounds good, but has no basis in fact. You treat your wife like you treat your wife, you treat your mother like you treat your mother. They're different people. People wanna have problems because it gives them a reason to suck and it be okay. It gives them ego padding so they can protect themselves for the reason why they're not successful, for the reason they haven't accomplished what they said they were going to accomplish. And so they lean on their potential, comma, and their trauma as the two reasons that people prop up. I've got lots of potential, but I have all this trauma, and neither of those matter. I've gone through 3 stages of like mental development in terms of how I see changing my behavior. In the beginning, I attributed my behavior to my past traumas. The second phase was that I chose to change the story. What if my mother was just trying to feel better and it wasn't my fault? So then I changed my behavior in that sense. The third phase, which is where I'm at now, maybe there'll be a fourth phase. The third phase was I behave this way, period. The because statement in the second half is completely irrelevant. 1, because I don't know it. 2, because I can't change it. So I might as well just choose to do the thing that I want to do. Irrelevant of my past. The single strongest predictor of my behavior is what will make the more epic story. I've thought about that frame a lot, and it's still continued to win out. And so when I'm forced to make a decision between 2 things, I prefer to choose the one that's the more epic story. Because either you have an epic story of failure or you have an epic story of success, but no 85-year-olds are regretting their epic stories. They are regretting the stories they never told. Our minds are meaning-making machines, and they have to be because they create associations between things we know and things we don't know. That's how we learn. The problem is that our brains will make wrong associations, and then they will plague us for the rest of our lives, but we can just redefine what the association means for ourselves and make our lives. Because whether you miss the game-winning shot under this huge crowd or you miss it when no one else is there, the only reason it hurts more is because you choose to let it hurt more. Now, there are things that you can do prior to the game-winning shot that increase the likelihood that you make it, which is that you practice way more in high-stakes conditions over and over and over again. If you do that, it increases the likelihood or confidence that you'll be able to make it. Why? Because you've made it before. And if you're like, well, I missed my first ever game-winning shot, now what do I do? Well, you practice in every other condition that's as close to that as you can until eventually you make one. And then when you do make one, you'll have evidence that you made one, and you try and make one again. What you probably don't know is that Michael Jordan has missed more game-winning shots than he has made. He's remembered for the ones that he made. But how was he able to make them? By missing and being willing to shoot again. On that basis of story, the many excuses that we give ourselves in reverse can make a more epic story. And so rather than say like, these are all the reasons that I can't succeed, I think reframing that as, these are all the reasons that when I succeed, it'll be an even better story and it'll be more inspiring to other people is a much more powerful frame. The more disadvantages you have when you start, the more epic story you have when you win. Donald Miller has one of the most powerful frames of heroes and villains I've ever heard of. Heroes and villains always have the same backstory. It's pain. They're always an orphan, right? Or the villain has some sort of disfigurement to show that they went through hard times. The difference is what the character chooses to do about it. Villains say, the world hurt me, I'm gonna hurt it back. Heroes say, the world hurt me, I'm not gonna let anyone else hurt this way. So heroes use pain, villains are used by it. And so I think all of us have the choice to become our own heroes, our own villains in our own life, simply by how we choose to deal with the pain that we all inevitably experience. So pain is a constant. The choice about how we react to it is the thing that dictates the path of our lives. You know, there are certain rules of playing a game that have served me really well. One of them is, and that's okay. And I probably use that frame more than anything else, which is, I'm not close with XYZ relative, your parent, your mom, your sister, your brother. And that's okay. I spent a lot of my mental effort trying to untangle stories that I told in the past about things that were my fault or were a problem. And the easiest way that I found to solve problems is to decide they're not problems to begin with. I have a handful of pictures that I took for the first 5 years of sucking during business. And I use those pictures all the time, every day.
and the zillions of pictures after I became successful, I barely use any of them. The time to document your life is when it sucks, not when it's great. Because those are the stories that you're going to tell. And those are going to be the reminders that you used in the present day of things that you have been through and prove as to who you really are. Because my favorite line in the Matrix is in the second or third Matrix, when Morpheus is standing on the hill and he's looking out towards everyone. He said, I stand here truthfully unafraid, not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. And so the struggle period that you may be in right now is the path behind your future self that you are building, so that that man or that woman can stand on the pulpit and look at you straight dead in the eyes in the mirror and say, I'm confident, and I stand truthfully here unafraid, not because of what I said my goal is going to be, but because of what I've been through to get here. And so here's my advice to my younger self. Document your life more. Otherwise, you'll forget the details, and the details are what make it worth remembering. It's the times you're sleeping on the floor. It's the time the person walks out and you missed the 7th sale that day. It's the time when your bank account's at its absolute lowest. It's when your car breaks down on the side of the road and you're like, what am I going to do now? I can barely afford this. Right? Those are the moments, the ones that you want to ignore, the ones that you want to look away from, that are the ones that you need to capture, because those are the moments that you will tell in the future of things you got through. Because no heroes are heroes without epic monsters. And the bigger the monster, the greater the hero. When I was poor, I didn't need motivation. I needed someone to give me tactical advice. If I could talk to my younger, poorer self, this is what I would say. This is more brutally honest advice to my younger, poor self. This advice is only for somebody who wants to make more money, grow in their business, grow themselves. People obsessed with their morning routines make less money than people obsessed with making money. People work, sacrifice, and then they get rich. Then they fill their time with weird routines. Then they forget how they got rich in the first place. And then they tell other people the weird routines made them rich rather than what they actually did, which is whatever it took, not some 3-hour morning routine. There was a kid who DM'd me who said, hey, I've been working with this business coach and he has me doing a morning routine. Could not make this up. After I do my grounded walking, I do my gratitude journal, I do my list for the day, I do my ice plunge. It's like, after I do that, it takes me about 3 hours in the morning to get all that done. He's like, I barely have any energy to like actually get work done. I just said, I'm gonna give you the biggest hack in the world. Cut the 3-hour morning routine, replace it with 3 hours of work, and I promise you'll get more done. And he messaged me back a week later. He was like, dude, it changed my whole life. I'm getting so much done now. I was like, what a fucking concept. If you work more, more gets done. And I love just looking at this. It's like, what actions do I have to take to get what I want? Anything that is not that is a distraction from it, period. If it takes you 5 minutes to feel 20% better and you can actually measure that your output goes up by 20%, then cool, that makes sense. So I'm not against doing things. I'm against doing things for the sake of doing them. And so one of the biggest issues with learning and education, as humans do it, is that we make correlations to things that are approximate, they're close to one another. Tall people play basketball. I should play basketball to get tall. We make these very mistaken correlations. What we should look at is what it took to get there, not what they're doing now. So the better advice is to look at what someone was doing on their way up in the grind, mirror that more than what they're currently doing at the top of the mountain. So it would be like assuming Warren Buffett is rich because he drinks Coke.
I drink probably 5 12-ounce Cokes a day.
All you have to do also in the corollary is, are there other people who drink Coke who aren't rich? I've had probably 10 different podcasts seed the premise. Do you think that the fact that you had a hard childhood has created the success today? And I would say no. I would say the work that I did created the success. And all we have to do is look at all the other people who had bad childhoods who aren't successful. And I think there are way more of those than there are that are, to prove that it actually has nothing to do with who's successful. There's also people who didn't have bad childhoods who are successful too. And so it's just that many people have bad childhoods. Some of them become successful. And so that's why trying to figure out why something happened, I have spent less and less of my effort trying to do that and only look at what actions created a result rather than looking at intention or anything else that's amorphous that can't be measured. 30 isn't the new 20. It's an excuse to take 10 years longer to accomplish the same thing. You can die when you're done. Until then, keep going. In your 20s, you're young, you can fuck around, it doesn't matter because life is long. Number one, that assumes that you're not gonna die. If you're in your 30s, you know someone in your high school class who died. And it's not just the drug overdose people, it's the people who got shot, got in a car accident, had weird brain cancer. I've had all of those things happen to people that I went to high school with. In one way, I think it's a little bit arrogant to assume that you're just going to live, because it means you can waste your life, and I wholeheartedly stand against that. The second translation around that I think has hurt a lot of people is that they can do what I would consider dead-end jobs. And that means jobs that don't have any direct correlation to your personal growth. It has nothing to do with pay. You can work for free and grow more than anyone else. This is not saying that you need to go into a season of earning in your 20s, but you do need to be setting yourself up for growth, in my opinion, if you want the big ultimate outcome. And so most people that at least consume my stuff, they want to be better. They want to grow, they want to get in better shape, they want to have better relationships, they want to have a better business, they want to be bigger in every way, they want to expand. If you spend the decade of your 20s not growing and not investing in your skills and your education, if you do that in your 30s, you're going to be further behind than somebody who starts in their 20s. You're going to be a decade behind. Nowadays, there's kids who are starting out the entrepreneurial journey when they're like 13. And so when they're 23, they're Mr. Beast. He's young, but he's actually pretty old in business terms, because a lot of people start their business journey in their mid-40s. And so if they're 50 years old and started their business 5 years ago, Mr. Beast has twice the amount of time in the ring, under the bar, that they do. For me, I want to start my time clock on paying down my ignorance debt as fast as humanly possible, because the debt is a constant for everyone. All of us are trying to pay down that debt as fast as you can. And taking a decade, arguably one of the most productive decades of your life, and not paying down that debt, you just sit in such a deficit compared to your peer group. Some people might watch this and be 30 or 40 or 50 and be like, well shit, I took the wrong advice from the wrong guy. Guess what? You're gonna die, it's not gonna matter anyways. Big deal, whatever. The best time to do this was start when you were 10 and get born to an entrepreneurial parent who got you in their small business and invested in all of your education as a homeschool student and taught you all the ways of the Jedi. But you probably didn't have that. And so the second best time is to start now. Because let's play out the alternative. How much does it serve you to just say, I guess I have no chance? Okay, die. There's nothing left for me to do. I will relinquish the remainder of my living days and years because I choose to lose. And that's a choice. And if you want that, that's cool. The idea of quitting simply because you're older, because you didn't do something. Everybody doesn't do things that they know they should be doing now. And that's because you're always going to know more in the future than you do in the past. And so it's a faulty premise to say that I'm not going to take action today because I didn't know something in the past. Everyone doesn't know anything in the past.
But all you can do is take action with what you know today. And by taking action, you have learned. And so you actually take one step to making your first payment on ignorance debt through actions, not words. I mean, I think a lot of people know the story of the 30-year-old barista. If you love that, then do it. You know what I mean? Like, I have no judgment on what you do. If you don't love that and you wish you were doing something else, that's what I would say I have a problem, which is, why are you not doing it? And I think diving into that, which is usually some sort of fear, some sort of anxiety, some sort of label that they believe that isn't true from someone else, and just trying to zone in on like, why am I not doing it? And taking 2 steps closer to it, not just like, because I don't know what I'm doing. Well, duh. Okay, neither does anyone. What are you doing about that? Just defining it to what actions am I going to take as a result just makes life a lot easier. Let's figure it out, man. It means that I'm going to read 2 hours a night on a specific subject until I feel like I can make a decision within 30 days on what I'm going to do. Great. That is something I can do, and I can measure whether I did it or not. You have seasons of earning and you have seasons of learning. I had this kid who reached out, he was 18 years old, said he was going to edit videos for us. When he came in, he said, I want $100,000 a year as an editor, as a starting job. His reasoning was that somebody else had offered him that amount of money. I want to make the statement because I think it's logical and also stupid. If you're optimizing for your earning potential in your 20s, you're missing the fucking point. This individual has the potential to be on a team that has a massively, globally recognized brand in terms of media, and from there, learn how to be way better than they currently are, and then become a creative director at another company or at one of my portfolio companies. Like, that is the career path. And instead was comparing that to something that he would make $100,000 a year and be the only person in the department, and no one there knew anything about media. And so he wasn't going to learn, he was going to earn. Whereas somebody who got into the big leagues and learned 10 times the skill set, then 10 years later is either starting a multi-million-dollar company or heading up a multi-million-dollar division in a billion-dollar company. And the potential is so much wider because 10 years from now, someone says, what's your experience? It's like, well, I worked at a real estate firm and I made their social media content. Who gives a shit? Whereas if you're like, I work for one of the biggest media companies out there, everyone will give you the job offer. And that is when you can choose to earn over learn. Make the trade too soon because they compare themselves to people on social media and think that the 0.0001% is the norm. Whenever you choose to earn rather than learn, you're right hooking life and saying, I'm no longer going to develop and this is good enough. And so if $100,000 a year is actually good enough for your long-term goals, then do it. But I would imagine that it probably isn't for what you really want to do long-term. And I'm using 6 figures as a placeholder. It can be whatever number you want. When you make that decision that you're no longer going to learn, that's when you stop growing your potential to learn more. I say this because that's what I did. I had a white-collar consulting job for defense contracting. I had a top-secret clearance. I had everything that looked good on paper, space, cyber, and intelligence. I had a 2 to 3 year path clearly for getting an MBA at an Ivy League school, and then decided to drop all of that and start working for $13 an hour at a gym after I graduated magna cum laude in 3 years from Vanderbilt. I know what I'm asking people to do, and I'm not asking them to do something that I wasn't willing to do. And I think that I might have even a more extreme version that most people are having to live with. Trying to say like, well, I can't figure out what I want is a really paralyzing place to be that I think a lot of young people are in. Is like, I want to find my passion, but the big misnomer is actually a language issue, which is that people say they want to find their passion rather than they want to build it or create it or learn it. And so like, I can promise you that if you're good at something, you'll like doing it. And the only way that you get good at something is by doing things that you suck at and doing a lot of it. So let's say you make $50,000 a year. It costs you $950,000 a year not to know how to make $1 million a year. So how much is that education worth? The answer? The difference. The difference between $1 million and $50,000, which is 950 grand. If you learn how to make $1 million, the education is worth the difference. This is why education and information are the most valuable things that we can know. Elon has like lost everything and then gained it back. So many of the best entrepreneurs have stories where they lost it all and then gained it back. And so how is it that they can go to zero, back to $1 billion, where somebody starting at zero can't get there? Because they didn't lose the education. They didn't lose the learning. They had a bad role. And sometimes in business, you do make bets on markets, and sometimes they don't shape up. But you didn't lose, and a lot of times you actually gain in experience so that the next bet pays off even bigger. Everyone gets this wrong. The most expensive thing you ever pay for isn't your car, it isn't your house, it isn't your insurance. It's the information that you don't know but should. I mean, how many things can you think of right now that if you knew 10 years ago would have materially changed your financial outcome, your relational outcome, your physical outcomes? Probably a lot. What is the value of that information? Borderline priceless. And so the idea that we wouldn't invest in paying down that debt of ignorance that we owe the universe is just because we don't know who we're paying the check to every month for the things that we don't know, that we don't value it appropriately. The cost of success is the years of feeling like an idiot for things that you should have known by now. All the decisions that I made up to this point led me to here, and I don't regret my life, so I don't regret not knowing. I mean, if I started over, I'd be wealthier than I am now. You know what I mean? I can't go back in time, but if I could go back in time to talk to my 20-year-old self, and it wouldn't change the outcome of my life now because I would never roll that dice, is I would say there's 2 things that you don't understand that will massively change your life. You don't understand brand, and you don't understand product. Because I was obsessive in my 20s on sales and marketing and what I would consider fast money. I had fast feedback loops. So I'd get better at sales, and then I'd immediately make more sales. I'd get better at marketing, immediately make more money. And so I had this very fast feedback loop that gave me the misinformation or the false belief that this was the right path, but I was actually just playing the wrong game. Because it's kind of like in the Matrix when Neo says to Morpheus, so you're saying when I'm fast enough, I'll be able to dodge bullets. And he said, no, I'm saying when you're ready, you won't have to. Me being obsessive about sales and marketing was me trying to get faster and faster in the Matrix and not being the one and seeing the code for what it is, which is that if you make a product that's good enough, people will do the marketing and sales for you. If your brand is strong enough, people will make the association that they want to buy your stuff regardless of how good your copy and your headline and your landing pages and your conversion rate optimization and your media buying are. I kept getting really good at a game that if I knew how to master the big things that mattered would make those skills almost irrelevant. When $100 million offers came out in the book, I didn't make it for anything. I made it for me. And it was originally intended to be an internal document, and so I just wanted to make it exceptional. And what happened once I released it is what shocked me the most was that I posted once. And I just said, hey, I wrote this book, hope you guys like it. And then we sold out in minutes. And I was like, that's weird. The next month, more copies sold. And then the next month, more copies sold. And then the next month, more copies sold. And it's continued to sell more copies month after month after month for 2 years. And it's still #1 in its category on Amazon. And that was with 0 paid marketing, purely off of people telling people about the book. And so when I saw how much leverage that was, that book sells thousands
a day, not dollars, thousands of copies a day. I have never marketed anything well enough to sell 1,000 customers a day. Now, mind you, I've always had more expensive stuff that I've sold, but like I'd never seen that kind of transaction volume. And the only way to get that kind of transaction volume is to have a huge amount of leverage. The leverage that product unlocked for me, or that understanding, was that if you make it good enough, and I love this saying, which is there's too big to fail, and I love the other, which is too good to fail. My headline for $100 million offers makes no sense. No one knows what $100 million offers is. And it's just like a picture of a $100 bill. It's a big purple book. Like, it actually makes no sense. But the contents of the book were valuable enough that people were like, just read it. And they said it so many times to so many people. And most people who, when I see the comments and I see the reviews, they say, I had 4 different people in the same month tell me in different groups that I should read this book. So I decided to do it even though it looked hokey. And oh my God, this thing is unbelievable. And then they tell 20 people or 100 people. That was when I realized how much leverage spending more time up front on building a better product would unlock for me. What I used to do was spend 2 months building a good product and spend 2 years marketing that product with great marketing, rather than spending 2 years on a great product and then for the rest of my life not having to spend any dollars or effort on marketing so that it would sell again and again and again because of the quality of the product itself. And so that was the first lesson that my younger self needed to understand about business. And the level of detail that it takes to go from good to great is so much wider than people think it is. The difference between an 8 and a 9 is 10 times the work. The difference between 9 and 9.5 is 10 times the work. The difference between 9.5 and 9.75 is another 10 times the work. It's so much more effort. And honestly, when I was younger, I couldn't even comprehend the amount of work that I can do now. And for me, that amount of work is the amount of unbroken, focused time that I can stick to one task. I did not have that level of focus. I didn't have a strong enough no muscle. I didn't know how to turn down other things that would distract me for long enough. If you can count in terms of hundreds, like I can promise you, if you put 1,000 hours into something, it'll probably be pretty good. And most people spend like 100 hours on something. Or I mean, most people spend even less time than that. You start a clock when you start working, you stop a clock when you stop working. You spend 1,000 hours or 2,000 hours on something. There's a level of detail because of the number of exposures you'll get to it, the crispy details of the product or the service that can only come from looking at that thing when it's cold, looking at that thing when it's hot, looking at it when you're angry, looking at it when you're sad, looking at it when you're inspired, looking at it when you're bored. You see it with different lenses, and then what happens is it just gives you so much more depth and context to whatever you're trying to build, that's the difference between mediocre products and excellent products, and it just takes time. And real quick, I spent 200 hours this year just making this one project for you, which is the $100 million scaling roadmap. And I broke up the stages of business into 10 stages. And you can identify where you're at by simply just putting in your business information. You go to acquisition.com/roadmap, and it'll spit out this custom report that tells you what the constraints are at that current level and what you need to do to graduate and get to the next level. This is our gift to you, absolutely free. On the thank you page, you can book a call with our team, and we'd love to help you figure that out and ideally get past it. In an ocean of volume, which there's more commoditized products and services today than ever before, there's outsized returns to being number one. It is an even bigger winner-take-all market now than it ever has been because of social media and the ease of letting other people know about stuff. If you are truly the best, everyone will know. And if everyone knows you are the best, you will have more demand than you could possibly do. People think that word of mouth is dead when there's literally never been an easier way to go viral in a literal sense for people telling other people about stuff. I said the second lesson was brand. And so I had to look at a company or brand as a learning tool, as what are people going to learn to associate my brand with, the tangible and the intangible ideas. There are many people that I associated with when I was younger that I would never associate with today. Even though I would say, well, I don't act that way, I don't live my life the way they live their lives, people would still make that association. If I did nothing but talk with porn stars on my show, people would still make a very different association with me. And so I want to embody certain values that I want my brand to associate with. And anything that is not those things, by default, detracts from it because it dilutes the association. Branding is like curating a garden, where pretty much anything but the flower that you're trying to grow there is a weed. Even if it's a daffodil, even if it's a sunflower, even if the flower itself is fine. Like I said, I have no issues with porn, like the sunflower, whatever. But if I'm trying to grow roses, then anything that's not a rose doesn't belong. Being so vigilant about defending that garden of association and reputation gives you so much leverage, because the reason Warren Buffett now can just do deals that no one else can do is because his handshake means more than the US government's. If he says he will pay, we know he will pay. If he says he will be there to insure your entire city, we know he will. He can do a deal on a one-page agreement for billions of dollars, because people trust and they know that his reputation matters more than anything to him. And so trust is leverage for deals, it's leverage for sales. The first experience I had with having a strong brand was when we were probably a year and a half into Gym Launch. I launched what would become Alan, my software project. And when people heard I had launched a new thing, the clients that I had were sending screenshots of their credit cards to my customer support team saying, I don't know what it was, but if Alex made it, I'll buy it. And so all of the ideas and the obsessions around how I was going to market it and how I was going to position it, the thing that mattered most was what they had already received from me and how much I had delivered on my first promise. And so when I realized that, I was like, all of the sales and marketing stuff gets you one sale. Delivering exceptional product and exceptional reputation around your products gets you every other sale after that. And you will always be able to sell the next thing provided you delivered on the first day. And that's where there's this obsession with marketing, because there's always more people to sell to. It's a very, in my opinion, tiring life. You always have to go get new customers. If you make sales to get customers rather than get customers to make sales, you make the customer the goal. And then you get to keep that relationship. And then next year you still have that customer. If you've got a customer just to make a sale, you have to go get another customer to make another sale next year. But if you make a sale to create the relationship with the customer, then next year that customer will buy again and the new customer will buy. And the third year you'll get the first 2 years and the third customer. And then that's how you create a compounding vehicle. And so both of those things, brand and product, are actually underlying one concept, now that I'm saying it out loud, which is I didn't understand compounding. I thought that it was normal to have to go out, bang doors, call phones, DM, run ads to get customers every single month. And that next month, I'm gonna have to get another 20 just to keep the lights on. Rather than having spent more time on my reputation and the quality of my product so that when I sold the first 100, they would never leave again. And then they would send me the next 100 and I wouldn't have to do anything. And then I would be able to fend people off, and then I'd be able to raise my prices and be able to take people on my terms. But I didn't understand any of that. And part of that is because I wanted money so fast. And building a great product takes longer. Building a great reputation literally never stops until the day you die. Leaning into that lesson, the first book I launched, I think it did 2,000 or 4,000 copies sold its first month, something like that. The second book that launched 2 years later sold 250,000 copies in its first month. which for context, the average New York Times bestseller sells between 10 and 100,000 in its first 12 months. And we sold 250 in the first month. The only way that can happen is if the people who bought the first book buy the second book, and everybody they tell also buys. And that book still continues to sell at twice the rate of my first book today. Here's how to spot friends that are worth cutting. They only talk about your past, not your future. So if you go and you hang out with your buddies and all they can really reminisce with you on is the things that you did together, but none of them are talking about what they're going to do or what you're going to do, for me, that's a telltale sign that they're living in the past. They're not even living in the present. Their best years are behind them. And for most of us, we want our best years to be ahead of us. And we want somebody who's also looking at the same goal as us, which is growth, which is moving forward, which is making progress. If you are a growth-oriented individual and you feel like you're not sure about your environment or if it's conducive, the easiest litmus test is who talks about the future and who talks about the past. Keep the ones who only talk about the future, cut the ones talking about the past. The best thing that I ever did was not listen to other people's opinions about my life. They don't want the best version of you, they want the version of you who best serves them. Now, when I first said this, I got flack from a bunch of parents. They're like, I really want the best for my kids. I was like, that's not true. You want a version of your children who serves what you think will make you look the best. Family, I would say, more often than not, has a closer alignment with your long-term goals than strangers do. And so it makes sense that family would have more aligned interests, but not completely aligned interests with you. Because the only person who has a completely aligned interest with you is future you. Keeping that as the litmus test of whose opinion I'm going to listen to, although it's more difficult, has ultimately been very fruitful for me. Because if you're looking at even two parents, you can disprove that concept by saying, okay, well, both parents want different things from me. Of the things that both parents want, which of the things help each of the parents individually out? Because I can promise you that the thing that one parent wants doesn't hurt them and help the other parent if they disagree. It's usually something that's more aligned with their worldview, their beliefs, or what they will get status from in their community for you doing. And so all of the things I just described have nothing to do with you. So why consider it? I'll say this up front. I hate why questions because who knows why. But I would say that if I had to make a guess on why we care about other people's opinions, it's because we've learned to care about other people's opinions. And when we're children, we learn to orient ourselves to the world through other people telling us what is what. Literally, when you're a kid, you point and then you say, what's that? And then they say this. And so you have to listen to other people on the way up. The problem is at some point you have to turn it off and say, you know, some of the people I was listening to had no idea what they were saying. But you don't know they have no idea because you don't have a context to make a judgment. You have to learn to become human and then you have to learn to become yourself. And I think that at that turning point, you then have to analyze the beliefs that you've been given and then keep the ones that you choose. Most parents are risk averse rather than risk taking for their children. So like we're willing to take more risk for ourselves oftentimes than our parents are willing to take on our behalf. And I think that's normal. They want to like keep you alive. There's a lot of evolutionary drive behind that. And so they're playing not to lose, but if you want to play to win, you have to take different bets. I think a lot of younger people get really confused because they spend a lot of time talking about ideas and very little talking about doing actions. And so if you just define the world by only things that occur in it and not things that occur in your mind, there's a lot less noise, and so it becomes easier to see the forest for trees. Let's say I have an employee and I want to hop on a one-on-one and they said something in a meeting before, and I say, I think the intention behind your statement was that you wanted me to do this, and this is how I was feeling about your statement, and this is probably where you were feeling. Everything I just said is a complete waste of time, because all I know is that they said this. And so just focus on the facts, and if you can do that, it actually makes living life a lot easier, or navigating life a lot easier, at least it has for me, because those are the only objective truths. An easy frame for that is like, would it be admitted to a court as evidence? You saying you were offended is not evidence. John said this to Sally, these words, that's evidence, indisputable. And so just look at the things that are beyond reproach, look at the things that are indisputable, look at the things that are facts that are observable, and the world gets a lot quieter, and you also realize that most people are full of shit and don't know what they're talking about. I mean, if someone was like, hey Alex, why did you get into business? I could make up an answer. It just, how do we know it's true? Trying to figure out someone's intention is bullshit. If someone asks me, why did you get into business? I can make up an answer. Anyone can make up an answer. Why do you like making money? Why do you like sales? Why do you like marketing? Why are you good at this? I can make up any answer. All I know is that these things have occurred. And so we can look at my actions and we can look at the results. The rest of it, of which had what influence on what, like I can't relive my life and I can't run the experiment. And so trying to determine why, like was it because my mom didn't hug me? Was it because my dad hugged me too hard? Who knows? I can give anyone and someone will nod and say, great, because we trained ourselves to answer when someone says, why do you do that? You give them words and they nod and say, oh, that's interesting. But like, it doesn't mean it's true. And so I just try and skirt the whole conversation because there's no point. So when someone's like, well, I'm the type of person who, I'm like, just stop. Then they start using this label to decide whether or why they can or can't do something. I wouldn't be successful with that because I'm a neat freak. Why? Because you take trash out of your car regularly? Why does that have anything to do with whether you can do this or not? I used to think and told people I was bad at math until I was 25. Post-college, post-consulting job, all of it. And then I decided that I was not going to be bad at math. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to use a calculator. And so then I started getting better and better at doing math problems. And then lo and behold, when I took the GMAT, I was like, okay, I have to study twice as hard for the math section. And I did just as well in the math section as I did on my verbal. But my whole life, I had said I was bad at math. And so I didn't study as hard because I was bad at it. Everyone who's listening to this has something they say about themselves. They're like, I'm not organized. I'm an early bird, right? Like we have these labels we give ourselves, but like, why do we have these labels? Like if you needed to wake up early, fucking wake up early. Can you just stay up late? You stay up late. The labels change our behavior more than we change the labels. I really abhor labels overall because I feel like it limits my action. When I get on podcasts and I have talks and people try and label me, you probably actively see me break the label almost every time because I'm really aware of it. And a lot of people aren't, and I don't think people do it on purpose in a bad way. I just think that they will speak things over you, which is why I hate going home, because no one speaks shit over you more than your family and the people who knew you in high school. Alex has always had a short temper. You're a hothead. Literally. People from home describe me that way. I was like, I'm a hothead. They will say that. And then I feel like I have to really put up my mental like defenses to be like, this is not true. Here's the evidence that this is not true. What would a hothead do in this scenario? That is not the way I behave, therefore, right? And I have to basically unwind that shit whenever I go there. And so that is why I've been an advocate of like, if you want to change your behavior, change your environment, because they're not going to reinforce labels that you then also perpetuate in your own mind by the actions you take as a result. And the only reason I want to label is because it's shorthand for other people to understand, not because it's true. They just want to say he had a bad childhood, and so they take your whole life and they say bad. That's not true. There's more nuance to it. I prefer to think of ideals and think of taking steps towards those ideals. And since ideals are not binary of like he is courageous or he's not courageous, but how courageous is he or how patient is he, not impatient or patient, but how much, then I know the values that I want to embody, and then I just take steps towards those every day with the actions I take. My success can be boiled down to elimination of distractions, getting started, getting better, and never stopping. Here's how to do that. There's 4 steps. Eliminate distractions, get started, get better, never stop. Number 1, elimination of the things that are distracting me. When I was young, my father gave me this advice. Rich people buy time. Poor people buy stuff. Ambitious people buy skills. Lazy people buy distraction. I can give you the first and easiest 2025 prediction. Look at what you spend money on, look at your calendar, and wherever you invest is what you will get more of. So many people are surprised when they look at their bank account next year and it's lower than they want it to be. They look at their accomplishments from that year and it's not the things they set out to do. But when you look at their calendar and their credit card expenses, it's very obvious why those things didn't happen. Because we vote with our dollars about the things that we care about. We vote about the type of person that we want to become. And as the first thing that you can do today for next year is actually comment below this video, and I rarely ask for this, the thing that you're actually going to do today. Not what you're going to begin doing next year or what your resolution is going to be, but if it's important enough to do for future you, it's certainly important enough to do for current you, because current you, by the way, is the only you that's ever going to enjoy life. I'll give you this story. So I remember when I was a few years back, I was walking with Layla and we went to Sephora, which is like a makeup store. So we walked inside, I'm sitting, standing there awkwardly because I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. There's this lady with the smock who like helps out, and she had these 2 girls who were young. They must have been maybe, well, about this old. I'm guessing between 9 and 40, who knows. She's leaning over and she has these 2 paintbrushes in her hands, and she says, okay, girls, now that you guys are women, you need to start budgeting for this stuff because you're gonna be spending money on this every single month to do your makeup. And so the girls grabbed them, they were super excited, and they went to go check out. And I saw that exchange as actually a really beautiful lesson when it comes to identity. Our priorities we dictate by what we spend, not by what we say. These girls.
Once you've completed the deck editing process, Professor Fur makes like a tree and leaves. So now you're free to do whatever you want. Well, almost. The first thing that will happen is you're welcome to the latest rank ladder. TCGL can't count or tell time, so even though it's May, you'll be in the April rank ladder. These rank ladders typically last 4 or 5 weeks and provide reward. If you know what you're doing, skip all battles and move to the next part of the intro, viewing the battle pass. Until May 29th, it's the Journey Together battle pass. If you're watching this video after that date, it'll be the Destined Rivals battle pass. And in mid-July, it should be another new battle pass. Regardless of the date, your first order of business is simple. Claim the Battle the Professor daily quest. This special one-time quest awards 200 trainer points, up from the typical 100 every other quest gives. Immediately afterwards, you open your first pack at tier 1 of the battle pass, which I don't think is predetermined. Then the Professor forces you to spend those 200 trainer points you just earned on a single booster pack of Obsidian Flames, which is predetermined. That's because you get another copy of Charizard EX to add to your existing free deck. Once you've completed the deck editing process, Professor Fur makes like a tree and leaves. So now you're free to do whatever you want. Well, almost. The first thing that will happen is you're welcome to the latest rank ladder. TCGL can't count or tell time, so even though it's May, you'll be in the April rank ladder. These rank ladders typically last 4 or 5 weeks and provide rewards like packs, trainer points, and cards. For now, since you're just a little baby, you start out in Nest League. Even if you lose here, you'll still receive ranked points. Once you reach Quick League though, you will have to win. Now, depending on when you play live, you may receive a 1,000 trade credit bonus. If not, just skip through all these messages as they can be reread at any point. What you want is the Battle Pass free deck. For Journey Together, it's Hop Zacian EX. Claim it to add another 60-card deck to your collection. You will have to win. Now, depending on when you play live, you may receive a 1,000 trade credit bonus. If not, just skip through all these messages as they can be reread at any point. What you want is the Battle Pass free deck. For Journey Together, it's Hop Zacian EX. Claim it to add another 60-card deck to your collection. Make sure you click Collect All in the top right because that will speed up what is typically a laborious process. Alright, now you're truly free to explore live. What you want to do now is head over to decks. By simply booting up TCG Live at any point before March 2026, every player receives 8 decks featuring Charizard EX, Dragapult EX, Golden Go EX, Greninja EX, Hydreigon EX, Mamoswine EX, Pikachu EX, and Teal Mask Oderpon EX, which is actually a Raging Bolt EX deck. These are automatically added to your decks, and the cards inside them are added to your collection forever. Along with the Battle Pass free deck you just claimed, now there's 9 total to choose from. While the cards themselves inside those decks are all good, and the list include plenty of great staple cards, the decks aren't all created equal. Charizard, Dragapult, Golden Go, and Raging Bolt are the best, while Greninja, Hydreigon, Mamoswine, and Pikachu are the worst. So start with the good ones and ignore the bad ones. Okay, at this point you either have 300 or 1,300 trade credits in your account, but 0 trainer points. Luckily, there's easy ways to improve that. Something you absolutely have to ensure you're doing every single day is your daily quest. This is actually one area where things have improved since last year. Rewards from daily quests have more than doubled, and there's a 3rd daily quest instead of 2. These were already a great way to level up your account and blast through the battle pass quickly. Now they're even better. By completing each daily quest, you receive 220 battle pass experience as well as 100 trainer points. If you get a quest that seems impossible to complete, like finishing 2 matches without conceding, you can change them once per day. There's a wide variety of quests, including ones focusing on playing specific cards, attaching a certain type of energy, putting certain Pokemon into play, and much, much more. So try to tailor them towards your taste. I lucked out on day 1 and managed to get Evolve 4 Pokemon and play a match with 4 Metal Pokemon in your or even better. Charizard, Dragapult, Golden Go area where things have improved since last ones. Okay, at this point you either have 300 or 1,300 trade credits in your account, but 0 trainer points. Luckily, there's easy ways to improve that. Something you absolutely have to ensure you're doing every single day is your daily quest. This is actually one area where things have improved since last year. Rewards from daily quests have more than doubled, and there's a 3rd daily quest instead of 2. These were already a great way to level up your account and blast through the battle pass quickly. Now they're even better. By completing each daily quest, you receive 220 battle pass experience as well as 100 trainer points. If you get a quest that seems impossible to complete, like finishing 2 matches without conceding, you can change them once per day. There's a wide variety of quests, including ones focusing on playing specific cards, attaching a certain type of energy, putting certain Pokemon into play, and much, much more. So try to tailor them towards your taste. I lucked out on day 1 and managed to get Evolve 4 Pokemon and play a match with 4 Metal Pokemon in your deck, meaning Golden Go EX was the deck of the day. The reason those daily quests are so important is because they're the best way to earn trainer points, which are that purple gem currency. Those trainer points are then used to buy items from the in-game shop, which can earn you trade credits as quickly as possible. I'll cover which items you should be buying very soon, but for now, here conceding, you can change them. This is actually one area where things have improved since last year. Rewards from daily quests have more than doubled, and there's a third daily quest instead of 2. These were already a great way to level up your account and blast through the battle pass quickly. Now they're even better. By completing each daily quest, you receive 220 battle pass experience as well as 100 trainer points. If you get a quest that seems impossible to complete, like finishing 2 matches without conceding, you can change them once per day. There's a wide variety of quests, including ones focusing on playing specific cards, attaching a certain type of energy, putting certain Pokemon into play, and much, much more. So try to tailor them towards your taste. I lucked out on day 1 and managed to get Evolve 4 Pokemon and play a match with 4 Metal Pokemon in your deck, meaning Golden Go EX was the deck of the day. The reason those daily quests are so important is because they're the best way to earn trainer points, which are that purple gem currency. Those trainer points are then used to buy items from the in-game shop, which can earn you trade credits as quickly as possible. I'll cover which items you should be buying very soon, but for now, here's a quick rundown of how many trainer points you can earn from daily quests. By completing all your quests in a week, that's 2,100 trainer points. And over the course of a full month, that's 9,000 trainer points. To put that number in perspective, the main thing you'll be buying from the shop are League Battle decks, which cost 1,250 trainer points. So in a month, you can buy 7 League Battle decks just from daily quests. UX was the deck of the day. The reason those daily quests are so important is because they're the best way to earn trainer points, which are that purple gem currency. Those trainer points are then used to buy items from the in-game shop, which can earn you trade credits as quickly as possible. I'll cover which items you should be buying very soon, but for now, here's a quick rundown of how many trainer points you can earn from daily quests. By completing all your quests in a week, that's 2,100 trainer points. And over the course of a full month, that's 9,000 trainer points. To put that number in perspective, the main thing you'll be buying from the shop are League Battle decks, which cost 1,250 trainer points. So in a month, you can buy 7 League Battle decks just from daily quests. You also earn trainer points from leveling up your profile and reaching new leagues on the rank ladder, so getting to 10,000 plus trainer points in a month isn't impossible. I know I'm throwing a lot of random words and numbers at you that probably don't make sense, but the bottom line is, do your daily quest, damn it. Oh, and you have to manually claim your daily quests along with your rank ladder league entry rewards. Yeah, don't ask me why it's not automatic. BTCGL is just kind of weird that way. While you do have to be diligent about your daily quests, you can be a bit more munchlax when it comes to the battle pass. Yes, completing daily quests earns you 220 experience each, but that's not the best way to level up the battle pass. Instead, simply battling online against other players will see you reaching tier 75 in as little as 2 weeks of moderate playtime. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you earn experience at the end of a match. If you lose, it might be as low as 50. If you win, it could be as high as 800, though around 600 is more likely. Depending where you are on the battle pass, each new tier takes 500, 750, or 1,000 experience to reach, so at the start of the battle pass, one battle could equal 1 tier. Each battle pass lasts on average about 2 months, so make sure you pay attention to the end date listed on the battle pass page. In total, by reaching tier 75 of each battle pass, you receive 75 packs of the newest set, 10 god packs of the newest set, 2,000 trainer points, 1,000 trade credits, another free 60 card deck, and a whole bunch of ultra rare cards. That other free deck is unlocked at tier 34, so make sure you're always getting to at least that point. For Journey Together, the free deck is N Zoroark EX. You can get a preview of the list by going to tier 34 and clicking on the Zoroark deck. This page will also show you the new cards you'll receive, so you don't accidentally waste trade credits on them. In this case, Hyper Aroma is a brand new ace spec for the collection, as are all those N's Pokemon. As I mentioned, battling is the best place to earn experience, and playing in standard casual is totally fine. You can complete daily quests and earn experience, you just won't increase your ranked rank. Unfortunately, there's no barrier limiting tryhards from entering casual, so there's a 50-50 chance you'll face another new player, or someone as good at Pokemon cards as me who wants to farm easy wins with their fully blinged out tier 1 deck. That's why I usually suggest going to ranked, because you'll potentially battle other trainers in Nest Lead, which is solely reserved for newbies. A big advantage to ranked is that you earn trainer points for reaching every new lead. Cards as me who wants to farm easy wins with their fully blinged out tier 1 deck. That's why I usually suggest going to ranked, because you'll potentially battle other trainers in Nest Lead, which is solely reserved for newbies. A big advantage to ranked is that you earn trainer points for reaching every new lead. It's 300 for Poké League, 400 for Great League, 500 for Ultra League, and 600 for Master League, meaning you can earn up to another 1,800 trainer points each month just by battling. While ranked may seem intimidating, you don't actually lose ranked points for a loss until you hit Ultra League. So even if you lose 1,000 games and win 40, you can still make it to Ultra League. No matter what happens, just spend a lot of time battling with the free decks. My advice is to limit yourself to a few battles every day early on as you learn the game, completing your daily quests in the process. The daily reset happens at 10 AM Pacific, 1 PM Eastern, so plan around that. In addition to leveling up the battle pass organically, you'll also increase your profile level through battling. While the rewards do end up at 100 trainer points per level later on, in the early going it's typically just 50. After an hour of gameplay following these tips, I had earned 700 trade credits in addition to that free 1,000 the game gave me. It's not a lot, but it's enough to make some upgrades to those free decks. While several of them are great as is, if you want to make it to Master League, you need to improve them. Thankfully, it's super cheap and you already have the resources needed to do so. I have a few other videos detailing how to upgrade the free decks, except they get a bit wordy and confusing. Because you're a baby bird barely ready to leave the nest, for right now I'll only be focusing on the cheap versions of those upgrades. As a reminder, the best free decks are Charizard, Dragapult, Golden Go, and Teal Mask Oderpon. So that's where I'll focus the attention. First up is Charizard EX. One of the great things about having so many free decks is that you get a lot of staple cards for free. So something in one can help out in another. This reduces the number of trade credits you need to spend. Case in point, Fezandipity EX. This guy draws you 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Add it to pretty much any deck and you'll immediately improve it. Thanks to the fact that it's already free in the Golden Go deck, you don't have to craft it. Instead, the only upgrades you need to make are 260 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jacq for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacq. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Bit wordy and confusing, because 50. After an hour of gameplay following these tips, I had earned points for a loss until you hit Ultra League. So even if you lose 1,000 games and win 40, you can still make it to Ultra League. No matter what happens, just spend a lot of time battling with the free decks. My advice is to limit yourself to a few battles every day early on as you learn the game, completing your daily quests in the process. The daily reset happens at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, so plan around that. In addition to leveling up the battle pass organically, you'll also increase your profile level through battling. While the rewards do end up at 100 trainer points per level later on, in the early going it's typically just 50. After an hour of gameplay following these tips, I had earned 700 trade credits in addition to that free 1000 the game gave me. It's not a lot, but it's enough to make some upgrades to those free decks. While several of them are great as is, if you want to make it to Master League, you need to improve them. Thankfully, it's super cheap and you already have the resources needed to do so. I have a few other videos detailing how to upgrade the free decks, except they get a bit wordy and confusing. Because you're a baby bird barely ready to leave the nest, for right now I'll only be focusing on the cheap versions of those upgrades. As a reminder, the best free decks are Charizard, Dragapult, Golden Go, and Teal Mask Goderpon, so that's where I'll focus the attention. First up is Charizard EX. One of the great things about having so many free decks is that you get a lot of staple cards for free, so something in one can help out in another. This reduces the number of trade credits you need to spend. Case in point, Fezandipity EX. This guy draws you 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Add it to pretty much any deck and you'll immediately improve it. Thanks to the fact that it's already free in the Golden Go deck, you don't have to craft it. Instead, the only upgrades you need to make are 260 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jacques for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacques. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point gimme duel because the touch any deck and you'll one of the great things about having so many free decks is that you get a lot of staple cards for free, so something in one can help out in another. This reduces the number of trade credits you need to spend. Case in point, Fezandipity EX. This guy draws you 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Add it to pretty much any deck and you'll immediately improve it. Thanks to the fact that it's already free in the Golden Go deck, you don't have to craft it. Instead, the only upgrades you need to make are 260 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jacques for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent for a mere 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacques. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point gimme duel because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of the Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as those is Latios way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is already free in the Golden Go deck, you don't have to craft it. Instead, the only upgrades you need to make are 260 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jacques for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacques. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point gimme duel because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of the Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as the 3rd energy retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. Koraidon on the other foot can deal up to 180 damage if Raging Bolt attacked the turn previous, and energy retrieval helps you continue dealing big damage with Raging Bolt. I'll include lists in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG Live and craft whatever you're missing. Omitting the Latios EX into Dunsparce EX, I was able to do the minimal upgrades for each of the top 4 starter decks for a total of 1200 trade credits. And to get those 1200 trade credits, it took just 15 battles. Yes, that was helped by the 1000 credit boost for playing before May 29th, but it highlights how quick and easy you can make the improvements. Now, if you don't have a deck list to import and want to craft a specific card instead, it's a little bit more involved. When editing a deck, click on Filters, then under Show Cards, select All. Search for the card you want, click on it, then hit Exchange and confirm exchange. This will definitely be helpful later on if you want to craft one copy of more expensive staple Pokemon like Bloodwind or Saluna EX, the Dunsparce EX, Latios EX, and Monkey Dory, all of which see heavy play in multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, now it's time to spend them wisely. I won't bore you with all the details, but farming trade credits in 2025 is a lot tougher than it was in 2024. I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many 50. After an hour of gameplay following these tips, I had earned 700 trade credits in addition to that free 1,000 the game gave me. It's not a lot, but it's enough to make some upgrades to those free decks. While several of them are great as is, if you want to make it to Master League, you need to improve them. Thankfully, it's super cheap, and you already have the resources needed to do so. I have a few other videos detailing how to upgrade the free decks, except they get a bit wordy and confusing. Because you're a baby bird, barely ready to leave the nest, for right now I'll only be focusing on the cheap versions of those upgrades. As a reminder, the best free decks are Charizard, Dragapult, Golden Go, and Teal Mask Ogerpon, so that's where I'll focus the attention. First up is Charizard EX. One of the great things about having so many free decks is that you get a lot of staple cards for free, so something in one can help out in another. This reduces the number of trade credits you need to spend. Case in point, Fezandipity EX. This guy draws you 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Add it to pretty much any deck and you'll immediately improve it. Thanks to the fact that it's already free in the Golden Go deck, you don't have to craft it. Instead, the only upgrades you need to make are 2 60 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jacques for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacques. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point Gimme Ghoul because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as a 3rd Energy Retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. Koraidon on the other foot can deal up to 180 damage if Raging Bolt attacked the turn previous, and Energy Retrieval helps you continue dealing big damage with Raging Bolt. I'll include lists in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG Live and craft whatever you're missing. Omitting the Latios EX and the Dunsparce EX, I was able to do the minimal upgrades for each of the top 4 starter decks for a total of 1200 trade credits. And to get those 1200 trade credits, it's 180 credits. But you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of the Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attack. Super important for Golden Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacques. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point Gimme Ghoul because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of the Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt's upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as a 3rd Energy Retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. Koraidon on the other foot can deal up to 180 damage if Raging Bolt attacked the turn previous, and Energy Retrieval helps you continue dealing big damage with Raging Bolt. I'll include lists in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG Live and craft whatever you're missing. Omitting the Latios EX and the Dunsparce EX, I was able to do the minimal upgrades for each of the top 4 starter decks for a total of 1200 trade credits. And to get those 1200 trade credits, it took just 15 battles. Yes, that was helped by the 1000 credit boost for playing before May 29th, but it highlights how quick and easy you can make the improvements. Now, if you don't have a deck list to import and want to craft a specific card instead, it's a little bit more involved. When editing a deck, click on Filters, then under Show Cards, select All. Search for the card you want, click on it, then hit Exchange and confirm exchange. This will definitely be helpful later on if you want to craft one copy of more expensive staple Pokemon like Glove Nurse Luna EX, the Dunsparce EX, Latios EX, and Munkidori, all of which see heavy play of multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, now it's time to spend them wisely. I won't bore you with all the details, but farming trade credits in 2025 is a lot tougher than it was in 2024. I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many variables going on right now, so don't be surprised if the numbers aren't 100% accurate. Basically, as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, which could take as little as 1 day if you do really well in ranked battles, or as much as 4 days if you just do your daily quests, you want to start spending them. And the first thing you want to buy is the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle deck from July 2022. I deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of the Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt's upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as a 3rd Energy Retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. Koraidon on the other foot can deal up to 180 damage if Raging Bolt attacked the turn previous, and Energy Retrieval helps you continue dealing big damage with Raging Bolt. I'll include lists in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG Live and craft whatever you're missing. Omitting the Latios EX and the Dunsparce EX, I was able to do the minimal upgrades for each of the top 4 starter decks for a total of 1200 trade credits. And to get those 1200 trade credits, it took just 15 battles. Yes, that was helped by the 1000 credit boost for playing before May 29th, but it highlights how quick and easy you can make the improvements. Now, if you don't have a deck list to import and want to craft a specific card instead, it's a little bit more involved. When editing a deck, click on Filters, then under Show Cards, select All. Search for the card you want, click on it, then hit Exchange and confirm exchange. This will definitely be helpful later on if you want to craft one copy of more more expensive staple Pokemon like Bloodmoon or Saluna EX, the Dunsparce EX, Latios EX, and Monkey Dory, all of which see heavy play in multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, now it's time to spend 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jock. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point gimme duel because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as a 3rd Energy Retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. Koraidon on the other foot can deal up to 180 damage if Raging Bolt attacked the turn previous, and Energy Retrieval helps you continue dealing big damage with Raging Bolt. I'll include lists in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG Live and craft whatever you're missing. Omitting the Latios EX into Dunsparce EX, I was able to do the minimal upgrades for each of the top 4 starter decks for a total of 1200 trade credits. And to get those 1200 trade credits, it took just 15 battles. Yes, that was helped by the 1000 credit boost for playing before May 29th, but it highlights how quick and easy you can make the improvements. Now, if you don't have a deck list to import and want to craft a specific card instead, it's a little bit more involved. When editing a deck, click on Filters, then under Show Card, select All. Search for the card you want, click on it, then hit Exchange and confirm exchange. This will definitely be helpful later on if you want to craft 1 copy of more expensive staple Pokemon like Bloodmoon or Saluna EX, the Dunsparce EX, Latios EX, and Monkey Dory, all of which see heavy play in multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, now it's time to spend them wisely. I won't bore you with all the details, but farming trade credits in 2025 is a lot tougher than it was in 2024. I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many variables going on right now, so don't be surprised if the numbers aren't 100% accurate. Basically, as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, which could take as little as 1 day if you do really well in ranked battles, or as much as 4 days if you just do your daily quests, you want to start spending them. And the first thing you want to buy is the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck from July 2022. I specify the date because you have to go to the shop, click View All Bundles, then scroll all the way down to July 2022 to find it. For an idea of how long it took me to get these trainer points, I did just 12 battles over 3 days, was still in Quick League, and only reached level 8 on my profile and just tier 13 of the Battle Pass. With a full week of playing and seeing some success in ranked, you could easily get to 3,000 trainer points. Anyways, as you can see, it costs 1,250 trainer points for the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck. Buy it, and you'll be gifted with 0 trainer points. I know, it's scary, but this is the part where you need to trust the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is that buying 4 Shadow Rider League Battle decks before anything else is the best return on investment. Immediately after the Shadow Rider deck, buy 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League Battle deck. It gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as a 3rd Energy Retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. To leave the nest, for right now I'll only be focusing on the cheap versions of those upgrades. As a reminder, the best free decks are Charizard, Dragapult, Golden Go, and Teal Mask Ogerpon, so that's where I'll focus the attention. First up is Charizard EX. One of the great things about having so many free decks is that you get a lot of staple cards for free, so something in one can help out in another. This reduces the number of trade credits you need to spend. Case in point, Fezandipity EX. This guy draws you 3 cards if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. Add it to pretty much any deck and you'll immediately improve it. Thanks to the fact that it's already free in the Golden Go deck, you don't have to craft it. Instead, the only upgrades you need to make are 260 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jock for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in Standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Dracloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jock. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls EXs. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point gimme duel because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you have a spare 600 credits though, just stick with the cheap list. Raging Bolt upgrade is a little more expensive at 940 credits, but it's for good reason. Taking up 600 of those is Latios EX. This card should be in everyone's collection. It simply gives all of your basic Pokemon free retreat. If you don't want to get it now though, skip the Latios and run 4 Raging Bolt. Otherwise, another Fan Rotom and Koraidon as well as a 3rd Energy Retrieval are great additions. Fan Rotom helps get Hoothoot and Noctowl out of the deck on turn 1 while also offering up a single prize attacker who can deal with low HP basics. Koraidon on the other foot can deal up to 180 damage if Raging Bolt attacked the turn previous, and Energy Retrieval helps you continue dealing big damage with Raging Bolt. I'll include lists in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG Live and craft whatever you're missing. Omitting the Latias CX and the Dunsparce CX, I was able to do the minimal upgrades for each of the top 4 starter decks for a total of 1,200 trade credits. And to get those 1,200 trade credits, it took just 15 battles. Yes, that was helped by the 1,000 credit boost for playing before May 29th, but it highlights how quick and easy you can make the improvements. Now, if you don't have a deck list to import and want to craft a specific card instead, it's a little bit more involved. When editing a deck, click on Filters, then under Show Cards, select All. Search for the card you want, click on it, then hit Exchange and confirm exchange. This will definitely be helpful later on if you want to craft one copy of more expensive staple Pokemon like Bloodmoon or Saluna EX, the Dunsparce EX, Latias EX, and Monkey Dory, all of which see heavy play in multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, now it's time to spend them wisely. I won't bore you with all the details, but farming trade credits in 2025 is a lot tougher than it was in 2024. I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many variables going on right now, so don't be surprised if the numbers aren't 100% accurate. Basically, as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, which could take as little as 1 day if you do really well in ranked battles, or as much as 4 days if you just do your daily quests, you want to start spending them. And the first thing you want to buy is the Shadow Rider VMAX Lead Battle Deck from July 2022. I specify the date because you have to go to the shop, click View All Bundles, then scroll all the way down to July 2022 to find it. For an idea of how long it took me to get these trainer points, I did just 12 battles over 3 days, was still in Quick League, and only reached level 8 on my profile and just tier 13 of the Battle Pass. With a full week of playing and seeing some success in rank, you can easily get to 3,000 trainer points. Anyways, as you can see, it costs 1,250 trainer points for the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck. Buy it, and you'll be gifted with 0 trainer points. I know, it's scary, but this is the part where you need to trust the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is that buying 4 Shadow Rider Lead Battle decks before anything else is the best return on investment. Immediately after the Shadow Rider deck, buy 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League Battle deck, which is right next to the Shadow Rider deck in July 2022. One of my handsomest viewers did the math and determined that this method will give you over 11,000 trade credits in exchange for those 5,000 trainer points. Now's where you must look within yourself and ask a very important question. Is it better to spend $600 on a life-size Vaporeon doll or on a Switch 2? Also, how long do you plan on playing Pokemon TCG Live? If you're in it for the long haul and don't mind grinding away for a few months without obtaining too many new cards, buy Celebrations packs. If you don't mind sacrificing long-term gain for short-term rewards, continue with purchasing League Battle decks. Path 1 is Celebrations. This is by far the best expansion when it comes to credit farming, as there's only 50 cards total and every card is a rare or better. Unfortunately, you don't start earning credits until you own 4 copies of a card, and Celebrations packs only have 4 cards in them. So for the first few months, it'll be off to a slower start than Regigigas. But once you get to, say, pack 200, the credits will start flowing. If I did the math correctly, someone who does their 3 daily quests every day will be able to open about 50 Celebrations packs per month, which means after 4 months, you'll start to see your investment really pay off. Path 2 sees you buying more League Battle decks. It'd honestly take me weeks to properly do the math on the exact right way to spend each and every last trainer point to its fullest potential. So instead, I'll try to point you in the right direction. Thanks to the default free decks every player gets, your collection on PTCGL has a lot of staple cards. So when you go to buy League Battle decks like the Charizard and Dragapult ones, you're potentially earning 1,500 to 2,500 trade credits right away. If I crunch the numbers correctly, 4 copies of the Charizard League Battle deck is 9,600 credits total, and 4 copies of the Dragapult League Battle deck is 83 credits. And to get those 1,200 trade credits, I specify the date because you have to go to the shop, click View All the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is around 30. Anyways, as you can see, it costs 1,250 trainer points for the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle deck. Buy it, and you'll be gifted with 0 trainer points. I know, it's scary, but this is the part where you need to trust the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is that buying 4 Shadow Rider League Battle decks before anything else is the best return on investment. Immediately after the Shadow Rider deck, buy 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League Battle deck, which is right next to the Shadow Rider deck in July 2022. One of my handsomest viewers did the math and determined that this method will give you over 11,000 trade credits in exchange for those 5,000 trainer points. Now's where you must look within yourself and ask a very important question. Is it better to spend $600 on a life-size Vaporeon doll or on a Switch 2? Also, how long do you plan on playing Pokemon TCG Live? If you're in it for the long haul and don't mind grinding away for a few months without obtaining too many new cards, buy Celebrations packs. If you don't mind sacrificing long-term gain for short-term rewards, continue with purchasing League Battle decks. Path 1 is Celebrations. This is by far the best expansion when it comes to credit farming, as there's only 50 cards total and every card is a rare or better. Unfortunately, you don't start earning credits until you own 4 copies of a card, and Celebrations packs only have 4 cards in them. So for the first few months, it'll be off to a slower start than Regigigas. But once you get to, say, pack 200, the credits will start flowing. If you just do your daily quests, you want to start 1,000 credit boost for playing, click on it, then hit Exchange and confirm exchange. This will definitely be helpful later on if you want to craft one copy of more expensive staple Pokemon like Bloodmoon or Saluna EX, the Dunsparce EX, Latias EX, and Monkey Dory, all of which see heavy play in multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, now it's time to spend them wisely. I won't bore you with all the details, but farming trade credits in 2025 is a lot tougher than it was in 2024. I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many variables going on right now, so don't be surprised if the numbers aren't 100% accurate. Basically, as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, which could take as little as 1 day if you do really well in ranked battles, or as much as 4 days if you just do your daily quests, you want to start spending them. And the first thing you want to buy is the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle deck from July 2022. I specify the date because you have to go to the shop, click View All Bundles, then scroll all the way down to July 2022 to find it. For an idea of how long it took me to get these trainer points, I did just 12 battles over 3 days, was still in Quick League, and only reached level 8 on my profile and just tier 13 of the battle pass. With a full week of playing and seeing some success in ranked, you could easily get to 3,000 trainer points. Anyways, as you can see, it costs 1,250 trainer points for the Shadow Rider VMAX League battle deck. Buy it and you'll be gifted with 0 trainer points. I know, it's scary, but this is the part where you need to trust the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is that buying 4 Shadow Rider League battle decks before anything else is the best return on investment. Immediately after the Shadow Rider deck, buy 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League battle deck, which is right next to the Shadow Rider deck in July 2022. One of my handsomest viewers did the math and determined that this method will give you over 11,000 trade credits in exchange for those 5,000 trainer points. Touch any deck and you'll limit the amount of cards you can until you have a spare Adios and run for this in the description for all of these cheap upgrades so you can import them into Pokemon TCG battles. Yes, that was helped by the 1,000 deck. Click on filters, then multiple decks. Now we come to the part of the video that will break even the hardiest of men. Remember all those trainer points you've been accumulating? Well, I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many variables going on right now, so don't be surprised if the numbers aren't 100% accurate. Basically, as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, which could take as little as 1 day if you do really well in ranked battles, or as much as 4 days if you just do your daily quests, you want to start spending them. And the first thing you want to buy is the Shadow Rider VMAX League battle deck from July 2022. I specify the date because you have to go to the shop, click view all bundles, then scroll all the way down to July 2022 to find it. For an idea of how long it took me to get these trainer points, I did just 12 battles over 3 days, was still in quick lead, and only reached level 8 on my profile and just tier 13 of the battle pass. With a full week of playing and seeing some success in ranked, you could easily get to 3,000 trainer points. Anyways, as you can see, it costs 1,250 trainer points for the Shadow Rider VMAX League battle deck. Buy it and you'll be gifted with 0 trainer points. I know, it's scary, but this is the part where you need to trust the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is that buying 4 Shadow Rider League battle decks before anything else is the best return on investment. Immediately after the Shadow Rider deck, buy 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League battle deck, which is right next to the Shadow Rider deck in July 2022. One of my handsomest viewers did the math and determined that this method will give you over 11,000 trade credits in exchange for those 5,000 trainer points. Now's where you must look within yourself and ask a very important question. Is it better to spend $600 on a life-size Vaporeon doll or on a Switch 2? Also, how long do you plan on playing Pokemon TCG Live? If you're in it for the long haul and don't mind grinding away for a few months without obtaining too many new cards, buy Celebrations packs. If you don't mind sacrificing long-term gain for short-term rewards, continue with purchasing League battle decks. Path 1 is Celebrations. This is by far the best expansion when it comes to credit farming, as there's only 50 cards total and every card is a rare or better. Unfortunately, you don't start earning credits until you own 4 copies of a card, and Celebrations packs only have 4 cards in them. So for the first few months, it'll be off to a slower start than Regigigas. But once you get to, say, pack 200, the credits will start flowing. If I did the math correctly, someone who does their 3 daily quests every day will be able to open about 50 Celebrations packs per month, which means after 4 months, you'll start to see your investment really pay off. Path 2 sees you buying more League battle decks. It'd honestly take me weeks to properly do the math on the exact right way to spend each and every last trainer point to its fullest potential. So instead, I'll try to point you in the right direction. Thanks to the default free decks every player gets, your collection on PTCGL has a lot of staple cards. So when you go to buy League battle decks like the Charizard and Dragapult ones, you're potentially earning 1,500 to 2,500 trade credits right away. If I crunch the numbers correctly, 4 copies of the Charizard League battle deck is 9,600 credits total, and 4 copies of the Dragapult League battle deck is 8,300 credits total. These are great for short-term gain, but due to the new shop limits, your credits don't get stretched like a hit on Lee's foot into my mouth. After Charizard and Dragapult, you can go for any of the other League battle decks. I know it's a confusing image, but this shows you how many credits one League battle deck will give you if you own 4 copies of every card. Just be aware that the majority of cards you get will only be battle deck is 8,300 credits total. To properly do the math on the exact right way to spend each and every last trainer point, look within yourself and ask a very important question. Is it better to spend $600 on a life-size Vaporeon doll or on a Switch 2? Also, how long do you plan on playing Pokemon TCG Live? Celebrations pack. By far the best expansion when it comes until you own 4, say pack 200, the credits will start flowing. If I did the math correctly, someone who does their 3 daily quests every day will be able to open about 50 Celebrations packs per month, which means after 4 months, you'll start to see your investment really pay off. Path 2 sees you buying more League battle decks. It'd honestly take me weeks to properly do the math on the exact right way to spend each and every last trainer point to its fullest potential. So instead, I'll try to point you in the right direction. Thanks to the default free decks every player gets, your collection on PTCGL has a lot of staple cards. So when you go to buy League battle decks like the Charizard and Dragapult ones, you're potentially earning 1,500 to 2,500 trade credits right away. If I crunch the numbers correctly, 4 copies of the Charizard League battle deck is 9,600 credits total, and 4 copies of the Dragapult League battle deck is 8,300 credits total. These are great for short-term gain, but due to the new shop limits, your credits don't get stretched like a Hitmonlee's foot into my mouth. After Charizard and Dragapult, you can go for any of the other League battle decks. I know it's a confusing image, but this shows you how many credits one League battle deck will give you if you own 4 copies of every card. Just be aware that the majority of cards you get will only be playable in Expanded, not Standard. Ultimately, buying the 6-pack Celebrations bundle endlessly for 1,120 trainer points is much easier and straightforward, but it requires a lot of patience. Going for 4 Charizard decks, then 4 Dragapult decks, then 4 Miraidon decks will see your credit score increasing right away, but you will eventually come to a bottleneck. I wish this was easier to explain, but I played TCG Live for more than 3 years, and the economy has never been more difficult to track than it is right now. The 7th and final thing new players need to do is learn to roll with the punches. With each new monthly update to Pokemon TCG Live, there's a chance the game gets worse. I've been covering Live since day 1, and it's clear the developer doesn't know why things break so regularly. There's glitches where you can't select cards when searching your deck, and random freezing is commonplace. Not to mention your phone overheating like crazy after just 2 minutes. Even ignoring the unintentional issues that cause massive game-breaking bugs, when things do go according to plan, they introduce things like shop limits and an over-numbered crafting ban. This means you can't manually craft new full art cards for 6 months after release. And shop limits weren't a thing for the first 3 years of Live's life, but now you can only purchase 4 copies of something, hurting the overall new player experience. Essentially, while the Pokemon trading card game is amazing, Pokemon TCG Live is not. Yes, it's one of the most free-to-play friendly card games out there, mainly because there's no microtransactions, but the fact that the game doesn't make any money really shows. I know things kinda got confusing towards the end there, so I'll simplify the 7 things you should do first in Pokemon TCG Live. First up is battling the professor and learning how to play the game. Then claiming your free deck and messing around in casual or ranked. While battling, ensure you're completing your 3 daily quests every single day. By battling and doing those quests, you'll level up the battle pass and your profile, earning even more rewards. Once you've gained a few hundred trade credits, do some upgrades to the free decks, making them even stronger. And its copies of the Dragapult Lead Battle Deck is 8,300 credits total. These are great for short-term gain, but due to the new shop limits, your credits don't get stretched like a Hitmonlee's foot into my mouth. After Charizard and Dragapult, you can go for any of the other Lead Battle decks. I know it's a confusing image, but this shows you how many credits one Lead Battle deck will give you if you own 4 copies of every card. Just be aware that the majority of cards you get will only be playable in Expanded, not Standard. Ultimately, buying the 6-pack Celebrations bundle endlessly for 1,120 trainer points is much easier and straightforward, but it requires a lot of patience. Going for 4 Charizard decks, then 4 Dragapult decks, then 4 Miraidon decks will see your credit score increasing right away, but you will eventually come to a bottleneck. I wish this was easier to explain, but I've played TCG Live for more than 3 years, and the economy has never been more difficult to track than it is right now. The 7th and final thing new players need to do is learn to roll with the punches. With each new monthly update to Pokemon TCG Live, there's a chance the game gets worse. I've been covering Live since day 1, and it's clear the developer doesn't know why things break so regularly. There's glitches where you can't select cards when searching your deck, and random freezing is commonplace. Not to mention your phone overheating like crazy after just 2 minutes. Even ignoring the unintentional issues that cause massive game-breaking bugs, when things do go according to plan, they introduce things like shop limits and an over-number crafting ban. This means you can't manually craft new full art cards for 6 months after release. And shop limits weren't a thing for the first 3 years of Live's life, but now you can only purchase 4 copies of something, hurting the overall new player experience. Essentially, while the Pokemon trading card game is amazing, Pokemon TCG Live is not. Yes, it's one of the most free-to-play friendly card games out there, mainly because there's no microtransactions, but the fact that the game doesn't make any money really shows. I know things kinda got confusing towards the end there, so I'll simplify the 7 things you should do first in Pokemon TCG Live. First up is battling the professor and learning how to play the game. Then claiming your free deck and messing around in casual or ranked. While battling, ensure you're completing your 3 daily quests every single day. By battling and doing those quests, you'll level up the battle pass and your profile, earning even more rewards. Once you've gained a few hundred trade credits, do some upgrades to the free decks, making them even stronger. And as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, buy the Shadow Rider Lead Battle deck from the shop. You won't get anything right away, but each subsequent purchase will reward you with plenty of trade credits to upgrade decks and buy new cards. After that, decide if you're in for the long haul or not. If you are, buy the 6-pack Celebrations bundle endlessly. If you're undecided, buy 4 of the Charizard EX Lead Battle deck, then 4 of the Dragapult EX Lead Battle deck. You probably have several other questions about TCG Live, so be sure to check out my starter guide linked in the description. Or feel free to ask away in the comments. Even if it's 6 months after the video goes up, I will find you no matter how hard you try to hide from me.
Girls, because they wanted to step into this new identity, had to match with new priorities. So they had money, or they had saved up their shekels, or whatever they do for chores, or babysitting, or whatever. By doing that, they had to start prioritizing some of that money towards their new identity from girls to women. But the thing is that many people who want to start next year think, okay, well, I'm just going to see if this happens. But it doesn't work that way. You have to basically make the decision that this is the type of person that I want to become, and then these are the actions that that type of person would take, and then we align our calendars and our budgets in accordance with that, so that the investments we make yield the results that we want. But the thing is that people want to say, hey, wouldn't it be great if I owned Apple, but they never buy the stock? If you want to be that version of you, you need to start buying stock in that today, both by paying in time and paying in money to vote with your dollars about what you truly care about. And the reason that I'm hitting this so hard is that it's never been easier than it is today to be successful. It's also never been easier to be distracted. So along the theme of investing in the things that matter most, the first thing we do is we eliminate all the stuff that sucks. I define commitment as the elimination of alternatives. If you get married, you eliminate all people of whatever sex you're married to that are not that person. Actually, you eliminate everyone who's not that person independent of sex, right? That is a commitment, right? If you enter into a partnership and you say, I'm not gonna do any business besides this business as part of the terms, then you've eliminated all alternatives. And so if you want someone to commit, ask them to eliminate everything else that's not the main thing. These are all the things, a laundry list of things that are probably not your main thing that very likely are getting in the way. And these are the most common things that I see in my DMs, that I see in my comments from people who are not getting where they want to go as fast as they'd like to get there. First big category is bad friends. So if you want better friends, get used to seeing them less. Better friends are busy friends. So I remember when I started working more, and some of the friends that I had were a little bit more ambitious, I started realizing that the people that I liked the most, I actually didn't spend as much time with, and the people that were always available were the ones that I didn't want to become more like. Here's 5 questions you should consider when thinking about whether to keep a friend in your life or cut them. Question number 1 is, if someone told you that you're a lot like your friend, would you take that as a compliment? Second, are you truly fulfilled by the friendship, or is it just someone to keep you from being lonely? Third, are you able to be unapologetically yourself, or do you feel the need to act differently to please that friend or to be around that friend? Fourth, do you like who this friend is right now today, or do you like the idea of the friend and who they could be someday? And then finally, 5, would you want your future or imagined child to be friends with someone like this person? And I think it's a really wonderful litmus test because it forces you to take a look outside of yourself in order to have perspective from a third-party angle on the true quality of that person. But the reality is that rare people are by definition rare. It's normal to have fewer of them. And so if you only have a few friends or one good friend, then that's normal if you want rare and exceptional friends. If you have many friends, it's far more likely that the bar for your friendship is too low. And to give you a filter that I actually use for the most important friend in my life, Layla, I like to think, does this person have the same scale of goals that I have? So it doesn't mean that they have to have the same goals as you, but it has to be the same level of goals as you, because at least you're going in the same direction. So that's number 1. Number 2 is, do they have the same level of dedication and commitment to those goals? Because I don't know about you, but I had plenty of friends who were like, I want to be an NFL player, I want to be a really rich tech entrepreneur, I want to be a touring musician, right? And they have these goals, but I'm like, dude, I see you just playing Fortnite 4 hours a day. day and you practice guitar once a week. Like, do you really want that? Or do you just like saying it because it makes you feel good? And so I wanted people who walked the walk. And I wanted people who would keep up with my pace. And if you are someone who's ambitious, and this is me just talking specifically to you because there's only a few people who are watching this who really are, and you'll know that if it's you, you have to get used to being alone. Because there are seasons where you'll basically transition from one group of friends into another. And it's not even a group of friends. You'll usually transition from a group of friends into no friends. And then you'll find one or two people who are at a new level. And then sometimes those people introduce you to some of their friends. And if you keep walking and you keep outpacing, then that group will then start retiring past you. And then maybe one person stays with you, maybe no one does, and you'll have another lonely period. I'm saying this because I used to think that there was something wrong with me, when in reality, I just didn't understand what the nature of being exceptional meant. And so I'm saying this purely from a definitional perspective. To be exceptional means that you are the exception. It means that you are not normal. And so it's normal for normal people to find you abnormal if you do things that are not normal. Don't let people who have mediocre goals deter you from taking actions that make you great, because it makes you different. Realizing that I thought most people actually made no sense. They say they had these goals, but they took no action. And they called me work obsessed, and they would tell me I should take time off. And they're like, hey, you're not as cool anymore. You're not hanging out with the boys. Like, why aren't you participating in the fantasy league? Why aren't you watching football on Sunday with us? And for me, I actually used to love watching football with my friends. It was actually one of my biggest things that I look forward to. But the thing is that like I needed that Sunday because I had to prep workouts, I had to prep the music list for the next day, I had to run billing, I had to do all this other work. And the thing is that like I looked at that football game and I was like, my goals are more important to me than this. And so I think that a lot of people don't actually look at themselves in the mirror and say like, 1 year from today, will I remember this football game? Or will I remember the fact that I'm not where I said I wanted to be? And to me, that was significantly more painful. Now, this is an uncomfortable fact for a lot of people. Your ability to delay gratification is actually a function of intelligence. And so your ability to learn at a longer and longer delay is something that comes, I mean, we're talking from primates all the way up. And so basically, if you want to teach a monkey how to do something, you have to say, hey, do this thing, and then immediately give them a reward. And the longer that period goes on, the less trainable they are. The sign of intelligence is that you can actually expand the reinforcing window and they can still abstract it back to the original action. If you want to practice intelligence, then being able to actively delay your need for a result or reward from the work you do will make you a more intelligent person, because your rate of learning will actually increase, despite the fact that your reward rate will decrease in the short term. And so to give you full transparency on what 2025 might look like if you accomplish your goals at the end, you might have a different friend group or no friends at all for a season. Because you don't become like the people you admire, you become like the people you want to impress. Harvard made this wonderful study years ago about the best predictor of someone's long-term material success was what they called their reference group. Now, this has been misquoted in places by the 5 people you spend the most time with, but it's actually the 5 people you compare yourself to. And that's a very big difference. Now, I want to take it a step further because I think to myself, what are the things that affect our behavior? And so it's really about the people that you want to impress, not necessarily even who you compare yourself to, because it's the people whose voices you hear when you're about to make a big life decision. And so when you make a big life decision, you don't listen to the people closest to you. You should listen to the people closest to your goals. And some of them may not be in your neighborhood or your city or your state or your high school or your college. They might just be people you follow on the internet. And you have to abstract, what would that person think about this decision? Not my mom, not my homie, not my uncle, or that person at church. And so I think this is a great transition of thinking through, instead of necessarily even having mentors, having heroes, and transposing what you think their decision-making calculus would be onto your life. And so what's interesting is that I will have conversations with entrepreneurs and they'll say, hey, here's my current condition, this is my desired state, this is what I perceive my obstacle to be. And I say, okay, well, what do you think? And they're like, well, I think you're gonna say I should do X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, you're right, why aren't you? They're like, well, and the thing is that basically what they answer with after that well is, in essence, other people's opinion who aren't at the place they want to be. Here's the uncomfortable truth, which is that winners focus on winning. Losers focus on winners. And you never receive hate from above, always below, because winners have their eyes on the goal, not on other people. And so you have to decide whether you want to be a loser or a winner. And I'm just being real with you. What this looks like in reality, and maybe for you in 2025, will be like this. First, you look like an idiot to everyone else while you try to figure it out. Then, everyone else looks like an idiot for ever doubting it. Seasons. And so everyone takes a different amount of years to stop giving a fuck about what everyone else thinks. And if you're going to get there eventually, you might as well start today and enjoy the benefits longer. So if I'm 85 years old, I think about what that man cares about. And that man cares about very, very little. All you have to do is talk to an elderly person or a grandparent and be like, what do you think about this? A lot of people are like, who cares? Like, doesn't matter. Life is literally too short. They literally don't have time for it. And so I think to myself, if that's the ultimate version of me, if I'm going to get there eventually, and that's what the wisest people think after having the most life experience, then why would I not try to cheat code that into today and then not have to go looking back from 85 and think, man, I wish I knew then what I know now. Look forward to 85-year-old self and say, I am going to choose to learn the lesson I know I'm going to learn and act as if I knew it today. Because the difference between them and you is that what they consider work, you consider life. And so you have to accept that you have a fundamental different understanding of how life works. And I believe that is a more accurate view of reality. The reason that the rich can get richer is because they see the world differently than the poor. And so it makes sense that if your poor friends don't see what you see, that they see through the lens of poverty. And all my goal in life is to be able to see reality more accurately. And so in the beginning, you have to develop this armor, this thick skin around people saying those little snide comments of like, you work too hard, you're too obsessed, you have a toxic work capacity, and why are you working weekends? Why are you working late nights? You're not, like, this is not worth it. They're not paying you enough for the work that you do. All of these different things, because eventually that armor on the outside actually just becomes one with you and you don't even hear it anymore. Because I can promise you that those people who were in my life decades ago, they're just not even, I don't hear those claims anymore for two reasons. One, because my reality changed so drastically that they couldn't say anything. And secondarily, they're just not in my world anymore. I was only able to get here because what they deemed acceptable, I deemed intolerable. How far you go in life, I truly believe this, is based and predicated only on one thing, which is your actual standard. And so I believe that the person who runs any company or runs any division should be the person who has the highest standards. And if there's ever a day that someone has a higher standard for acquisition.com than me, they should run this instead of me, because they would be the one who's best serving the company. And so the person who should have the highest standard for you is you. And so it makes sense that they have a lower bar. But why would I listen to their bar on my life? I think that that standard is the one thing that rich kids get from rich parents more than anything else. Is because they have an expectation of life. They don't accept opportunities that are below that standard. And so they actually get their huge leg up on the pick, on the vehicles that they choose to pursue. And so one of the tougher parts, if you're not from an area where people make a lot of money, or not from, you don't know anybody who's a super successful entrepreneur, is that you basically have to borrow someone else's measuring stick. And you have to say, is this the standard that Elon would pursue? Is this the standard Bezos would pursue? Is this the standard Jobs would pursue? And if it isn't, then why are you doing it? If you want to be like them, then act like them. If you want to be like your friends, then you can act like your friends, but don't be surprised that you have what they have, or lack what they lack. If we're thinking about elimination, we're eliminating bad friends and tangentially their opinions about you that are affecting your behavior. So the next thing are what things are playing interference on your time and your attention. All right, so I would say opinions of other people are affecting your behavior and your decisions. I think that your environment affects your efficiency of behavior. So think about how much more you get per hour of output. If you can't sit still, ignore notifications, and focus on one task for 8 hours straight, never expect to build anything great. And as uncomfortable as that is, it's also the truth. Like, I don't know a single incredibly successful entrepreneur that can't sit down and have hyper-focused periods of time, sometimes weekends, weeks at a time, where they don't talk to anyone and they just hammer away. And it's whether they're coding for software, or they're making some insane marketing campaign and all the email follow-ups and all the text follow-up and the affiliate promotions and incentives, or someone who's creating a product that they're designing and they're in the shop and they keep tweaking at it, or there's somebody who's hyper-scaling a company and saying, I'm going to sit in 20 interviews a day for 7 days straight so I can hire 20 people this week because I need to get going, right? Like, if you can't sit still and ignore notifications and focus for a day, nothing great will get accomplished. Because it's not about what you want, it's about what's required. And whether that's your best or not is irrelevant. It's just there's a price tag and you gotta be willing to pay for it, or you don't get the thing. And a lot of times it's not what you want. And I spend a lot of time trying to dispel the concept of like follow your passion, because I think it leads more people astray than it helps. Because it's very easy for someone who's successful, who's already delegated tons of things, to only then focus on their area of genius and then say, here for my seat, do what I do. But there's a very big difference between doing what someone does and doing what they did to get there. And I think this is what's lost in a lot of the content that I see in the entrepreneurial space. And to be clear, whenever I'm trying to get to the next level, I often have to take on things that I don't know how to do. And I have to learn how to do that, which means I have to suck for a period of time. And sucking sucks. But the thing is you have to be able to embrace that period of time and say, like, this is the cost of greatness. And so I'll give you something very tactical. So I have timers in a lot of my offices, and my team has adopted this too, which is I like to time block, which is essentially saying, how long do I think this is going to take? And you can do this on a week scale, you can do it on a daily level, it depends on the level of project you're tackling. But for me, even on the most micro level, I say, okay, how long should this take? I'll then crank this thing, boom, I think this should take 20 minutes, and then I hit start, and I let the timer go. And if for whatever reason something distracts me, I pause it, so that I know that I didn't actually work that period of time. And so what happens is it will give you a very real look at how long you're actually working versus how long you think you're working, and you tell other people working, and you Instagram how long you're working. And as I've become more efficient at work, meaning my output per unit of time has gone up, I've realized that there's just been a significant decrease in the distraction.
Are 260 hit point Pidgey, 1 Briar, and 1 Jacques for a total of 280 trade credits. Next up is Dragapult EX, arguably the best deck in standard right now. For a mere 260 trade credits, you can make the necessary baseline upgrades. This is limited to 2 extra Cloak for a total of 4 since it's an amazing draw engine, 2 Badoo to slow your opponent down by item locking them, and 1 Jacques. If you're planning out which cards to craft, know that commons are 40 credits, uncommons are 100, rares are 400, and EXs are 600. For Golden Go EX, while Togekiss is funny sometimes, it's not consistent enough. Relying on a coin flip with a stage 2 to maybe get an extra prize card just isn't worth it. The much better option is adding to Dunsparce, which is already free thanks to the Greninja deck. This increases the amount of cards you can draw each turn, which is super important for Golden Go. You also want a copy of the Baby Golden Go from Surging Sparks, as this is a single prize attacker that helps you get around someone like Mimikyu who walls the exits. Additionally, we go for the 70 hit point gimme duel because the 50 hit point ones get chewed up way too easily by Dragapult. With these baseline upgrades, it's 380 credits, but you will eventually want to add 1 to Dunsparce EX for 600 credits. Any deck that runs the Dunsparce line for card draw can chuck in a copy of the Dunsparce EX and have a decent backup attacker. Until you
Actions that I allow to interrupt me. Again, if you want to stay focused, staying focused is not like zeroing in and saying, I'm going to do it just like I'm going to just zoom in on this thing. It's more that focus occurs when you remove everything else. What's left is focus. And so Jerry Seinfeld has this famous process that he talks about with writing. And I think writers are also wonderful people for talking to for deep work because it's the nature of the work they do. One of the things that he did, and he has done for years for his stand-up so he can script it out, is that he locks himself in a room that has no windows and has nothing but a yellow notepad and a pen. And he tells himself that he has to go in that room and he doesn't have to write, but he can't do anything else. And so what ends up happening is that writing occurs as a default. And so focus kind of works the same way. You eliminate everything else to create focus. You don't try and push harder while also having these disruptions.
So there's 3 easy ways that I make my phone less distracting. The first is I switch it to grayscale. And so grayscale decreases consumption across all people by 30%-ish, and that's research backed. It's pretty cool. The second thing is turning off all notifications across all apps on your phone, because you never want your app to be dictating when it's convenient for the app to disrupt you. Like, how ridiculous is that? But we let apps have that permission. Most phones and people want to push notifications to you. I want to pull them when it's convenient for me. The third thing is other people. And so I have a mode on my phone where no one can get through. And when I do that, then I can reach out to them when it's convenient for me. Because if it's actually an emergency, call 911. And if it's not a true emergency, then it can wait. And my team wanted to remind me that I don't email. I heard in, I think it was like 2016, that Bill Clinton didn't use email. And I was like, if he's the president and he doesn't use email, I cannot use email. And so my team doesn't contact me via email. And so if you can eliminate entire channels, that's also an easier way to concentrate fewer flows of communication. And here's the thing, it's always harder, takes longer, and costs more than you think it will. That is a reflection of poor expectations, not that the reality is bad. And so it makes sense that it would be harder, take longer, and cost more. Because if it didn't, then everyone would have it. And if everyone had it, then it wouldn't be worthwhile. And so literally the difficulty of the task that you embark on is proportional to the reward that you ultimately get, because you are the asset that you build more than the achievement. And so if it's hard, that's amazing, because it will make you that much harder once you conquer it. And it will also make it harder for anybody else who wants to follow in your footsteps. And so the higher up the mountain you climb, the thinner the air gets, and the rarer the climber or explorer must be in order to get there. And so I don't know about you, but I would so much rather climb a mountain that so few people have been able to climb, so that I can see a view that other people haven't seen. And so speaking of expectations, let me talk about the worst expectation of all, which is entitlement, which is the expectation of life or other people to give you something without earning it. And I think that this is a virus in today's culture right now. And so there's the famous quote, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. It makes sense that right now we have a lot of weak men, because it's been pretty good times. The good news about that is that it's so easy to beat them. You just have to show up, be on time, prepare the night before, remember people's names, actually follow up when you say you were going to, and try like you mean it, rather than trying like you want to get credit for trying. And I see this is this thing that's pervasive right now, is that people will comment or they'll DM me and they're like, hey, I'm trying really hard, as though I'm supposed to give them credit for trying. But the world doesn't work that way. It gives you credit for achieving. And the reason that you want credit for trying is because you want it to cost less, take shorter time period, and be easier. And so if you restate your complaint about the difficulty as, oh, I have false expectations about the ease or the price tag of this goal, then all of a sudden you realize that the only real problem was that you expected it to cost less. It's like going to the store and being like, oh, I've got these Jordans that I really want to buy. I got $50. I'm so excited to buy them. You go to the store and see that they're $300. At that point, you can just say, Jordans aren't for me. Or you can say, oh, I will have to keep working and keep saving so that I can afford this. And so it's a lot about affording the goals that you want to achieve. And a lot of things that we have to spend in order to get them is the time and the rejection of not achieving what we want on the timeline we originally thought. Like, what makes success hard is that the expectation that society puts, because we only see the highlight reel, you actually only see people after they finish their race. People think success is like watching a marathon, not running a marathon. When you watch a marathon, you look at the beginning and you look at the end. It only takes you a couple of seconds to see both of those. But running a marathon is 4, 5, 6 straight hours of breathing heavy, wondering when it's going to end, counting, starting to play games in your mind of like, okay, I'm
Like me on December 1st, Christmas has come early. While we're still more than a month away from Ascended Heroes on January 29th, the first cards from our upcoming Perfect Order set have already been revealed. According to PokeBeach, Perfect Order will be out on March 26th in TCG Live, which should also be when our yearly standard format rotation takes place. I'm not going to waste any time. The headlining card for Perfect Order is Mega Zygarde EX, and I tell you what, this card is insane. Not only is it the highest HP basic we've ever had at 310, eclipsing both Mega Kangaskhan and Magikarp and Whaler Tag Team GX, but the second attack is game-changing. First up though, for 3 fighting, Gaia Wave does 200 damage and reduces incoming damage next turn by 30. That's fine, I mean it one-shots Fezandipity through weakness. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, Mega Zygarde is coming out post-rotation, so it won't have access to Bravery Charm or Rock Chestplate. Lively Stadium will remain though, giving Zygarde an extra 30 hit points if the stadium remains in play. What you really care about is the second attack, which should be renamed to Your Monkeys Will Be 0 after I use this. For 5 fighting, you flip a coin for each of your opponent's Pokemon in play. For each heads, you deal 150 damage to that Pokemon. I don't think you understand how crazy this is. You can literally win the game on turn 2 with the attack that will probably be known in English as Nihilite, even if they have a full field of 6 Pokemon. Obviously, it's unlikely that you're going to flip 6 heads on TCG Live, but the possibility is there. And I'm not sure it's necessarily necessary, but you can also blow their flute and potentially coax some more Pokemon onto the bench, hitting them as well. Since Metroid Zero Mission deals damage, not damage counters, Battle Cage doesn't stop it. So the only way for a Dragapult player to keep their Dreepy and Dracloak safe from Coat Zero is with Shaman. Of course, Shaman doesn't protect EXs, so those are fair game. Unless they're a Terra. Because as we all remember, Terras have that stupid built-in bench barrier. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why does Dog Zygarde have a glowing butthole? Also, how exactly do you get 5 fighting energy on this thing? After all, both Koraidon EX and Garganapple will have rotated by the time Zygarde's out. And Mega Lucario can only accelerate 3 energy with Aura Jab. Well, the answer lies with the new Barbaracle, of course. Different from someone like Electric, who accelerates from the discard pile to a bench Pokemon, Barbaracle lets you attach a basic fighting energy from hand to a fighting Pokemon regardless of where it is. Have 4 of these in play, plus a manual attachment, Mega Zygarde is good to go. However, rotation is going to make this combo a little tougher. Superior Energy Retrieval and TM Evolution will be gone. Regular old Energy Retrievals remain in format though, same with Night Stretcher and Energy Recycler. As for the loss of Nest Ball, that's a bit of a problem because Binacle has 80 hit points, putting it out of pocket range. Thankfully, fighting decks in particular aren't as hurt by the loss of Nest Ball as everybody else because of Fighting Gone. And don't forget that Lunatone and Solrock slot perfectly into Zygarde as both drawers and attackers, buying time while you build up your Mega. But who cares about item-based recovery when you can use a supporter? Literally just Tulip for fighting types, Terragon, which is also something I cooked with last night, lets you put 4 in any combination of fighting Pokemon and basic fighting energy from the discard pile back into your hand. You know, in case the Lunatone Solrock combo wasn't strong enough as it is. And that's not all. Barnacle Boy is able to improve every other fighting deck as well. One copy of Barbaracle is enough to allow Lucario and Garchomp to launch their second attacks regularly rather than finagling with manual attachments and awkward acceleration. Plus, Terra Greninja can use Barbaracle to Mirage Barrage every single turn. Basically, the additions of both Mega Zygarde and Barbaracle, plus the removal of Gardevoir EX due to rotation, means fighting decks are primed to dominate in 2026. Just watch out for Teal Mask Oterpon if you're trying to play Zygarde, because that thing will rock you like a hurricane. Oh wait, what's that? You think Mega Zygarde is disappointing because it's slacking off in the one-shot department? Well, don't worry, it can do that too. Use a core memory, like that time when you accidentally called your teacher mommy, and deal 350 damage before fighting. That's one-shotting almost everything raw. And for those pesky Mega Stage 2s, you can either climb the Gravity Mountain or play with your PPP. Obviously, the downside to Mega Zygarde using Geo Buster is that you have to discard all energy, but that's a worthwhile price to pay for taking 3 prizes on someone you can theoretically power up every single turn. These footful of announcements.
I'm 2/3 of the way there. I'm two more quarters of that. I'm only 1/5 of 1/8 of the way there. And you keep doing this to play tricks in your mind to keep going. The thing is that in a mile marker race, it's very clear to know how you're going to get to the finish line and how long it's going to take. The only difference with success is that you just have to keep running and you don't know where the finish line is. And people will only cheer you on at that finish line that they don't know where it is either, which means you have to get used to running alone. And so the difficulty is you have to start running and you have to keep running, but you just don't know whether you're running for a mile or 300. And so this is where the pacing is important. So a lot of people run really hard. They'll think, because they only saw the beginning of the marathon on TV and the finish of the marathon on TV, that they can just sprint because both of those clips only lasted a couple of seconds. So they start their marathon of success of whatever it is they're going after by sprinting as hard as they can. And then they realize that there's no one around and there's just a bunch of open road ahead of them. And they're like, how long is this going to take? And that's when reality sets in. And so I make these videos to say that a lot of times it's going to take longer. So one of the big nasty things that you have to eliminate on this path is the identity that you have about yourself, the isms that you claim. And so, for example, like, oh, I'm a neat freak. I'm not good at math. I'm not techie. And so you make these statements and they don't serve you. Fundamentally, you should have one razor that rules all decisions. And this is pretty cruel, but it's also the reality of the world, which is, does this thing, person, belief, make it more or less likely that I hit my goals? And so if you run every single thing you do, the actions you take, the people you hang out with, you having your phone in the room, you saying, I'm not techie, does this increase or decrease the likelihood that you hit your goals? And I'm not saying this to preach because I had one that I dealt with for a long time. So I always considered myself to be bad at math. I remember I was decent at math, and then in 9th grade, I had a really bad teacher, and it basically put me back a year. Basically, after algebra, I didn't really learn anything because the year after that, I didn't have the foundations from the year before. The difficulty was, I kept saying after that point, I'm just not good at math. But when I was in my 20s, I made the decision that didn't serve me anymore. And so I was like, okay, well, what would I have to do to feel like I was good at math? And I was like, well, people can do math in their head. I think that's a pretty cool thing. And so I didn't use a calculator for anything for years. And then I learned, I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning, but then I got better and better at doing math in my head. And I would check it, obviously, after I was done, but I always let my head try and do it first. And so nowadays, if you were to ask people, man, is Alex good at math? They're like, dude, he just rattles off numbers like crazy. But the thing is that until I was in my 20s, I thought I was bad at math. And so it's like, we are so much more pliable than we think we are. And we had something that set us on a trajectory a little bit earlier in life that just gave us maybe a little bit of disadvantage. Fine. Because you just have to get over it. Everyone's childhood was difficult. And if you want to win the award for hardest childhood, congrats, you win. You feel better? Right. No one cares about what happened to you then. Only what you can make happen now. Identity is a lie. We only describe people about who they are by what they do. Doing is being. And so if you want to be somehow different, you have to do different things. And then only afterwards will people describe you based on the actions you take. Think about back in the day, the actual names people had was, he's John the carpenter, he's John the stonesmith, he's John the mason, right? People literally had their names based on what they did. That hasn't changed. The first thing you do when you meet somebody is you find out what do you do? And that gives you indication. And if you want to describe who someone is, what do you say? You describe what they do.
So far would be enough to make Perfect Order better than Phantasmal Flames. But the Pokemon Company decided that reprinting Lumineon As someone with no friends, I spend a lot of time on Reddit. Throughout the years, I've noticed a lot of new Pokemon TCG Live players make the same exact mistakes, posting the same thing day after day, even if it was asked and answered 24 hours ago. So to help those of you who are just like me, I've decided to count down the top 10 mistakes new TCG Live players make. The first mistake they make is going to the official website or the App Store and downloading the game. If you've never heard your computer squeal like a pig before, you will when you boot up TCG Live. It gets especially bad when they put up a maintenance warning message 5 days before it happens, forcing you to acknowledge the upcoming 8 hours of bi-weekly downtime before you can even enter the game. If you're coming from TCG Pocket and expecting the same level of polish, change your expectations. Whereas Pocket has microtransactions and a fully dedicated development team who knows what they're doing, TCG Live has made $0 in the last 3 years, meaning they have to outsource development to college students on spring break. On the plus side, at least in winter, playing TCG Live turns your phone into a heater so your hands don't get cold. Probably the biggest consequential mistake I see new PTCGO players make is buying packs. The question of which set should I open to get the best cards pops up way too often, and it's simply wrong. You see, TCG Live is geared towards spending your purple trainer points to earn gold trade credits to craft the specific cards you need, not buying packs in hopes you get the right card. It's like how you should be buying singles, whereas Pocket has microtransactions and a fully game. If you've never heard your computer squeal like a pig before, you will when you boot up TCG Live. It gets especially bad when they put up a maintenance warning message 5 days before it happens, forcing you to acknowledge the upcoming 8 hours of bi-weekly downtime before you can even enter the game. If you're coming from TCG Pocket and expecting the same level of polish, change your expectations. Whereas Pocket has microtransactions and a fully dedicated development team who knows what they're doing, TCG Live has made $0 in the last 3 years, meaning they have to outsource development to college students on spring break. On the plus side, at least in winter, playing TCG Live turns your phone into a heater so your hands don't get cold. Probably the biggest consequential mistake I see new PTCGO players make is buying packs. The question of which set should I open to get the best cards pops up way too often, and it's simply wrong. You see, TCG Live is geared towards spending your purple trainer points to earn gold trade credits to craft the specific cards you need, not buying packs in hopes you get the right cards. It's like how you should be buying singles in real life, not wasting money on packs. Except on Live, the pack opening experience isn't nearly as fun as holding a $100 bill to a Charmander sale. So instead of going to the shop, clicking on expansions, picking join together, and hoping to pull, say, Among Us EX, you instead want to stay on the main page of the shop. By clicking on View All Bundles, you can scroll all the way down to July 2022 and buy 4 copies of the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck first. Then once you reach the limit, go for 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League Battle Deck. After that, well, I have several videos in my starter guide linked below about this topic. It's your choice. You can either spend those trainer points on celebrations packs, which is better in the long run, or on more league battle decks, which is better in the short term. Just be aware that the PTCGL dev introduced an overnumbered crafting ban earlier this year. So starting with Journey Together, cards outside of a main set can't be manually crafted until 6 months after launch. They do give some of these cards out for free as rewards to regular gameplay though. But if you want one that's not offered, please don't waste your TP like you just ate Taco Bell and buy packs of a new set. Be patient and wait those 180 days to craft them with trade credits. Another mistake new players make is buying code cards. Since TCG Live doesn't have microtransactions of any kind, new players will go online to buy code cards. Now, let me quickly say that buying codes to juice your account isn't a bad idea. If you want to be able to build the best decks right away without wasting time, go ahead and whip out your credit card. After all, time is the most valuable resource anyone has. No, the biggest mistake is buying the wrong code. The general rule of Big Toe is the smaller the set, the better it is to buy. This creates a complex mathematical equation that even Albert Einstein would struggle to comprehend. Essentially, buying the cheapest pack code from a site isn't always the way to go. Because TCG Live about your credit card. They do give some of my starter guide linked below about this topic. It's your choice. You can either get the right cards. It's like how you should be buying singles in real life, not wasting money on packs. Except on Live, the pack opening experience isn't nearly as fun as holding a $100 bill to a Charmander sale. So instead of going to the shop, clicking on expansions, picking join together, and hoping to pull, say, Among Us EX, you instead want to stay on the main page of the shop. By clicking on View All Bundles, you can scroll all the way down to July 2022 and buy 4 copies of the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck first. Then once you reach the limit, go for 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League Battle Deck. After that, well, I have several videos in my starter guide linked below about this topic. It's your choice. You can either spend those trainer points on celebrations packs, which is better in the long run, or on more league battle decks, which is better in the short term. Just be aware that the PTCGL dev introduced an overnumbered crafting ban earlier this year. So starting with Journey Together, cards outside of a main set can't be manually crafted until 6 months after launch. They do give some of these cards out for free as rewards to regular gameplay though. But if you want one that's not offered, please don't waste your TP like you just ate Taco Bell and buy packs of a new set. Be patient and wait those 180 days to craft them with trade credits. Another mistake new players make is buying code cards. Since TCG Live doesn't have microtransactions of any kind, new players will go online to buy code cards. Now, let me quickly say that buying codes to juice your account isn't a bad idea. If you want to be able to build the best decks right away without wasting time, go ahead and whip out your credit card. After all, time is the most valuable resource anyone has. No, the biggest mistake is buying the wrong code. The general rule of Big Toe is the smaller the set, the better it is to buy. This creates a complex mathematical equation that even Albert Einstein would struggle to comprehend. Essentially, buying the cheapest pack code from a site isn't always the way to go. Because TCG Live has a redemption, the official website or the App Store and downloading the edit. Another mistake new players make is buying code cards. Since TCG Live doesn't have microtransactions of any kind, new players will go online to buy code cards. Now, let me quickly say that buying codes to juice your account isn't a bad idea. If you want to be able to build the best decks right away without wasting time, go ahead and whip out your credit card. After all, time is the most valuable resource anyone has. No, the biggest mistake is buying the wrong code. The general rule of Big Toe is the smaller the set, the better it is to buy. This creates a complex mathematical equation that even Albert Einstein would struggle to comprehend. Essentially, buying the cheapest pack code from a site isn't always the way to go. Because TCG Live has a redemption limit of 400 codes per set, and you don't earn trade credits until you own 4 copies of card, you have to weigh cost versus set size versus luck versus your sanity. As you can see from the image on the left I grabbed from the PTCGL dusting simulator linked in the description, opening 400 packs of Celebrations is by far the best option. Problem is, the image on the right shows that Celebrations is by far the most expensive set, costing nearly $300 for 400 codes. But then there's all these sets in the middle, offered at various prices and giving out different amount of credits. Yeah, like I said, trying to figure out the best course of action for spending money in Live would take a polymerization between the smartest and craziest person in the world. All I can say is, do your best not to spend money on codes. It might take several months to get a massive collection, but PTCGL is super generous when it comes to giving out free decks and cards. If you do need to spend money though, your best bet is aiming for something like 400 of Paldea and Fates for $60, which is a decent balance between cost and reward. To that end, you wouldn't believe how many new players don't know about card crafting. An insane number of people will only think they can play with cards they own and not know that every card in Standard can be crafted using trade credits, which are that Willy Wonka golden ticket currency. Part of this might have to do with TCG Pocket. While you can play with your PP 100 times and something good will come out, crafting specific cards over on Pocket is a very minor feature. It's all about opening packs and hating Wonder Pig with the fury of 1,000 Sunflora.
And so this means that our identity is 100% under our control because we control what we do. And then only after the fact will other people describe you in that way. So we covered environmental things like with the phone and having a timer. We covered interpersonal things in terms of our identity and voting with our dollars and time about the things that we care about. We eliminated the bad people and their opinions about us that affect our behavior. And so we've eliminated all these things. So now we've made room to get started. And the good news is you only need 3 things to win. The balls to start, the brains to learn, and the heart to never give up. And the best thing is you already have all 3. And for the girls, you have donuts, so it's fine, it still counts. And so my ask of you is to make the commitment. Now this is, again, the elimination of alternatives. To make the commitment to never stop. And so it doesn't mean that I'm asking you to commit to be successful. I'm asking you to commit to keep running, keep walking the marathon. Even if you have to pant and you have to slow down, you just can't stop. And so the best way to hit next year's goals is to not wait until next year to work on them. It's to start now. Because I'll tell you this, if you feel like you need a special occasion to begin making your life better, then it assumes that a special occasion must always be there for you to want to improve yourself. It shows that you don't think today is worth improving. And so that means that you typically will always cast forward when you think things are worth improving. And so the easiest way to vote with your action is to make today the only day that is good, because it's the only day you have control over. My hot take, which shouldn't be, is you don't have to wait until January 1st to better yourself. And I'm purposely posting this before the year ends because I think it's stupid to wait. Like, why would you wait on getting better? Why would you, like, if you had a lottery ticket, why would you wait to cash it in? You would cash it in as fast as humanly possible. And that lottery ticket is the life that you want on the other side of this. Why would you wait? Here's a harsh truth. You're young. You've got time. False. All that lie does is extend how long it takes people to realize tomorrow isn't guaranteed, nothing is going to be easy, get over it. It takes time to get good, and the sooner you start, the sooner you act. And the sooner you act, the sooner you get. And don't stop until you do. And as harsh as that sounds, I do have good news. It only takes 20 hours of focused effort to get decent at anything. But the problem is, people wait years before they start their first hour. So many of you could probably start achieving next year goals before the end of this year. 20 hours is not that long. If you're like, man, I really want If you're like, man, I really want to learn ads, I really want to learn how to make content, I really want to learn how to edit videos, I really want to learn how to sell, you can do that now. And you can have that skill. Like, we can onboard a new sales guy in a few days. There's this massive delay that people think because of the unknown. They don't know what is going to happen, and so they therefore assume that it's bad. And so the reality is that most people don't like surprises, even if they're good ones. Have you ever heard people like, oh, I don't like surprise parties? It's a fucking party. Why would you hate a surprise party that's in your favor? You hate it because you don't like the unknown. And so it's a really good thing to test for yourself, which is, why would I hate a good surprise? You hate it because there's a possibility that the surprise is negative. But on a long time horizon, you know 85-year-old you isn't even going to remember it to begin with. This is going to be a weird one for you, but just stay with me. If you've ever been so drunk that you're throwing up and you think to yourself, man, I'm probably not going to remember this. The good news is that once you do succeed, that terrible period of vomiting or whatever the difficulty is that you're going through, it'll actually compress in your mind. And so as difficult as it may seem in the moment, it actually doesn't stay with you. All you'll have left is the thing you accomplished. You won't remember the work that it took to get there. There'll be a significant discount on the punishment you endured. I tend to have a bad habit of really not looking back very much. And so I occasionally will go through my photos and I am reminded about all of the mistakes and the detours that I took along the way to where I wanted to go. And I'll tell you the story that my father told me when I was very impatient. He said, listen, you think that this is taking too long for you to be successful. He said, do you know how long it took me to become a doctor? And I was like, no. He's like, well, so my father's Iranian and he left the country to get educated. And there was a program for anybody who's run in that the government would pay for your schooling as long as you came back with the education. Now, the revolution occurred during the time he was away, so he actually never got to go back. He went to France, Paris, to try and enter medical school. Only problem, he didn't speak French. And so he's trying to do pre-med in another language as somebody who doesn't even share the same alphabet. And so he failed that year. He then took the second year, he tried again, because you're allowed in France, it's a different system. You can just basically try as many times as you want. He started again. And the second year, he failed again. And then he talked to his brother and he's like, I don't know if being a doctor is for me. Like, I just feel like, imagine this, like failing 2 full years in a row. And his brother said, hey, why don't you go to Belgium? You know, change the environment, you know, different school, different people, go there. So he went to Belgium, and then his third try, he made it past his first year. Now, mind you, at this point, he had 2 years of learning French, and so he was able to finally actually understand what the professor was saying. So was it that he wasn't smart enough to understand how to become a doctor, or was it that he just had other skills that he lacked along the way? And so a lot of people right now are judging the fact that they didn't succeed because they somehow think it's some innate trait. I'm not smart enough, I'm not good enough. But sometimes you just lack some prerequisite skills, right? Like if you're like trying to learn calculus and you've never done arithmetic before, it's gonna be really hard, right? Dare I say, impossible. And so if you jump straight into calculus, you're not gonna win. So sometimes you have to take 2 steps back in order to build the foundation to get forward. Now, I'm gonna keep the story going. So he then graduates in 7 years, because how long it takes. The actual medical school system is different in Europe. They actually do college and the next degree all as one thing. So 7 years later, he graduates. Okay. Then he's this Iranian dude, can't go back to his own country, meets a girl in Belgium. She says, I'm from the US. And so he comes back to the US with the lady who would eventually become my mother. And when he's in the US, he then, his doctor, his MD, doesn't apply here. So he then has to basically do it again in the United States. And in order to do this, you have to get a residency. Now, getting a residency as someone who's a foreigner back then was pretty tough. And so it took him 2 years where he had to basically work minimum wage jobs. He was like, he had to like run slides, like radiology slides back and forth as like a runner, a courier, when he was a full surgeon. But he couldn't do it here in the US. And so imagine how emasculating it is, right? Where your wife comes back, she was a US citizen and had all this other stuff, right? And she got her internship immediately because she was US and she was a girl, whatever. And my father didn't. And so he then had to do 2 more years where he didn't have progress. So he told me this whole story, and then eventually, obviously, he got the residency, and then he was able to get in the path. But if you look at that, he basically had 4 or 5 years of his life where there was basically no net gain in progress towards his goals. And so he's telling me this story when he's 50. And he's like, look at my life now. He's like, no one knows. He's like, no one asks me how long it took. They just know what I have now and what I can do now. And so you have this idea that it should take a certain period of time. It should only last this long. It should be this level of difficulty. But the thing is that level of perseverance, when he decided to go out on his own and start his own practice rather than and left the practice that he was working in, he then didn't know anyone. And he still had a heavy accent, was a new guy in a new area, and it took him time to build up. And what did he do? My dad learned how to be a general contractor. He built his own surgical center because he couldn't afford having these outsourced third parties that charged $250,000 to build a surgery center. He built his for a fraction of that. And so it was my dad going to Home Depot, measuring and figuring these things out as a full plastic surgeon. It's not about the resources you have. It's about how resourceful you're willing to be. Right now, getting started is 100% under your control. And I love taking this frame, which is that every self-made billionaire is self-made. Now, if you're like, wait, there are billionaires who aren't self-made. Right, that's why I didn't say all billionaires. Every self-made billionaire is self-made. And every self-made millionaire is self-made. And here's the one people hate. Every self-made person in poverty is self-made. Now, that may make you feel uncomfortable. And you know what? You may be right. You probably did have more disadvantages. You probably did have things that worked against you. And now what? You're right. So that's it then for you. The rest of your life will never go the way you want it to go. The harsh truth here is, if you want to feel better, blame others. If you want to get better, blame yourself. And so my father told me that story multiple times in my life, as I'm sure your fathers have told you stories multiple times in your life, or you had a parent or an uncle or a brother, and they told you those big, meaningful stories. And so I'll tell you another time he told me it. So after I lost everything for the second time, think about, like, I tell the story, but it's very easy to gloss over. But think about this. I had left my job, went to a new area, didn't know anyone, started a gym, didn't have enough money to have an apartment, slept at my gym, just grassroots got it going, made the gym successful by working there every hour of the day, was finally successful enough to be able to open a second location, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, finally feel like I tasted success, like I'm actually doing something, I'm actually pretty good here, like that bet that I made actually paid off. And then I lose it all. And so I sell all those locations, I put the money in a new thing, and then it's gone. And so I could look back and say, wow, I just spent all those years and I actually have nothing to show for it. The only thing I would have had to show was the money that I made. But my father retold me that story. And he said it was never about the amount of failures he had. It was about the education that he had. And so one of the other repeated fatherisms that he gave me was that education is the only thing that no one can take from you. The skills you have, the skills you acquire along the way are the only thing that are truly yours. There's nothing else in this world that actually belongs to you. Your clothes can get stolen, the belongings you have. And he said this from a place of reality, which is my family came from a country that took all of our assets. They seized everything. They seized land, they seized homes, they seized wealth. They just said, oh yeah, all that, that's ours now. Good luck. This may not be as real for people in the United States, but having people who everyone in my family had everything taken from them, that is very evident in how they talk to me and how I've always seen the world as these things are ephemeral. These material goods, the studio, the setup, the lights, the whatever, the platforms, like gone. But the thing is that my father came here with $1,000 because of the revolution and had nothing and built the life he has. And you can lose it all and gain it back. And so we've seen so many entrepreneurs who've actually lived through this cycle. It's actually a common thing in entrepreneurship. And it's because you have to understand and respect risk. The beauty of it is that after you fail, the likelihood that you're successful goes up, not down. This is the part that people miss. They fail and think it somehow decreases the likelihood of success, but it actually increases it. And so it's like you want to just get the failures out of the way. Why would you not want something that increases the likelihood to hit your goal? And the reason that it increases that likelihood is that failure is a requisite probability for taking action. And so anyone who has failed has taken more action than someone who's done nothing, which means it increases the likelihood that they are successful. And so when you fail, you get feedback. And when you get feedback, you get better. And when you get better, it increases the likelihood you win. Losers stay losers by never being willing to lose. Everyone loses before they win. And so there's this great moment in The Matrix, which is the famous jump, where Neo is trying to jump across the buildings, and everyone's gathered around because they think he's the one. He obviously takes the jump, and he falls. And they're like, what does it mean? What does it mean? And Cypher, who ended up eventually being the Judas of this, says, everybody falls the first time. And so even the one, or the person who was going to become the one, was somebody who had to fail first. And I love that because everyone falls the first time. Your first business is very unlikely to be your last business. The first product you have will be a product that you'll be embarrassed of years from now. But what's important is having the product, getting the product, building the product, launching the product, shooting the shot. And so if you're never willing to lose, you're never going to win. So in 2025, if you start a podcast, you start making content, you start doing cold outbound, or you take a new job, whatever it is, just remember that your second try after you fail, which you inevitably will, takes twice the emotional effort, but half the actual effort. So you'll fail and you'll emotionally feel bad. But guess what you did? You actually gripped your hands on the unknown. And you go from unknown optimism to known pessimism. So it's like, okay, now I know what it takes. I now have realistic expectations of what is required in order to be successful. And although it may be bigger than I originally thought, I now can quantify what is required to win. And so here's the thing. The best entrepreneurs in the world have the biggest failure resumes. And so I don't even want you to win. I want you to build your failure resume. And so if you're like, oh, it must be easy for you to say. I lost money on my first 2 real estate deals I ever did. Almost lost all the money I put in. I've lost money on crypto when I put it in years ago. I lost money on bad hires. I've lost millions in bad hires, actual hard costs, not soft costs. I've had 6 failed businesses. I've had 9 failed partnerships. And so I bring these things up because like, you're not gonna hit it out of the park on the first shot. But the crazy thing about how success works is that you only need to win once. That's the crazy part, is you only have to win once. I'll read you this quote from Jeff Bezos, which is what I started my first book, $100 Million Offers with. We all know that if you swing for the fences, you're gonna strike out a lot, but you're also gonna hit some home runs. The difference between baseball and business, however, is that baseball has a truncated outcome distribution. When you swing, no matter how well you connect with the ball, the most runs you can hit is 4. In business, every once in a while, when you step up to the plate, you can score 1,000 runs. This long-tail distribution of returns is why it's important to be bold. Big winners pay for so many experiments. And when he says big winners pay, they pay in failures. They pay in the scars that they have to incur and endure along to hitting it out of the park and hitting it out so big that they never have to swing again. And so I want to make this as real as I possibly can. I just found an old note from myself to myself that's 12 years old. And so I talked about my $10,000 per month income goal. And reading it got me actually pretty choked up. This is all to say that no matter where you're at in your journey, you've just got to believe with all your fucking heart that you're going to make it. Because no one else is going to believe for you. Because you can never expect someone to invest in you more than you invest in yourself. And the crazy thing is, some people say they kill for a shot or they die for a chance, when in reality, they won't even wake up 60 minutes earlier for it. So we've eliminated the distractions, all of the things associated with not doing this stuff. And now, hopefully, I've removed some of the mental BS around getting started. And so now, once you start, you gotta get better. Connections, money, looks, intelligence, those are all great. But you can beat someone with all of those things if they have only one trait, an insatiable desire to improve. No matter where they start, it's hard to beat someone who improves every second of every day without giving up. And this is why earlier I said, ambitious people buy skills, and they pay for those skills with time and money. And in order to have the time and money to invest in those skills, they have to take them from somewhere else. Because the thing is that your resources are zero sum. And this is something that a lot of people aren't comfortable with. Whatever you choose to spend your time on, you take from something else. Whatever you choose to spend your money on, you take from something else. And so most people don't have a resources issue, they have a priorities problem. You are choosing to say that other things are more important. And hey, I wanna be real, if that stuff is more important to you, then amazing, you wanted life, congratulations. But if you don't have what you want, and you're spending money to proliferate a life that is not the one you want to lead, then you need to shift the list to invest the time and money and pull from those things that you don't want to put more in the ones you do. And you wanna starve out failure. So think about this. One of the easiest ways to have more money is to work more hours. You're like, how is that possible? Well, when you work more hours, it actually kills two birds. One is that you actually make more money when you work more hours. But on top of that, you don't spend money because you have less time to spend it. And so every hour of work is a net positive in two directions. So it saves you money you're not spending and makes you money. And so you want to find those little twists that you can make in your investments of time and money that are outsized. It's not just that you gain, you also stop the loss. I've always been willing to bet big on me. And so a lot of you guys are trying to like bet big on Dogecoin or some meme thing or like some get rich quick. And I promise you, the guys who have all the money know how to do it better than you. And if you have your last $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 that you're like, what do I do with it? Bet on you, because you'll never sell you. You're a long-term hold, right? And so if you get better, you guarantee the win. And every investment you make compounds. You guarantee compounding because every skill stacks on top of other skills. Steve Jobs talked about how when he went to college and learned calligraphy, it was the reason that fonts showed up in the Mac later. And so he talks about you can only connect the dots looking back. You want to double down on investing more into you getting skills. And I'll tell you something that you probably don't know. So I spent $10,000 and I only had 50 saved up after years of being a consultant. So I had $50,000 saved up. I was 23 years old. This is my life savings. I spent $10,000 to get a gym coach. I joined a mastermind for gym owners. Fun fact though, I didn't have a gym, but I figured if I go to a mastermind of gym owners, I'm gonna learn so many of the things that they made mistakes on when they started their gym. They're gonna have opinions on how I should lay out the square footage, what locations I should pick, what model I should use. And so rather than say, oh, I'm just gonna find out all these failures on my own and take 5 times as long, I was like, I'd rather pay $10,000 to pull 5 years forward into the present. And so I was able to get that first location up and profitable and outsourced by month 9. Now some of the guys in the mastermind were at year 5 and still hadn't done that. I pay down my ignorance tax as much as I possibly can because the cost of you not being able to achieve your dreams, the price is ignorance. And the debt that you pay is the distance between where you are and how much you'd be making if you knew how to do it. I've told this story before, but I think it's something that's so ingrained in how I think in terms of how I price what I'm willing to pay in time or money. And before I tell that story, I move geographically whenever I see an opportunity to get around someone who's better than me. And so when I wanted to learn fitness stuff, I moved to an area where I knew there was other fitness entrepreneurs that I was like, well, maybe I'll be able to hang out with them a little bit and I'll learn a little bit there. And I went to a city I didn't know anything about. I didn't know it. And when I wanted to get in the gym space, I said, well, California is like the capital of fitness, SoCal, so I'm gonna move out to Southern California because the best guys will be there. And if I can win there, I'll be able to win anywhere. And so I moved out to California without knowing anyone. Whenever I've had these big transitions in my life, it's not only being willing to bet with my money and bet with my time, but also bet with my geographic location. I'm willing to risk losing the relationships that I had to gain relationships that I need. And so 2025 for you might mean that you have to leave where you're at. And that could mean across town, but it could also mean across the country, or even across into a different country. It may mean that you're gonna take all this money that you used to spend here and spend it in an entirely different way. You probably are gonna have less stuff. And that's okay, because that stuff only deteriorates, it only gets worse, but you will only get better. Don't invest in Dogecoin. Don't even invest in the S&P 500. Invest instead in the S&P 500. Invest in you because you will always beat a 10% return in the stock market. And if you think that Dogecoin is going to outcompete your personal growth, you're never going to win. Anyone can get rich fast, as long as you're willing to make no money for a long period of time while you work to get good enough to get rich fast. And so I told you I'll tell you that story. The story goes like this. A guy is actually using this as a sales close to an audience. He wrote $1 million on a whiteboard in front of an audience. And so then he called out to a lady in the front row and he said, how much do you make, ma'am? And she said, $50,000. And he said, okay, well, right now, you pay reality $950,000 every single year for not knowing how to make $1 million. And when I saw that, I realized that the value of the skill of making $1 million is the difference between what I'm making and what I could be making. And people wildly undervalue how much more they could be making once they have a skill. And so if you're the type of person who can actually follow instructions, show up on time, smile, be able to fail and keep going, virtually all education will net you a positive yield. Because let me ask you a question. Would you pay $950,000 to make $1 million and be able to make $1 million every year? Well, that would be an insane deal. You pay it once and you get the skill forever. So every year after that, you make $1 million a year? Well, of course you should. Now, once you make the $1 million a year, are you willing to give 100% of what you make to make $10 million a year? Of course you should. And that's why education is by far the highest return. You can learn how to make $1 million a year for probably close to $200,000 a year. And you're like, well, where do I spend that? You'll spend that on conferences, you'll spend it on seminars, and it'll likely be in $2,000 to $5,000, sometimes $30,000 chunks. But for some reason, you're willing to spend this on some academic who hasn't been in reality for 20 years because they're on tenure and thinks that the world is just going to hand you stuff because that's their reality because they're government funded. Or you can pay money to people who live in real private businesses who do this stuff for a living. And here's the thing. I have never paid for education and not gotten more than what I paid for. Now, I don't want to conflate that with the fact that I paid for things that I didn't think was worth that money to other people. But I always ask myself, okay, number one, how can I become the best student who's ever gone through this? How do I become this person's number one success story? And I've told every program, every partner, every vendor that I've ever worked with, I will be your biggest success story. And so the reality is, once I am their biggest success story, is that because of them or because of me? And I think that's a choice that you get to make. Am I going to be the number one success story, or do I want to be right and prove that they're not good? Well, congratulations. Maybe they're not that good. Well, what does that leave you with? No skills and less money. If you choose to succeed anyways and say, what can I learn from this person? Because I've learned just as much from bad people as I have from good. Because a lot of times getting good is actually the removal of bad. And so if you find out other ways that people do a terrible job, it's also a wonderful way of figuring out how to not do a terrible job. And so if I want to create a product that's exceptional, and I say, let's say I want to put a phone, a camera, the internet, email, all in one place. If you remove all of the stuff that sucks from all of those things, what you're left with is an iPhone. Most times, you can always get more than what you pay for when you invest in you. So let's get really tactical. If you really want to double down on you, which will by far, I mean, think about this, 10% improvement is the S&P 500. So you're saying that you could take, okay, let's be real. Let's do real math. So let's say that you've got $10,000 saved up, okay? Let's say that's what your savings is, which by the way makes you like a top 40% American, FYI. So let's say you've got $10,000 saved up. You could put in the S&P 500 and have that $10,000 be $10,900 1 year later. Or you can spend that on something that can triple your earning capacity, and next year, instead of making, let's say, $50,000 a year, you make $100,000 a year. Well, which of these increases, the $50,000 plus increase, is more than the net of the 900? Because you lost the 10, you spent the whole thing. Here you invested it, here you spent it. But did you spend it, or did you invest it in an asset you could control? And so, I don't know about you, but I'd rather have the extra 50 and put the 10 in, and then what do I do next year? I'm gonna take this 50, and I'm gonna ask myself, is there anything I could put this $50,000 into? So I could put in the S&P 500, and I could go and add myself an extra $55,000, whatever. Let's say I get 10% that year. Okay, so I get $55,000 this year. Or I could put that 50K into 5 10K things, or 2 25K things, and all of a sudden take my earning power from 100K to 250K. Wow, what a deal. But I'm gonna lose the whole 50 again. And so the thing is that on my way up, I basically took my savings and I spent it almost every year on education. Because why on earth would I want the future to take longer to get to me? When you buy skills, it's the closest approximation to buying time. And so there's this big thing like you can't buy time. False. You can buy the future at a discount. And you buy the future at a discount by buying the skills required in order to get there faster. And so if it could take you 5 years if you did it on your own, or it could take you 1 year if you paid 4 different people to help you out with each step of the process, why would you not want to pay all of the money you have to get to there and then have 4 years of gain with that new baseline? You now are living 4 years, 5 years into the future. It's like you skipping from being 20 to 25 and you getting the earning power at 25 plus, but now you're just 21. And then when you're at that point, you pull the next 5 years for it. And when you're 22, it's like living like you're 30, right? Like now at that point though, you might spend all your savings yet again. And this process has been one that I have consistently done for the entirety of my career. And it just gets to a point where you can't even spend the money. And so my very controversial advice is spend all your money on education for as long as you possibly can until you can't even spend the money because you're making too much of it. And so how do you become an expert? You do more repetitions than anyone else in a narrow field, which also means you fail more times than anyone else in a narrow field. And so if you want to beat someone, just try 10 times harder than them. And you only really need to try 2 or 3 times harder, but you probably don't realize how much harder they're trying than you are. So try 10 times harder just to make sure you win. People reject this idea that someone can work 10 times or 100 times harder, but I define work as output. And so for you to say that someone can't produce 10 times more than you is just factually false. There's tons of people who produce 10 times more. There's tons of people who produce 100 times more than you. I'll give you the easiest example in the world. A lot of departments run on weekly cadences. They say, do this thing by end of week. Oftentimes, you can ask that person, how many hours will this really take you? And then that person will say something like, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours. You say, okay, well, why don't you just get it done by noon? And then at noon, you say, okay, what's the next thing gonna take? And they'd say, probably another 3 or 4 hours. You say, cool, get it done by the end of the day. Now from those 2 cycles, that would have normally taken 2 weeks or 14 days, but instead it got done in 1. And so just right there, you got something done. You got 14 times more done than the competitor who's doing things on a weekly basis. And so this is how you drag the future to the present, is that you're not focusing on how hard you're working, you're focusing on how much you're getting done. You'd be amazed at how much better you get after you've done it 100 times. If you wanna win, do it again. I wanna be clear. You don't just post 100 videos in a row and see what happens. You post 1, see what worked, and then try and do more of that thing. And so the idea isn't just raw effort, it's raw effort with an improvement loop. And so I remember one of my favorite words that I have to teach sales guys, because it's a very repetitive task to teach someone how to sell, is great, do it again. Great, again. Great job, again. And so it's that repetition that breeds the nuance of skill. And you want it to be so drilled into you that you no longer have to consciously think about how to do the thing, because you can then do it as a natural skill so that you can move on to putting your attention to the next skill. So it's not just about learning how to do it once, it's about learning how to do it so many times that you don't have to think about doing it at all. Especially if you're starting out, your goal should not be passive income, mainly because you don't have enough money for the passive income to mean anything. Instead, you should learn how to make money while you're awake before trying to learn how to make it while you sleep. You crawl, then you walk, then you run. Once you have more money than you can possibly reinvest in education and acquiring more skills, then you can take the leftover and put that into your passive income pool. And so very, very tactically, this is what I'll walk you through. You should have an education investment budget. And so just like you spend X dollars per month, so let's say we pull all of your expenses down and you're making an extra $1,000 a month. Okay, now if you're not eating out, you're not buying new clothes, you're not going out with the boys, you're not spending money in stupid ways, if that's what you're doing, then you're gonna have $1,000 left. If you have that, then you can take that money and every month you can put it towards a bank account that you can either choose to immediately spend or save up for something that is more expensive. And I can tell you that a lot of what I learned when I bought programs and seminars and conferences and things like that wasn't even from the content itself, but it was connections that I was able to make at those types of events that I was then able to leverage the one skill I had, which I was good at sales, and then start giving that away to every person I met so that I could collect those IOUs and then learn skills for free. And so it's like I really just needed the ticket to get in the room, and then I could trade with everybody else with the skills I had to then get to learn theirs. And so as wild as this sounds, at the end of 2025, you could be dead broke, but rich in skills. And so let's say at the end of next year, you actually have no more money, but you now have the ability to make more money. And so just like my father had to start over from nothing after losing everything, he didn't lose everything. He still had the most valuable thing he had, which is that he was a surgeon. And so he knew a skill, and he could make it work here like he could make it work there. And that is something that no divorce can take from you, no government can confiscate, and it's something that's with you till the day you die. And so that's how you get better. You keep going, you keep improving the feedback loops, you invest appropriately, and you keep going all in on you. We've eliminated everything that's bad, we've started something that's good, we've gotten even better at being gooder, and now finally, we've got to stick to it when it gets tough, because it will. Here's something that's taken me way too long to learn. Staying focused is like beating addiction. It's not a one-time victory. You have to fight it all day, every day. Then wake up and do it again tomorrow. Because the thing that's going to distract you is going to change every day. The thing that's going to trigger your addiction to distraction is going to keep morphing and changing its form so that it can steal or rob you of your future. And so you have to be adaptable in knowing that you have to fight it every day. And so it's not good enough to just say I was focused for this week. You've got to wake up on the 8th day and the 9th day and do it again. And so you remember that guy who got rich dropshipping and day trading and buying crypto and wholesaling all at the same time? Yeah, me neither. Focus. To win in business, you need to be able to say no without remorse and hear no without a loss of enthusiasm, which means that you have to keep feeling rejection, keep failing, and keep going while being willing to reject basically everyone else. And that seems so counter because you're right there and you're like, man, I don't want to reject this person because I know what it feels like to be rejected. You need to be able to maintain this discrepancy so that you can create the space to do the work that needs doing. So there have been a couple of lessons that I have learned over and over again in my career. I've had to relearn. So it's a lot like a fine wine. It's like it gets better with age and there's more nuance to the flavor. So I think focus is not are you focused or not, it's how focused are you. Then someone's focused by, again, the quality and quantity of things that they say no to, which means that as you get better, more opportunities will emerge, which is interesting because people who start out can't see opportunity anywhere, and it's because they have so few skills, and so there's very few opportunities for them. When you have a lot of skills, there's so many opportunities that are in front of you that you feel like you're missing out. But the real opportunity is actually in solving the problems in front of you. I was able to, in my opinion, become another order of magnitude greater in terms of entrepreneurship, which I would just measure by wealth. Once I was able to learn to say no and accept that I would not be able to pursue the many things that I know I could crush. Because once you realize how much actual work it takes to make something good, you realize how few things you're actually going to be able to do in your entire life. And so this is why picking becomes so important. Right now, the things that you're gonna have to say no to are really the distractions and kind of, in some ways, easy. Say no to fantasy football.
Okay, we're gonna get the stupid pack that YouTuber talked about. Don't know how good it is. What is this? Shadow Rider CarX VMAX League Battle Deck.
Say no to drinking beers with the boys, going out with the club, whatever. But in a year from now, once you have more skills, there will be more opportunities. You're gonna have multiple $10,000 a month income opportunities that you're gonna have to say no to stick with the one that you have. And then once that thing becomes a $100,000 a month thing that you're doing, you're gonna have to start saying no to multiple $100,000 a month opportunities. And here's the thing with opportunities that come up. They only show you the upside and not the downside. You have to know where the skeletons are buried. You have to know where the bodies are. If you don't know, and I've gone through this visual because I think about it every single time I have to walk through not doing something. You are here. You see this new opportunity here. Then you understand the downsides here. Then you live the downsides. Then you experience the upside. Then you achieve your goal. And so this is the starting point. This is called uninformed optimism. This is now informed pessimism. This is the valley of despair. And this is where most people quit. But what they do is they don't even quit because they don't want to say they quit. What they do is they start another one of these things. And they say, oh, this is now my uninformed optimism. And then, oh, now I understand this more. But the thing is that they never actually get through to this.
League Battle Decks. Path 1 is Celebrations. This is by far the best expansion when it comes to credit. There's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow... I won't bore you with all the details, but farming trade credits in 2025 is a lot tougher than it was in 2024. I'll do my best to guide you in the right direction, but there's far too many variables going on right now, so don't be surprised if the numbers aren't 100% accurate. Basically, as soon as you get to 1,250 trainer points, which could take as little as 1 day if you do really well in ranked battles, or as much as 4 days if you just do your daily quests, you want to start spending them. And the first thing you want to buy is the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck from July 2022. I specify the date because you have to go to the shop, click View All Bundles, then scroll all the way down to July 2022 to find it. For an idea of how long it took me to get these trainer points, I did just 12 battles over 3 days, was still in Quick League, and only reached level 8 on my profile and just tier 13 of the Battle Pass. With a full week of playing and seeing some success in ranked, you can easily get to 3,000 trainer points. Anyways, as you can see, it costs 1,250 trainer points for the Shadow Rider VMAX League Battle Deck. Buy it, and you'll be gifted with 0 trainer points. I know, it's scary, but this is the part where you need to trust the process. The whole goal with TCG Live is spending those trainer points to get as many trade credits as possible, which you then use to craft cards to build decks. But now that nearly all shop items have a purchase limit of 4, there's going to be some lean times. The good news is that buying your second Shadow Rider deck increases the credit gain to around 3,300. The third one is 4,100, and so is the fourth, for a grand total of just over 11,000 trade credits for 5,000 trainer points. I know it's all super convoluted and barely makes any sense, which is a great way to describe TCG Live's economy. All you need to know as a new player is that buying 4 Shadow Rider League Battle decks before anything else is the best return on investment. Immediately after the Shadow Rider deck, buy 4 copies of the Ice Rider VMAX League Battle deck, which is right next to the Shadow Rider deck in July 2022. One of my handsomest viewers did the math and determined that this method will give you over 11,000 trade credits in exchange for those 5,000 trainer points. Now's where you must look within yourself and ask a very important question. Is it better to spend $600 on a life-size Vaporeon doll or on a Switch 2? Also, how long do you plan on playing Pokemon TCG Live? If you're in it for the long haul and don't mind grinding away for a few months without obtaining too many new cards, buy Celebrations packs. If you don't mind sacrificing long-term gain for short-term rewards, continue with purchasing League Battle decks. Path 1 is Celebrations. This is by far the best expansion when it comes to credit farming, as there's only 50 cards total and every card is a rare or better. Unfortunately, you don't start earning credits until you own 4 copies of a card, and Celebrations packs only have 4 cards in them. So for the first few months, it'll be off to a slower start than Regigigas. But once you get to, say, pack 200, the credits will start flowing. If I did the math correctly, someone who does their 3 daily quests every day will be able to open about 50 Celebrations packs per month, which means after 4 months, you'll start to see your investment really pay off. Path 2 sees you buying more League Battle decks. It'd honestly take me weeks to properly do the math on the exact right way to spend each and every last trainer point to its fullest potential. So instead, I'll try to point you in the right direction. Thanks to the default free decks every player gets, your collection on PTCGL has a lot of staple cards. So when you go to buy League Battle decks like the Charizard and Dragapult one, you have a spare set
this upside. And so they just keep jumping from thing to thing to thing over and over again. And so the reason it takes so long is because you're in a rush. Big things don't happen on small timelines, because you have to start from 0 over and over again. And if you actually stick with it, it's actually the shortest way to get to where you want to go. It just takes longer than you think. Must be easy for you to say. It's probably something that you might think by watching this or listening to this. And I like to tell this story because in July of 2017 is when I started my podcast. And it was 90 days after I lost everything, the last time. And from that point until now, it's taken that period of time to get to over 1 million downloads a month. And for the first 3 years, and I was making multiple podcasts, we're talking 300-400 episodes. For the first few years, I never really cracked 3,000 downloads a month. And so I could say, man, why is this taking so long? But the real is that it took me that long to get good. It also, being extra real, took me that long to have proof on the outside that what I was saying was true on the inside. And right now, no one who listens to my podcast cares that it took me 7 years to get here. They just care that it's good today. And so people quit here when things get hard because the thought of something being hard forever is unbearable. They think that this line is just going to keep going this way forever, but it's not. Because once you fully understand all the bodies, where the skeletons are hidden, then you can actually start solving them one by one. The thing is that distraction only is distracting because you don't know what sucks about it. You might think you know what sucks about it, but you don't know what sucks about it. And so the big difference is you have something called declarative versus procedural knowledge. And so there's 2 types of learning. This is actually formal. This is from academia. So you have declarative knowledge, which is knowing about something. So if you go memorize a fact or you learn how private equity works, right? This is knowing about. The other type of knowledge is procedural, which is knowing how to. And so a lot of people mistake declarative knowledge for procedural. And so they mistakenly think that if they watch 10 videos on doing a private equity deal, that it means they understand how to do a private equity deal. Or they watch 10 videos on cold outbound and they think it means they understand how to do cold outbound. Or 10 videos on sales and so forth. But you're never really gonna learn how to do it until you do it. And so you're gonna learn more from your first 100 cold calls, your 100 cold knock on doors, than you will from 100 books or videos that you watch. But I have good news. Nothing hard lasts forever. There's only 3 things that can happen. You either quit, it gets easier, or you get better. So no matter what, it always ends. You only lose when you quit before you see it all the way through. And I think that's incredibly encouraging. So no matter how hard whatever it is that you're doing is, which by the way just means that your expectation doesn't match reality, but no matter how hard it is, you either quit, it gets easier because something changes externally, or you get harder, something changes internally. But no matter what, it will end. Think about it like you're mining for gold, right? You're chiseling away underground and you've got this pile of gold. You don't know how far away it is, but it's underground and you're digging towards it. This difficulty of swinging the pickaxe can end when 1, you walk out of the mine and say,
There's, you know what, marketing doesn't work. Sure. The second is that all of a sudden you hit a soft patch, and then you're like, oh my God, I'm digging so much faster now. This is great. And then you get to the gold. Or you just start swinging the axe harder because you get more muscled, you get more efficient with your movements, and you just keep chiseling away, even if it goes from dirt to rock. You just keep chiseling away at a slower pace, but you eventually break through and get there. But in all three of those scenarios, hard doesn't last forever. And so I'll give you a little rule of thumb that I've seen on how do I do more of what's working, right? How do I keep going? When it's easy, do more. When it's hard, do different. And so I told this story years ago, and I'll tell you guys again. So when Gym Launch just barely started to work, all right, so I'm like 3 months into Gym Launch working. Guess what brilliant Alex thought he should do? So I went to this meetup of 10 entrepreneurs. All the entrepreneurs were 8-figure entrepreneurs, so 10 million plus per year. I was not making that. We were paying probably $300,000 or $400,000 a month at the time. It was just me, Layla, and I think we had an assistant over kitchen sink, right? So I was making the most money I'd ever made in my life, and probably to this day, because it was the most material change in my life by percentage. When you go from no money to hundreds of thousands a month within 90 days, me looking at bankruptcy attorneys 6 months earlier to that, I can't explain how crazy reality shifted. But I had this guy who came up to me after I gave my little presentation of like, hey, this is what's working. And so of course what I want to do now is start a supplement company. He came up to me and he said, if what you're saying is true, if the economics of the business that you've outlined really do work as well as you say they do, when it gets easy is when you go hard. It's when you double down on what's working. And he said that to me, and I remember he said, because what's going to happen is that if it really works this well, someone bigger and badder is going to take all your stuff and immediately try and do it with their distribution, their audience, and their leverage. And so if there's ever been a time to focus on the thing that's in front of you, it's right now. And I remember Layla and I felt this huge weight of pressure that started us at that point. Because literally, I think I was really content for like 6 weeks. And I was really thrilled. We just got married. We're 6 weeks into being, married. We're making really good money. She's 23 or 24. I'm 26, 27. So like we're young. I was like, holy cow, this is amazing. Our rent, for context, was $1,200 a month. I was taking home $400, right? Like, and so I've always lived far below my means. At this point, though, we went back home with the devil inside of us in terms of the fear of us losing everything that we had. And so we basically worked around the clock like someone was trying to put us out of business. And the thing is that people did eventually, but by the time they did, we had gone so far ahead that they were way behind us because we were working against a hypothetical enemy who was trying to destroy us, not the ones that were actually mediocre and distracted. When it's easy, do more. Once it starts working, put the blinders on and hit the gas. And I would challenge you with this tactical setup. Right now, if you've never worked for 30 days straight, I would encourage you to try it. In China, there's something called the 996, which is basically the standard for Chinese tech work hours, which is you work 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. That's the bar. And so I like to state that because we think we work so hard. That's just the average. And so I would encourage you, remember hard times, hard men, right? Good times? Well, we need to act as though it's hard times because if you don't, you're surely going to become soft. My challenge for you is work 30 days straight. Work 10, work 12 hours a day, 30 days straight. What you will realize at the end of this is 1, how much work you can actually do. 2, that you're not going to die, you're not made of glass. And 3rd, you'll know that you have that gear if the time calls for it. Now, I will be very real with you. I work more now than I've ever worked in my life, save maybe when I opened my very first gym. So I work in absolute hours more than I ever have, and I produce significantly more than I did then. And this year, I think I've taken something like 10 or 11 days off in 2024. I would measure a day off as any day where I worked probably fewer than 4 hours. I put this as context, and I had a security guard who was here at acquisition.com earlier this year, and he was talking to some of the younger guys on the team. And he said, you should never let Alex work more hours than you because he's already ahead of you. And so if you want to catch up with him, certainly don't let him outwork you. Some of the hoodoo, mental health, whatever people are going to disagree with me. Also, don't give a shit. And so the thing is you can just go and make those mental health people happy, or you can get what the fuck you came here to get. You can do what you came to do. And I have found that in my life, I've gotten significantly more purpose and more drive from a long day's hard work, from earning my shower at the end of the day, than anything that I've ever had from a pleasure-seeking perspective. As much as it's great to go to the pool for a day and hang out with some people, or maybe just watch movies, as great as that may be, there's nothing that I get more fulfillment out of than knowing that at the end of the day that I work 16 straight hours, that I have some product that I pulled out of my brain and into the world, that this thing got life now. Looking back on the best days of my life, it was those types of days. And so when I realized that, I stopped trying to satisfy what everyone else told me my life was supposed to be like. They're like, you should take vacations. I took my first vacation this year, and it was supposed to be a 2-day vacation, and Layla and I left after 1. Because what happened was, I got there at this beautiful resort, $5,000 or $10,000 a night, very expensive. And I say that just to say that it was ritzy, right? It was luxurious. I get there, I sit out on the back of this beautiful patio for this really expensive room, and I look out on this mountain view, and I think to myself, this is beautiful, and I don't care. I wish I felt something. And all I wanted was to get back in the game. And so I realized that even that little mini vacation was something that I had done because I thought it was an expectation. It was unspoken or spoken from someone else in my life. And so I have this quote that I live by, which is, if you don't know why you believe what you believe, it's not your belief, it's someone else's. At that time, it's like I had this belief that I should take a vacation. But why? Now, if I can't explain it, which I really can't, then I shouldn't do it. And now, I want to be very clear. This doesn't mean that there's no time for rest. But I like to think about the hypothetical extremes. I like to think about the 996 that is just the standard in China. And I like to think about people in the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages. They worked above their shop, and they didn't have, like the 7-day or 5-day work week is something that was invented in the last 100 years. This is not pointing to your human capacity. This is pointing to a societal constraint. I think that a truly liberated individual operates purely from first principles of what do I want, what does it take to get it, and then what are the things that hold me back? And those things that hold you back are going to be physical constraints. You can't operate without sleep, not for an extended period of time. So I'm not saying go sleep. Sleep as much as you can. I'm not saying that you can work physical labor all hours of the day without rest. You need rest, and sometimes you need mental rest, which is different than physical rest, and that's okay. So if you need, and I'm gonna put need in quotes here, if your way of unplugging is watching Netflix, cool. If your way of unplugging is gardening, cool. If your way of unplugging is working out, cool. Do what works for you. But fundamentally, the goal is to increase total net output over the longest period of time. And so it's not about, okay, I'm gonna work 24 hours straight. Well, you're actually gonna take from tomorrow, so your net output over 2 days is gonna be much worse. And so it's really balancing that, and I learned that much later in life. I was able to get significantly more out of myself working 7 days a week and working 10 hours, 12 hours on those days, rather than working, call it 18 every day. That was for me a little bit too much. Now, I have had seasons where I call it 3 shifts. So basically I work 6 to noon, noon to 6, and then I work 6 to basically sleep time when I get back home. I only usually have to go into that gear probably once a year for maybe 6 weeks to 8 weeks is when I have to go into the 3rd shift. But most of the times, I can pretty much sustain 12 hours of work a day, kind of indefinitely. I bring this up to kind of set the bar for at least where I'm at, so maybe you have some sort of benchmark. But if you're wanting to get ahead, I can promise you working less is probably not the way to do it, especially when you don't have as many skills. Because the fewer skills that you have, the more labor or volume you have to compensate with in order to make up for the ineffectiveness per unit of time you work. And so in the beginning is when you actually have to work the most. But in the end is when you want to work the most because of how much more you're getting for it. So my team wanted me to make this point because they've obviously seen me work and they're like, I don't think this is coming through in this video, which is that I have an obsession with speed. This seems kind of weird in juxtaposition with patience, but this is the very classic micro speed, macro patience, whatever ism you prefer. The idea is though that you want to pull reality forward. And so I always like to break things down, whether it's me or my team, into how many hours and minutes something's going to take. And then I like to stack those things back and forth. And rather than using arbitrary deadlines of, okay, let's get this done by next week, you use actual deadlines based on how long it should take. And then when you find out how long something takes, you then ask the next question, which is, how can I make this take less time? How can I automate this thing? How can I automate portions of this work? How can I give away chunks of this? How can I deem some of this unnecessary? And so that continuous cutting and pulling forward of tasks is how you can move so much faster through life and towards your goals. And so I have this weird mental belief that there's like this big path in front of me that I have all these skills that I have to achieve to hit these milestones. That is laid out on this time span. And so I reject the timeline, but I accept the skills. And so the idea is like, okay, it's like I'm a Pac-Man of like eating those little dots, and each of those dots is a skill. It's like I want to pull it towards me as fast as I can so I can ingest the skills and basically power up myself faster. Because I know that these skills are requisites. I can't move on to calculus without knowing arithmetic. I can't move on to calculus without knowing algebra. There's no way around it. But I can choose to learn algebra faster. And so then it's like, okay, what is required to learn algebra? Oh, and if I do more problems faster than the standard person, then I'll get there faster. And so if the class says, okay, I need you to do these 10 problem sets and they're due next week, well then how long does it take for me to do those problems? Maybe 30 minutes. Then why can't I do my second lesson 30 minutes later and then do another 10 problems and do my third lesson 30 minutes after that and do another 10 problems? Well, if that's the case, then I can do an entire year's worth of work in a week. And this is how, in my opinion, pulling forward is one of those things that I've seen so many of the most successful entrepreneurs do is they simply question timelines aggressively and ruthlessly eliminate any waste or gap between the actions required to win and everything else. Honestly, I think the things that I'm working on right now for my skills are I'm learning how to reinforce cultural norms across a company that continues to scale, which I define as the rules that govern reinforcement in an organization. That is the culture, and those are both spoken and unspoken rules. And when I say rules, I mean when someone does this, they get a pat on the butt. When someone does this, they get chastised or they get a ding, right? And the thing is that people like to say they have a good culture here, but the culture is 100, 1,000 unspoken rules, and that's why it takes people time to learn and figure out what the culture is when they go somewhere new. You can give someone a list of 100 rules, and if you were very granular, you could figure it out. The problem is that the culture changes based on the people who change the reinforcers. And so that means that the culture in a team could be different than the culture in the company because the person who's closest to them manages it differently. And so that changes the behavior. And so that's why a sales team can have a different culture than a marketing team, a different culture than a finance team, a different culture than an HR team. And so I'd say right now, a big focus of mine is trying to standardize the rules that govern reinforcement across an organization that scales and making sure that everyone is aligned with that style of work. The second thing that I'm working on right now is basically the highest level of recruiting. And recruiting and talent is actually kind of like focus, where it's one of those skills that I don't think you ever master. You just keep learning how many more levels there are to it. It's like right when you finish it, you realize that you're at a sub-peak and there's actually another peak beyond it. The mist lifts and then you see the next steps. And so, like focus, I thought, oh, I was focused at $100,000 a month because I could turn these opportunities down. And then you got some even sexier opportunities. You got to learn how to say no to those. So the same thing happens with talent is that you're willing to tolerate a certain amount of mediocrity at one level that is no longer tolerable at a level above that. And the types of people that you bring in, you have a higher standard, a higher bar for those people, and attracting them and the process associated with getting them to buy into your culture, your vision, and getting them to take their skills and apply them to your opportunity is a skill set that I am working on now because fundamentally I believe which is the best talent is always yet to come. And that's predicated on the idea that if I get better, my opportunity will get better, and that will attract more people and better people. And I bring this up because I basically want to translate one thing, which is that the reinvestment in learning skills never ends. And so Charlie Munger said this, you just have to be a lifelong student. You have to be willing and want to learn. So I actually had an example of this. So recently there was somebody on Teams, I did a bunch of one-on-ones over the last week because I was looking at one of the departments. And one of the guys said, hey, I have this particular skill. I was hoping that we could eventually have a role that only does this thing. And I said, it's interesting that you ask or you make that request, because if I were you, I would not think that way at all. I would think, how can I learn 10 more skills? Rather than how can the organization meet my demands, it should be, how can I let my skills meet the demands of the existing business? It's asking reality to meet you where you're at, rather than meeting reality where it is. And I think that too many people do this. Why can't the world be more convenient for me? Well, the world is uncaring. It doesn't care about you at all. And underpinning that statement is the entitlement, is the expectation that it somehow should. And I think that is a poverty lens. And so the wealthy accept the world for what it is and then choose to maximize and adapt. Everyone else tries to stomp their feet and throw tantrums and say how it's not fair. And they're right. And so what? There's a Haitian proverb that has nothing to do with cats and dogs that I think is relevant right now, which is, behind mountains are more mountains. Goals aren't finish lines, they're mile markers. And I think that's a great mental frame, which is that you think that your goal is to get to $10,000 a month, or $100,000 a month, or $1 million a month, or $10 million a month, whatever your goal is. And I can promise you, having hit those, you just move it again. The mist lifts when you get there and you realize there's another mountaintop. But where people lose their way is when they start listening to people at the bottom of the mountain who see them at the subhead and say, you weren't happy last time when you got to the last peak. Why are you going to be happy the next time? But that's under their assumption in their poverty lens that you did it to get to the mountaintop. You did it for the climb. And they'll never understand that. And don't expect them to. I remember I was trying to understand this person who had made this really irrational decision, and I kept thinking, like, how does this decision make sense? And I was talking to my father, actually. And he said, you're trying to apply logic to someone who's illogical. And that itself is illogical. And I remember thinking about that. I said, like, there are these people in our lives that say these things that you're like, I don't understand why they'd say that. And then you try and make sense of it. But the effort of trying to make sense of somebody who doesn't make sense is nonsensical. And so if it doesn't make sense to you, ignore it, because they're going to disappear anyways. One of the things that has been true in my life is that the lazy don't know how to start. The losers don't know how to finish. And the legends don't know how to stop. And if I look at that, the lazy, the losers, and the legends, I know which one I would rather be. And I also say that as somebody who doesn't believe in legacy or anything after we die. So this is tactical. Find what works, do more of what works, find the thing that's preventing you from doing more of what works, solve that thing, and get back to doing more of what works. Then repeat. And so the reality is that in health, marriage, business, or any game worth playing, you don't win by winning. You win by staying alive long enough that you outlast everyone else. So I will give you the advice that I gave a subgroup in school that we picked 100 people who had applied out of 500 plus to basically do a 90-day sprint to help them start a school community. So we wanted to do a more in-depth kind of training, things like that for this special group so that we could see if this new implementation yielded better results. And so the guy who we had running the group asked me, he's like, can you give any kind of like words of wisdom to these guys before we kick it off? And so this is what I told him. Number one, follow instructions. Number two, when you read something that you don't understand how to do, Google first. Number three, when you figure it out, post it. Others also may have struggled. 4, actually follow the rule of 100 daily, which is that you reach out to 100 people, you make a post that you spend 100 minutes on, spend $100 plus on ads, and you spend at least 100 minutes a day making and improving ads and researching ads. As long as you do those things consistently and you get better, you will see results. And the amount of you that I see who tag me in like day 4, day 20, day 30, the guys who are at day 60 of rule of 100 are like, I have more business than I could possibly handle. The problem is no one sticks with it. And this is why I want you to stick with it. Rule number 5, you will be excited for a week. Then excitement will end. And that is where the work begins. 6, your work works on you more than you work on it. You are the product that's getting built more than anything that you're actually putting into your business. Remember that. 7, everything is unscalable in the beginning. That's the point. It's how you learn every piece of it. And once you learn every piece of it, people will call you an expert. 8, the pain of repetition is what forces you to seek improvement. When you figure out ways to get more for what you do, you've gained skill. People want to avoid the pain. One of my favorite bodybuilding coaches, Milo Sarchev, talks about this in the context of how to grow a muscle. He says, find the pain. And then he'll just shout, he'll be like, suffer. He's like, stay there, find the pain. Because the thing is that pain is what forces you to change. And so if you encounter the pain and then say, oh, it's not working, that's the pain that you need to lean into, because when it's not working is what will force you to do an improvement. And that's how you get good at making better content, get good at making better ads, get good at having more effective reach outs on different channels, whatever. It's that pain that forces you to improve. 9, if you complain, you are dead to me. And I said this because I believe it. Like, there is nothing weaker and more helpless and that has lower agency than someone who simply complains about what has occurred. It's something that happened in the past or is in front of them in the present, and regardless, complaining literally does nothing. It's a net zero. It's a net loss. You both lose the energy that you could have spent improving, and you also lose respect from every single person that you complain to. And they will associate the complaints with you. They won't remember what you complain about, only that you complain. 10, literally thousands of people have already succeeded. You are not special. Repeat the same activities, and you will be able to repeat the same outcomes. Before you make a conclusion that something doesn't work, I want you to state the objective truth of what you're claiming. You're like, Facebook ads don't work. Sure, so the $400 billion a year in advertising that gets spent on Facebook just somehow doesn't work. People aren't doing it because it's not working. Cold outbound doesn't work. Yeah, so the gazillion companies that do 10,000 emails, 10,000 calls a day, it doesn't work. What you have to reframe it as is, I don't know how to make it work. I am not good enough to know how to make it work. Because you're not making as much money as you want because you're not as good as you think you are. 11, write down every reason that you're going to stick with it. Put it in front of you and revisit it when you need a reminder of why to stick with it. 12, business is shockingly simple but surprisingly hard. The hard comes in the form of consistency. The moment you don't want to do it or just skip today is the day you realize what hard actually feels like. Learn to endure, overcome. 13, just win. Because at the end of the day, all of this hardship will be forgotten. It will fade into your memory. And so know that as you're going through it, you're actually just going to disproportionately in your memory remember the good stuff and not the bad stuff. I only have a few glimpses in my memory at the time when I was sleeping on the floor and I had my gym and I was getting started and I remember being so tired that like a good night's sleep couldn't fix it. I remember that. But it's almost like I remember the words that I told myself more than I even remember the experiences because it was so long ago. Things will get better and you will remember the betterness more than you remember the suffering. Because the betterness will carry over in today, which will always be fresher for you than how long ago the suffering may have been. The best time to work on improving your business was last year. The second best time is today. So you might as well get started. So if you're a business owner and you'd like to scale, I'd like to invite you out to my headquarters for one of our scaling workshops where we help identify and solve your number one constraint so you can start the year with lots of momentum. So it's 2 days, again, at my headquarters with my team talking about your business. And so if that sounds at all interesting, click the link below, book a call with my team, and if you're fit, we'd love to see you. Most of my success in business has come from finding and exploiting unfair advantages. Here are 15 lessons on finding and leveraging yours. So let's start with number 1. Pain is the price of progress. The fastest growth periods are often the most miserable. If you want to progress, get used to pain. If you think about what actually occurs when you grow, you stretch past your point of comfort. So even if you're growing a muscle, like you stretch, you break it down, it's painful. If you have growing pains, like as a kid, it's like you grew too fast and your joints are in a lot of pain. If you're a company and you expand, this is technically supposed to be good stuff, but it doesn't make it any less painful. Elite athletes don't get stronger during easy workouts. If we want progress, we must accept the price of pain that's attached to it. You cannot both want progress and live an easy life. These two things conflict. Number 2, happy but not satisfied. So let me explain this. So you're allowed to be happy before you hit your goal, just not satisfied. And so there's a very big difference between being content with your life, content with your work, and complacent, meaning you're not going to take any more action. There's this great Haitian proverb, which is, behind mountains are more mountains. It's kind of like, after every peak, you can just see more peaks ahead of you. The work works on you more than you work on it. For me, I remember I had a year that I basically went into retirement trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and the thesis that I came out with was that hard work is the goal. And so the fact that there's something that happens as a result of hard work is really just a secondary effect. It's a consequence. But the goal is the work itself. I had a friend this morning who messaged me, like, why do you still work? And I was like, because it's the thing that I enjoy doing most. And when I look back on my life, when I didn't work, I was bored and felt depressed. And when I do work, I am stressed, but I do have moments that I really enjoy as well. I took this as a kind of a foundational truth for me, not for everyone, that there's misery on both sides, so I might as well be productive and useful. And the only way to be productive and useful is to be happy about the process, but not satisfied, so you can continue to provide value to the world. Now, number 3, ignore critics. Now, this is probably easy to say, hard to do. So let me break this down a little bit more. So, friendly reminder that most people are fat, poor, pansies. Don't listen to them when they try to deter you from doing whatever it takes to succeed. So the average person will always try to keep you average. It makes sense that if you want to be extraordinary, you will do things that an ordinary person would see as extra, right? And so a lot of people, this is the really hard part that I had to come to terms with, is that a lot of people want to see you fail because it justifies the risk that they chose not to take. We always have to think about listening to the people who are closest to our goals, not closest to us. And if you want a more violent version of this, your critics are going to eventually die. And their opinion isn't going to matter then, which means it probably also doesn't matter now. So you might as well do what you wanted to do originally. Number 4, selective productivity. Productivity comes from all the things that you choose not to do. I'm going to define 2 more terms for you because I think it's important. I see commitment as the elimination of alternatives. So if I get married, then I eliminate all alternatives to the person that I'm married to, right? That is commitment, right? Which is very similar to focus. Focus, if you think of the hypothetical extreme of focus, is that somebody does literally nothing but one thing. So they don't eat, they don't sleep, they would eventually die. But they would be 100% focused during the time that they were alive, right? Obviously, we have to put a couple things in. You have to eat food, you have to sleep, right? But the most focused person does the fewest things outside of the thing they're focused on. Focus is about the number of things that you say no to. Having this framework is, in my opinion, more powerful for productivity than just about anything else, right? People are always trying to figure out like productivity hacks, but they want to add things to their lives to become more productive, which is completely counter to what focus even means. It's getting rid of everything that's not the thing is how you focus. Now, part of that also means environmentally, right? So if you like have a window that you look outside of, and you've got people who walk past your office, and people can knock on the door, and you've got Slack notifications, of course you're not focused because all of those things are not the work. So I'm going to give you an analogy here. So imagine there's a wall that you have to get over, all right? You have to get a critical mass to get above this wall, right? And so you start putting up, these ladders against the wall to try and climb over the wall. All right, this should make some sense. But as you try to build up the little rungs of the ladder, so you put 4 rungs up. Well, you're not going to get the critical mass required to get over the hump to actually get the success you want. But the idea, the fallacy, is that, I'll just do all 3 or 4 of these things and I'll see which one works. When the reality is that any of them work, but none of them will work unless you work on one. And so we have to take these 4 rungs that we're able to build and say, you know what? We're not going to do that. We're going to put that rung here because I'm going to take that time. Then I'm putting for my second opportunity to put it here. I'm going to take this rung and put it right here. And then I'm going to take this rung, and what do you know? I can get over this hump on top, and I can get to the other side of the wall, which of course is where all the money and all the happiness and all the the girls with beautiful hair. Look at this beautiful hair, right? This beautiful. Now she looks like a bug. Anyways, there you go. What's crazy is that this literally happens at all levels of business. Like people who are starting out trying to start 5 things, people who are like their 2nd or 5th year. I talked to a guy last night who has a really good business, really good margin, 50% margins, has great revenue retention. He was in cyber security. People stay with him, people pay. He has no problem getting customers. He has no problem delivering them. I was like, what's the problem? He's like, me. He said, I get bored. He's like, I just want to start more things. And I'm like, yeah, you got to stop that. It's like the thing is think about how much more successful you'd be. So zoom all the way out. Think of somebody who gets better every single year and works on the same project for 20 years.
you'd be like, my God, that guy's probably really fucking good. And what's interesting about this is that it doesn't matter what project the person works on. You do 20 years of reps and you do nothing else, you're going to be good. And so if you know that that's a fact, that's a certainty, that you're going to be good at 20 years of practice, then the objective is to just get 20 years of practice in one thing and stick with it. So like, your plans aren't working because the plans are wrong. The plans aren't working because you're not working on the plan. The hard part about the plan is not creating the plan or even following the plan, it's sticking with the plan. That's the hard part. All right, number 5, fear versus regret. So change is scary, but so is regret. And so the life you live depends on the one you fear most. The more successful version of yourself also has fear. It's just that your fear of regret is greater than your fear of rejection. Think about that for a second. Let's say it one more time. Your fear of regret must supersede, must be bigger, must be greater than your fear of rejection. And so I remember when I quit my management consulting job, which took me 6 months. So I'm not saying this from a pedestal. It took me 6 months. I decided I wanted to quit. It took me 6 months before I actually quit. By the way, you can measure how powerful someone is by the distance between when they make a decision and what happens in reality. So if you want to feel impotent, then take as long as you possibly can between when you make a decision and when you act on that decision. Now for me, it was 6 months. And all I did was I called my friends up every night. I was like, I'm gonna quit my job. I'm gonna start a business. And we talk every night, literally every night. And I would be pacing in my condo like, I'm gonna do it. And I wouldn't do it. I was too afraid. I was too much of a scaredy cat. But the thing that got me over the hump was this. Number 1. I knew that when I looked back on my life, if I never took the jump, I would have been ashamed of myself. And I would have felt like I was a pansy. I was like, I can't die a pansy. I have to be able to make it go. Number 2, I played out plan B, which is, okay, let's say I actually completely fail. What happens? I was like, well, I'm not really going to be homeless. I know enough people that I can get food, right? I was like, okay. So at the end of the day, what would I really do? Well, I could always apply to get the job that I had back. Or I could just go to another place with an experience or a story that would set me up for something cooler later. And so all of a sudden I was like, wait, so my plan B is that I just have a cool experience that I can talk about at a job interview or to go to business school? Okay, that doesn't actually sound that bad. And so there's this huge amorphous fear, but I've just noticed in my life that fear only exists in the vague. It doesn't exist in the specific. If you're afraid of something, try and break it into pieces and spell it out. Play out the next 2 or 3 steps. Because all of a sudden, if you're in the developed Western world, the downside risk is not really real. Like the only real downside risk is the opinions of other people who will say that you failed, who you don't care about anyways. But like, you think you're going to die, but you're not. You're just going to learn some stuff, and you'll be like, oh, maybe next time I'm not going to make that mistake. And that's it. And I say this, and it's easy for me to say, but it took me 6 months to figure this out. But I do remember my final straw was the realization that I had at the time, no girlfriend, no kids, and I had no real financial responsibilities besides like eating and having a place to live. I said, if I can't make the decision now because it feels too risky, I will never be able to make the decision. Because if other people rely on me, now some of you are in a position where people do rely on you, and you're like, well, Alex, I've got people who rely on me. Yeah, I would say that it makes it harder. And what now? Harder, and so what? Well, for me, that was the thing that got me over the hump. It was like, if I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it. I'm never going to have fewer responsibilities. And to play this out a little bit more, if you have people who depend on you, their dependencies on you might increase. And so if you can't do it now, you still might as well do it, right? Because it's only going to go one way. Number 6, persistence creates timing. So you can time everything perfectly if your intention is to never stop. I want to say this one more time. You can time everything perfectly if your intention is to never stop. So think about this visually. So let's imagine that this line right here is your lifeline. It's life as time passes, right? Now, let's say that you have some special thing that's going to happen here, and some special opportunity happens here, and some special opportunity happens here. What most people try and do is they don't want to work at all, and then they're like, oh, I'm just going to work here, and then I'm going to work here, and then I'm going to work here. But it's very low if you're trying to time it. But if you work the whole time, then the timing will always be perfect because you will be ready. And so perfect timing is a complete myth, but perfect preparation isn't. And then on a long enough time horizon, your opportunity will come. People think that they need perfect conditions to start when in reality, starting is the perfect condition. It creates the perfect condition for opportunity to be capitalized on. And I can tell you this from firsthand experience with me. Like, the more you do, the more you see you can do. And so opportunities multiply with skill. And so the better you get at doing stuff, the more things you know you would be able to do and win at. And so the goal is to gain as many skills as possible so that you have access to the maximum number of potential opportunities. A lot of people are thinking that, oh, I'm going to wait for the right moment. But when you have unlimited skills, like Elon can go do whatever he wants. He could build a city in the middle of the ocean. And so he could do that. He has the skills because the world of opportunity is open to him. He also spent all of his younger years just developing all these different skills and becoming a polymath across all these different things. Independence, political stuff, put it away. The point is the guy's good, all right? And so the goal is to get good, and then you'll never have a shortage of opportunities. Number 7, envy versus effort. All right, let me break this down. If people worked for their goals as hard as they envy others for achieving them, they would already have achieved them themselves. So think about the amount of mental effort that goes into the hate that people spew out, the envy for wanting other people's stuff. I'll give you a couple hard truths about this. Number 1, no one is doing as well as you think they are. So by comparison, you're actually better off than you think. Number 2, you don't win by beating people. You win by growing into your potential and then allowing them to shrink into irrelevance by consequence. 3, and guess what? Your biggest threat is not your competition. It's a mediocre version of you that never realized what you could become. And as pithy as that may sound, it's also true, right? A lot of people think it's like, oh, that guy's doing really well. It's like, his doing well changes nothing about your reality.
something really ironic that I noticed is that the people who get copied the most by their competition are the people who ignore the competition who are copying them. Fundamentally, you start by focusing on the customer, and if you always put the customer first, everyone will copy you because you're actually doing the thing that will work, which is focusing on the customer. And there's a lot of weird things in life like that, where like it's the opposite is what you think. Like, oh, I'm gonna look at everyone else. It's like, no, just do what matters most, and then people who don't know how to think will just copy you. Real threat is that no one copies you at all because you're doing nothing. If you take all this effort that you put into comparing yourself to other people, that you look to kind of like tearing them down sometimes, even in your mind, let's be real. Maybe you don't say to other people, but in your mind you're like, yeah, whatever that is, whatever that feeling is. That, just do that towards you not being good enough. And what happens is that when you do that, all of that effort, all that energy goes into improving yourself rather than tearing down somebody else. And only one of those things will help you. Number 8, hard conversations create opportunities. Hard truth. Everything you want is on the other side of a few hard conversations that you have been putting off. People either grow to their potential or they keep living the same 6 months of their life over and over again. And the difference is how many hard conversations you're willing to have and how fast you have them once you realize you need to. You shirk away from this, and I get it. I'm somebody who for a very long time had a hard time having hard conversations. I literally traveled across the country before I told my dad that I left. All right, I get it. So if you think having uncomfortable conversations is hard, just wait until you see the result of not having them. It will be harder. Basically, the struggle is that you have short-term pain versus long-term pain. And long-term pain, I call regret. Comfort is short gain. Regret is long pain. Fear is short pain. Fulfillment is long gain. You want to trade short pains for long gains, not short gains for long pains. It's not the safe bet. It's a guaranteed loss, just late. All right, so I'm gonna spell this out. This is short pain. This is long pain. This is short gain. This is long gain. You want to trade short pain for long gain. That's the goal. It's the best trade. Number 9, endure. There's a reason that when I gave instructions to some of the new business owners who were going to start, putting a community on school, one of the sole instructions I gave them was learn to endure. And so the fastest way to become the person you want to be is to put yourself in a situation where you have no choice but to become them. You'd be amazed at what you can endure when you have no choice. For me, when I signed my lease for my gym, I had $5,000 in my bank account. The rent was $5,000. I had never really made money before. And so I was like, oh wow, how does this work? If I made 100% of the money that I'd made in my job, I would have been able to pay rent and have no food or anything else. But one of my favorite flavor texts on Magic cards is necessity is the mother of invention, right? It's the constraints that create the innovation that is required to get you out of the constraint, to get you out of the hard time. And so when I think back on human history, sometimes we think the things that we're going through are hard, but they're certainly much easier than things that other humans have endured. And how did they endure them? Well, when the only choice they had was die or endure, you tend to endure. Number 10, results, excuses. This is not going to be a big surprise here. The thing with excuses that's interesting is that they may be valid. And I think that's the part that people struggle with. Is that they're like, yeah, obviously results matter more excuses, but insert special snowflake. The thing is that you might be right. And I just like this quote from Layla. She says, it's not your fault, but it is still your problem. You still have to do something about it, or you can just wait and say, you know what, I'm going to continue to not live the life that I want until I die. And everyone will be like, oh yeah, he had an excuse. That's why. Right? Is that what you really want? Is that people are like, yeah, he had an excuse. That's it. It's a weird thing to want a permission slip for mediocrity, which is fundamentally what excuses are. You just want permission from everyone else to still get respect without the outcome because of your extenuating circumstances. And the thing is there's a ton of allure, but the only person who actually believes that is you. People might not along, the people who love you might say, yeah, you know what, you are special enough, like your mama might still love you. But you're not gonna earn anyone's respect. And I think you certainly won't earn the respect of the person that matters most, which is you. Because you'll always know that you could have done more, that you could have done better. That's the one that keeps me up. I have a saying that I tell myself a lot when I'm doing something that I don't want to do. And it's, I will do what is required. It's not about doing your best. It's about doing what's required, because what's required might be better than your best is right now. The good news is that your best can get better. So number 11, this one's real, all right? The hard way is the easy way. You're like, how does that work? The hard way is the easy way because the easy way never gets you there. So think about it. People always are looking for the shortcut, but you have to accept a very simple truth, which is that the shortcut never actually takes you to the place that you're trying to go. And it's because it's rarely one big thing. And I would postulate, fancy word, right, that there are a lot of shortcuts that exist in life. Wait for it, and everyone already uses those. And so whenever an actual shortcut gets found, all humans immediately do it, and it no longer becomes a shortcut. It's just a thing that everyone does, and it's not really a thing anymore. Like we learned how to tie knots. That was a big breakthrough. Then everyone ties their shoes, and they're like, oh my God, let me show you the shortcut to this. It's like, oh, oh my God, everyone does it, and it's like not a thing anymore, right? And so all the things that you want to have that most people don't have shortcuts. But the thing is so many people waste so much time. They literally waste longer than it would have taken the hard way, or the only way, to get there in search of the easy way that doesn't exist. And so the reality of this is that it's usually 100 small things that make days, weeks, and months hard. It's the never-ending onslaught of shit. And then you remember, after going through that onslaught of shit, that you signed up for this. But then again, you figured that it would be hard. And then you're reminded that this is what hard feels like. And so you keep going, because it's the only choice you have. I want to remind you that a lot of times what we imagine hard to be is different than how we experience hard. Because the nature of hard changes too. And it's more of a limitation in how we describe hardship than it is, and I actually think there's a big problem with this. So it's kind of like Eskimos have like 7 different words for snow, I feel like I should have like 25 different words for hard, right? Like the amount of things that you go through. There's like lifestyle hard. Like, okay, so there's sacrifice hard of like you're giving up things that you enjoy. There's also like effort hard of like starting to do things that you hate doing that you're not good at. There's risk hard of the fact that you could lose something that you currently have, right? That you have the chance of losing what you currently have. You have the uncertainty hard of the fact that you might be doing all of the sacrifice for nothing. There's lots of different flavors of hard, and each one of them presents at different times. And for some reason, when it gets a new kind of hard, it's a new 7th type of snowflake hard, then you're like, oh, this is different. But it's not. It's just that the thing that you grow comfortable with, then you conquer, and then you're exposed to a new level. And so I love this quote from Paul Graham. He said, if you want to make $1 million, you have to endure $1 million worth of pain. Fundamentally, in my opinion, the people who end up building, not inheriting, building tremendous wealth, just have massive concentrations of pain. So don't go looking for the easy way because it will never get you there. Number 12, this is a big one, don't give away your power. Now, this sounds very like, girl power or a little like rah-rah, but I will break this down in a little bit less rah-rah way. So what offends you controls you. Whatever you point your finger of blame towards is what also you point your power towards. Meaning, we talked about excuses earlier. I can't do it because insert X. Insert X is the thing that has power over your life. And I remember when I realized this was that I had this belief that I would never be able to be in a long-term committed relationship because my mother had hurt me as a child. I didn't get enough hugs. Who gives a shit? Whatever. But I realized that by using that excuse and by saying it's her fault, I'm broken, it's her fault, I can't trust people, it's her fault, I can't love anybody. And by saying that over and over again, all I did was I said, my mother controls how my love life will go. Ooh. Heavy, real. Well, I don't want her to have control over how I choose to love or not love or how content I get in a relationship or anything like that. So I actively had to say, maybe all these things happened, maybe they didn't. Also, who cares? Me, I care. I'm the one who's affected by this. And what's crazy about this kind of weird thing with like parents is that you think by hurting yourself, you get back at them for hurting you. And you do hurt them when you hurt yourself. But you hurt you more. At some point, and this is like super real. Let's say that you were parented tough. Whatever that means for you. You had lots of bad things happen. Okay, and it's probably because you were a child trying to deal with the world without the skills of dealing with the world as an adult. But you had these things happen, right? And on some level, you might believe that you becoming successful, you making it work, validates the way that you were parented. And so you have this conflict where you're like, well, I don't want them to think that they did a good job by me being successful. And so then you want to keep not being successful to prove to them and to hurt them for hurting you. And you stay there as long as you want them to control you. And so the day that you choose to control yourself is the day that you choose to divorce your results from the very viable reasons that you have to not win. You are right, and so what? Number 13, rejection versus regret. At some point, everyone needs to choose whether they'd rather risk rejection now or guarantee regret later. And so losers fear rejection, winners fear regret. And most attempts fail of anything. Failure is literally a prerequisite for success. And one of my favorite quotes of mine is greatness rejects all first-time applicants. And so it's kind of like that person that just is like, oh, I can't get a job. And you're like, well, what have you done? They're like, well, I applied somewhere. And you're like, what do you mean? They're like, I applied somewhere. And you're like, and they're like, yeah, and I didn't get the job. They didn't call me. And you're like, you went to one place, and they're like, yeah, this is gonna be a really good analogy for somebody who's listening to this. Only for people who don't have a business. A lot of starting a business is the number of reach outs that you had to do in order to get the path, the job, the career that you want right now. So think about the amount of interviews, think about the amount of outreach, think about the amount of job ads, think about the amount of resumes that you sent out. Think about all of that, and all of that work got you what I would consider one sale. You got one person to say yes to you, and they would give you money for work. All right, now, obviously within the context of an employee relationship, but fundamentally it actually works the same way. All you do in a business is the same thing. If you can handle that level of rejection, then you can handle the same level of rejection in business. It's not actually that different. The question is whether you can handle that level of regret years later for not doing it. And I'll say this, one of the things that I've noticed between champions and everyone else is that everyone else, is so excited when they win. They're so excited, by the idea of them getting first place. But there's a reason that they never get first place. It's because they're excited about it. The people who always and very consistently hit first place and win the championship are relieved because they tend to hate losing more than they love winning. And they expected to win because of the level of preparation they had compared to everyone else. Which brings me very magically to number 14, consistency beats talent. So listen to this. You can beat most people at anything if you just stick with it for a year. You can become competent at just about any skill in 20 hours. It's just that people will wait 10 years to get the first 20 hours logged. Right? Like if you want to learn how to play the first few notes of the guitar, you can learn it about 20 hours. Now, are you going to be Jimi Hendrix? Which Gen Z, who's a guitarist, Purple Haze, you can look it up. Anyways, the point is that people have this huge delay before they begin. And what makes things hard isn't complexity, it's consistency. And so as boring as it is, you just have to keep doing it before you get anything back. So one of my favorite quotes from myself is, the world belongs to those who can keep doing without seeing the result of what they're doing. You have to delay how quick you get a reward, how fast you need a cookie in order to keep going. I've been told that I'm decent at presenting and talking on stage in front of people. And what a lot of people don't see is that for years, I spoke with a microphone in front of a group of people, and I did it like multiple times a day, and I did that in the form of a fitness session. And so I had to literally stand on a box and shout around and tell people what they had to do, and I had to do that for years. And I remember when I had to get on stage for the first time, and I had, in high school, been very nervous to public speak. And as I was about to get up on stage, I was like, why am I not nervous about this? Like, this is weird. Like, I should be nervous. Like, why am I not nervous? And I was like, oh, I've done this so many times. Like, so many times. And I'm not talking about, Civil War history and Abraham Lincoln.
I'm talking about stuff I know. Outwork your self-doubt through repetition, not affirmations. You don't do it through belief. You do it through stimuli habituation, which is just fancy words for saying you expose yourself to the bad thing so many times they get used to it. It's no longer a bad thing anymore. It's just life. If you want to get over a fear, the way they do it is habituation. So if I wanted to get over, being afraid of spiders, I'm not afraid of spiders, but some people are afraid of spiders, right? If you want to get over that fear, you literally lock yourself in a room with a bunch of spiders, and all you do is you just have panic attack after panic attack, and you pass out, and you wake up again, you pass out. You keep doing it eventually your nervous system adjusts, and 5 hours later, 8 hours later, you walk out of the room unafraid because you have habituated. And so the point of practice for all of these things is to habituate as fast as you can. And so we're trying to microwave that period of time. And the thing is, let's say it takes this many reps. You can have this many reps take you a year, or you can have it take you a month, depending on how dedicated you are to it. Number 15, have no shame. All right. Now, I have told this before, but my plan B was that I would drive Uber and Strip. Now, I think part of that was because I wanted to, thumb my, whatever the Shakespearean saying, I bite my thumb at you, bite my thumb at my very respectable parents, and say, like, I would take off my clothes for money. Now, of course, they would be horrified by that, but I think part of the reason I was okay with it was I was like, I'm gonna do it my way. I want to be crystal clear here. If you have no money and you want to make money, you should have no shame. Knock, call, email, text, DM, ask. Life-changing doors do not open themselves. And sometimes I feel like shame was invented by people who have to prevent people who have not from taking action. Because all of this is just an illusion. What are you ashamed of? Trying? Like, let's play it out. Remember I said fear only happens in the abstract, not in the specific. So if you reach out to a stranger, no matter what happens, you always come out better than before because you either have a sale or you have an experience. Both make you better. And so the crazy thing about trying is that it has an asymmetric risk-reward return. So worst case is you get a no and you learn from it. You get better. Life gives you unlimited shots while you're alive. And so if you have nothing, like you're just basically cashing in lottery tickets and saying, oh my God, I lost what we were paying with this time. Fine. Pay more time, get more tickets, keep scratching. So do you know the difference between shame and guilt? Guilt is when you break your own rules. Shame is when you break other people's rules. So if you are gay and you're in a religious community, you would probably feel shame. If you also share that religious community's rule set, you would also feel guilt. If, let's say, you were in a very liberal, progressive environment, you might feel neither shame nor guilt. And so the question is, whose rules are you following? If you have this feeling, this fear of being ashamed, then the question is, who's the one who wrote the rules that you are choosing to follow? And I can promise you, it's not the people who are successful, because they're the ones shouting on the rooftops telling you that it's totally different once you get in the pool. It's very different. It's kind of like the lights of the world turn on, and like you're living in this mirage when you are not succeeding, where there's all this uncertainty, there's all this ambiguity, there's this fog of the unknown in front of you. But as soon as you start taking action, things become very crystal clear. I think there's this, I'm sure some Stoic analogy that said this, but basically, like, if you've ever walked through very dense fog, you can only see a couple steps in front of you. The only thing you can do in fog is just start walking. And as you walk, more steps become available to you. And so there's this misconception that you're going to be able to see the entire path ahead of you. But it has two fundamental fallacies in front of it. Number one is that you have the right vision to be able to see that far with your current skill set and resources, which you don't. Because imagine today, all of your conditions change. You had more skills, which is hard to imagine because you can't imagine what it's like to have the skill. But maybe let's say you have resources that you didn't have before. Well, that would probably change the way you play the game. So trying to play out and try and play 17 steps in advance when the game itself is going to change and you as a player are going to change. The only thing that you can boil all of this down to is to take the steps that you can see in front of you, one at a time. And I would write this down of like, what are the things that are stopping me? And more specifically, whose voice do I hear? Whose voice or judgment am I afraid of? Because usually it's people, it's society is what we say, but it's usually like two people. And I remember when I had this big decision that I had to make, when I was considering selling Gym Lunch, I thought that $46 million was not a lot of money for the business. Now, some of you may hear this and be like, oh my God, that's amazing. But believe it or not, before COVID happened, Gym Lunch was valued at $150 million. And so for me, going from 150 to 50 or 46, it felt small, right? It felt like a really small number. And I remember there was a particular person, we'll call it a friend of me, if you will, that I thought would think that they were better than me if I sold for this small number. And when I was able to narrow it down to just that one person's voice, I thought to myself, am I going to give that person power over my entire life? Which is literally what it was. I was choosing not to make a decision because of someone else. That person has complete power over me. And I was like, well, that's a terrible reason not to do this. And the crazier part is that even if you're right, and that person does say that you suck, so what? Most people don't want you to win. And even if you do win, they will try and do a reverse excuse, which is called a justification for why you should be excused of the respect that you should earn for having won. He just has good genetics. He has great parents. He, inherited his wealth. He had good connections. He was born in America. He speaks English. He's a man. He's white. He's whatever you want. But giving the person justifications in no way helps you. You might be right, and so what? Like, it's so funny. It's like, let's say you have some advantage, whatever it is, right? Whatever advantage you're born with, right? You might have one. It's kind of the same thing as the parent thing. It's like, well, I don't want to be successful because I don't want to prove that I had this advantage. It's like, would you prefer to prove everyone wrong by saying I had this advantage and I also wasted it? I remember, I'll tell you a story. I think that'll round this off well. So when I was younger, I didn't want to be a doctor, but that was pretty much the path that was laid out in front of me. And so my father's a successful doctor, and I was like, it's cheating, to just assume your practice and just like immediately have a practice that makes a lot of money. And he said, do you think Shaq
when he was 7 feet tall was like, it wouldn't be fair for me to play basketball. Other people aren't as tall as me. And I always remember that. He's like, you play the cards you're dealt. These are the cards you have, play them. And I remember thinking that as, now obviously I didn't decide to be a doctor, but the reason that I didn't want to do it was because I thought other people would say that they would disqualify away my success as not earned by me. When the reality is that they're all going to disqualify your success no matter what, because it makes them feel bad. And so fuck them. But if you have some cards, for the love of God, play them. 2026 is going to be an interesting year. Reports just came out that for Black Friday, 95% of purchases were financed. 67% of them were for people who didn't plan on paying it off in the next 30 days, which is a very negative indicator for consumer strength. And everything starts with consumers, and then it bubbles up to B2B. And so if you're a business in general, this will affect you. And so there's good news and bad news. The bad news is businesses that do not change the way they behave when the environment changes get left behind. It's called adapt or die. On the other hand, the good news is that when all the other laggards and the slow to move businesses don't respond, those customers still exist. And so some of the best companies that you've heard of actually grew the most during economic downturns because it's a redistribution of customers and market share during these truncated periods of time. And so it's highly likely that in the next 18 months, 12 months, 6 months even, there could be a softening of demand. And so if your business is set up so that you have more reliable lead gen from multiple sources and a team that's in place that can actually continue to run the business and potentially continue to increase your margins because of AI, because of automation, then your business can be one of the winners. So if that's not in place in your business and you'd like it to be, I'd love to invite you out to 2 days here in Vegas with my team to a scaling workshop. We walk you through the things that we're doing at acquisition.com in our portfolio companies to help them scale in 2026. So if that sounds interesting, click book call. Love to have you out here. Before I had my $46 million exit, I went completely broke twice. Starting from zero multiple times taught me what actually matters. And so here's everything I learned. I hit $100 million in net worth at age 31, but before that, I lost all my money twice. And the difference between me losing all my money the first 2 times and now are these rules. So this is no BS advice for making money and keeping it. Number 1, passive income is a lie. If you think about how money is made, you make money during time because every minute we're alive, a minute passes, time passes, and we make money over that time period, which means every single person on planet Earth has a dollars per hour that they make. And so it's not that passive income doesn't exist just as much as active income doesn't exist. It's a spectrum where it's how active is it or how passive is the activity that I'm doing relative to the time that I'm investing. And so I would eliminate active versus passive and simply say, what is my return on time or how much do I make per hour? It's just that most people get really scared of that. It's like, no one should trade their hours for money. Everyone trades their hours for money. It's just that when they receive the money, it's just not denoted in hours. And so I think there's 2 downstream impacts in terms of changing your behavior around this that I had to apply. Number 1 is that I was obsessed with trying to find quick, easy, low, effort money things. And so I ended up spending tons of money on things that I was obsessed with, hoping would cost me no time to make, and I would put not nearly enough time to the things I was actively making money with, and thinking, how could I just make my active income significantly higher? And I would get obsessed with the idea that everything I did actively had to be scalable or it wasn't worth it. Because if it's not scalable, then why should I bother? I shouldn't trade my time for money. But if I looked at what I was making over the last year and divided it by the amount of money I made per hour, this activity was 15 times what I was averaging per hour. So I should absolutely do as many hours of that until all of my hours are that, and then I should find something else I can trade my time for that's even higher. And so if you want a very humbling experience, look at how much you made last year and then divide it by 2,000 if you want to know how much you made just in a 40-hour work week. Now, if you want to look at how much you made per actual hour of being alive, you can divide it by around 8,000. Or just take that number and divide it by 4. And that's actually how much you make per hour. And so when you're looking at, is this worth my time? If it's more than that number, it probably is. And so what I should have done and what changed for me was that I stopped trying to invest my money from my active into trying to find more passive things and try to say, how do I invest my money more into my active to multiply my active that I know is working? Number 2, if you can't buy it twice, don't buy it once. Or even buy it 3 times or 4 times or 5 times over, don't buy it once. And the way that really shifted how I started spending money, or rather started saving money and not spending money, was when I started looking at how much time it took me to make the amount of money post-tax to buy whatever I wanted. And I remember this clear as day. I was working at Smoothie King as a blender tender, and I was making $6.75 an hour, and I had just gotten a raise from $6.25 an hour. I'm dating myself. Anyways, and while I was there, the coworkers that I had, and I would always go to lunch next door at Cosi, which was like a sandwich shop, and it was like $13 for a sandwich, right? And a drink and chips and whatever, right? And so I remember looking at my check, and my $6.75 an hour after taxes and fees was like $6 an hour, and I was like, man, I gave up 2 hours of my 6-hour shift every shift to go buy lunch. And I was like, I'm literally giving 1/3 of my earning away for lunch every single day. If I knew that I had to work the first 2 hours just to get the sandwich, I don't think I'd ever make that trade. And yet I was making it every day. And then I started thinking, I'd go to the mall and they're like, oh, do you want a new shirt? And it was at the Gap and it was $30. And I was like, okay, well shoot, that's a whole shift. And I was like, would I work a whole shift if someone just held up a shirt that I didn't need to do it? And I was like, I don't think I would. And so all of a sudden it started shifting how my buying happened because I started feeling the pain associated with what it would take if I had to do that before getting the thing I was going to buy. And it completely changed my buying behavior. And to be very clear, saving money won't make you money, but saving money allows you to have money, and having money allows you to look further out. And when you look further out, you can take on bigger risks, which absolutely will make you more money. And when you're looking at the price of whatever the thing you're trying to buy is, obviously when I was a teenager looking at a shirt, I was looking at, okay, I'm making $6 an hour, a shirt's $30. But when you're an adult and you're making $100 an hour and you're looking at a $500 or $1,000 purchase, would you work 2 days in order to do that? I don't know. Would I? Probably not. And sometimes you think, hey, would I work all day for 2 days to go out with the boys for 3 hours on Saturday? I'd probably be like, guys, I'm not going to work for 2 days just to go have 3 hours of fun, right? That feel like I'd rather just not work the 2 days. And that was the thing is whenever I had I'd rather just not work than do that thing, then I was like, I shouldn't buy that thing. For example, when I was poor, I only spent cash. And so my easiest way of actually creating a budget was that I had a personal training client who paid me $2,000 a month in cash. And so 100% of my money that came in through the business and credit cards and everything else is just what went into my bank account. And the only thing I knew I could live on was inside of my wallet. And so as that got replenished, and the thing is that I'm so scared with money, or I was so frugal with money, that I would always make sure that I had more than that to make it for the next payment, because sometimes the guy would take a day or two. You pay on a Wednesday rather than a Monday or whatever, and I need to make sure that I have food for Chipotle. 3, most people overestimate what they can accomplish in a year, and they underestimate what they can accomplish in a decade. And every new employee that I have that walks into acquisition.com, the number one thing that they say they want is growth. And I have this talk with them, which is the 10-year $1 million contract. But it's less about the $1 million and more about take whatever your net worth is now and add a 0 to it, or add 2 zeros to it. You can accomplish that in a decade. If you look at the biggest companies in the entire world who were worth multiple billions from their inception until the time they were worth multiple billions, many times it's under 10 years, but it's still more than 5, more than 7. And so you can accomplish life-changing, crazy amounts of wealth in a decade. And so if you could write a contract to yourself and say, I will make no money for 10 years, but on the 10th year, I will add a 0 or 2 zeros or 3 zeros to my net worth, would you do it? And if the answer is yes, which it almost invariably is with every person who comes into my business, then I say, great, now act like it. And so if you knew that you would make this amount of money over that period of time, you would stop this obsession, myself included, this is me giving my advice to myself who lost it twice, when I was able to shift to, okay, what would I have to do that would make it unreasonable that I don't 10x in 10 years? Then all of a sudden I started making very reasonable bets that I knew would compound unto itself over that period of time. And then winning became inevitable rather than a game of chance. And so oftentimes you have potential earning and then actualized earning. And usually as you're realizing the potential earning you have, you're usually losing out on your investing into that potential, right? You're realizing the potential. And that's kind of like the kid that learns one skill and then immediately says, I'm gonna start a business opportunity around this one skill that makes me $5,000 a month. Or they have this one skill and say, hey, this company's willing to pay me $100,000 a year to go do this skill, where I have this other company that'll give me a free internship where I could 10x my potential earning in 3 years, but I'm gonna make $35,000 a year for the 3 years. Which one would you take? The problem is most people will take the $100,000 now and forego the investment in self. And that's the thing is we are the asset that we invest in, and the currency we invest into ourselves in is time, experience, and skills, right? Skill is the outcome. The time and the effort is what we put into it to gain the experiences, which ultimately give us the skills. But if you're in an environment where you're not compounding your potential earning, then you're actually losing out long-term. You're ripping up your $1 million or your 10x or 100x contract for a decade from now so you can get the short, fast money today. And that's why in the early days when you have limited amounts of money but lots of time and energy, instead of putting your money in the S&P 500, I like to say put it in the SME 500, because the asset that is you will always beat the stock market. Number 4, you should only have to get rich once. In other words, don't bet what you have and need for something you don't have and don't need. And some of the gravest mistakes I made manifested in, for example, me getting into a partnership that I shouldn't have gotten into because I wanted even more faster. Now, when you get into a partnership, which is usually the time where you put the most risk on the table, one is you guarantee the largest decrease in your earning power. You pay with the most expensive thing you have, which is equity, to somebody else. And so people get obsessive about what they're 5%, 10% later when we're making money. But day one, they're like, all right, we cut the pie in half. Oh, we cut the pie into thirds. Right up front, before anything's really happened. If you work with a partner or decide to partner up with somebody, one of your friends, one of your coworkers, this is coming from somebody who has 9 failed partnerships before I met Layla, and then that has now worked, and now I have successful partnerships. A partner needs to have one of these 3 things that you do not have. They either have to have money that you don't have, and then the clear contribution is that money. They need to have experience you don't have, and the clear contribution is that experience. Or number 3, they have time and energy that you don't have, and the clear contribution is that time and energy. And so I added that second part on, is that just because someone has experience, if they're not contributing it to the partnership clearly, then you're still not going to get the benefit from it. If they have the time and the energy, but it's not clearly defined how they're going to invest that time and energy into the things you both get a return, then it's not going to be a good partnership. And I've lost so much money in partnerships, especially early on. One of my 2 big losses was from a partner. And a big part of it was I was insecure, and I thought I just had to have somebody else because I was afraid to do it on my own. If you are a business owner and you're trying to scale and you're doing $1 million a year and you want to go bigger, go to acquisition.com, hit scale, and we'd love to see if we can help you out at one of the workshops we run here in Vegas. Which brings me to number 5. If you never learn to manage your time, you're never going to learn to manage your money. And so the thing is that all of us obviously have equal amounts of time that we're given, not necessarily in life, but at least every day. And so the people who get the best returns on their money are the ones who learn how to best invest their time. And so a big misconception around money is that money, in my opinion, is an encapsulated version of time. And since all of us trade time for the money that we get, then it means for each person, money represents a certain amount of time. And the wealthier you get, it's just that the denomination of money represents less time for you. And so for someone else, $100 may represent 4 hours. For a wealthier person, $100 may represent 4 minutes. And so it's a constant appraisal that you do on a regular basis, looking on your calendar and saying, what things do I have here that I could trade my time for more money? And so again, this video is about making money overall. I'm not saying that you can't spend time with your girl, but there is a transaction cost for that time. And as long as you're willing to make the trade, then trade it all day. But the bad trades are the one that when you actually think about it in terms of what it costs, you'd say I wouldn't do the trade. That's a bad deal. And so over time, if you continue to trade up how much time you invest for what it makes you, you will always make more in your income year after year after year. Number 6. check your bank account before you check social media first thing in the morning. And if it hurts you to check your bank account first thing, then you need to do it even more. Because for me, I started not knowing where my money was going. And so I had a friend who was like, dude, just look. And I honestly had anxiety looking at my bank account, looking at what money was going out and all that kind of stuff. And so I started making that habit and I had to confront it. But the crazy thing is as I started looking at my money, as I started paying attention to my money started paying attention to me and hanging around. And so Peter Drucker said, what gets measured gets managed. And so one of the most fascinating things that I found with human behavior in any kind of change is that the first thing that you can do to improve any metric for any skill is to actually measure it. And so if you want to lose weight, if you weigh yourself every day, no matter how painful the number is, that intervention alone helps people lose weight. You don't even have to talk about diet. You don't have to tell someone to exercise. If they look at the scale every day, they become aware of it, and when you become aware of a problem, you start consciously or subconsciously making moves to change it. You have that hesitation before you put that food in your mouth. You have that hesitation before you take your wallet out when you're looking at your bank account every day. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever you're trying to improve, but look at it, confront reality, and then reality will start to improve. And if you're curious, how long do you still check your bank account every day? And the honest truth is, I stopped checking when we had about 20 million bucks. And so that started when I had in the hundreds to $1,000 and continue to check every day. And when I stopped checking it was when I realized my daily fluctuations in market movements and things like that across my assets. I basically wasn't able to really see it on a daily basis. So I had to start extending my time horizon for when I would check it. So it'd be monthly or quarterly that I started checking it because that way at least I know I should have some movement upwards. And that is something that if you've done checking your bank account every single day for years, you start to already have developed some of those discipline skills, which then you can delay gratification of having saved money for a day to having saved money for a quarter. Number 7, learn how to make money before you start trying to learn how to make money. So I see so many guys, especially young guys, who are like, I've got $1,000. How do I invest the $1,000? They're trying to figure out a way to get that $1,000 to compound. They put it into a compounding calculator and they're like, man, if I get 50% returns for the next 40 years, I'm going to be a billionaire. But the thing is that one, it's most likely that you're going to buy a fucking Dogecoin and then it's going to tank and then you're just going to lose your $1,000 and be like, wow, think about this. I just worked for 2 weeks or 1 month to save that $1,000 and I lost it in seconds. So alternatively, if you take that $1,000 and you put it into how do I make more money, how do I actively improve the actions and skills that I have, that will get you far more, and that is where you invest the time rather than how do I make money. Because let's be real, you don't have much. So take the money you have into the skill, the flow of making more money, rather than trying to take this tiny thing and going from a 10% return to a 20% return. Because the $100 extra that you yield on that $1,000, I promise you, if you learn how to add 50% to your skill set, it'll take whatever your annual earning is up by 50%. And that's gonna be a hell of a lot more than 10. And that's assuming everything goes up this year, which 1 out of 4 years it doesn't. When you say you don't have time, just immediately think to yourself, I'm lying, this is bullshit. Because every single person has between 5 to 9 a.m. and 5 to 9 p.m. every day of the week, even if you have a 40-hour job, even if you're a full-time student, because everybody has those 8 hours per day. Now, the thing is that we're not willing to make the trade-offs because we have these things that make us comfortable. Cool, if you reframe that thing as the thing that makes me comfortable today is the thing that's gonna make me uncomfortable for a decade, all of a sudden the cost of that comfort goes up. And so then it flips to, if I can become uncomfortable for today, I can be comfortable for decades. And so then you can seek out those 8 hours and say, you know what, I'm gonna flip this thing. Here's the crazy part about work. Work makes you money in 2 ways. One, you work and you make money. And secondly, when you're working, you're not spending money. And so when you're starting out, you literally have a double effect. The money that you're making the whole way through is stacking up because there's no drains on it either. And so one of the biggest advantages you have is that you stay busy. One of the keys to investing is patience. What is patience? Patience is figuring out activities to do in the meantime. Think about it for a second, unpack that. Patience is figuring out what to do in the meantime. So then if the goal is to get rich, and we know that that takes time, and it takes time for money to compound and grow, then what you do in the meantime is that you work so that you have even more money to invest. And that money has the time to invest and compound while you're working. And I am so passionate about this because this isn't something that I didn't do, right? Like when I had my job in the beginning, I just wasn't really taking the time that I should have. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this thing forever. I got to get ahead, but I couldn't stop doing my job. So I started spending my mornings and my evenings every day and both weekend days working on what I was going to do next. And in the beginning, that was studying for the GMAT because I thought business school was going to be the next move. But after studying for the GMAT and crushing the test, I came to another realization, which was I'm going to go to business school because I want to start a business. Well, you know what? It's going to cost me less than 2 years and $180,000 plus what I didn't make during the 2 years of not working. I could probably net $10,000 a year of income, which is what the average business school person graduated with when I was looking at business school. And I was like, I think I could get to 10 grand a month if I had 2 years to work and didn't spend 180 grand and I took that money and just put it into a business. Now you're like, well, you didn't even have 180 grand. You're damn right I didn't. I was able to save up 50 and I was like, I think with this 50, I'll be able to spend it to learn enough to make 10 grand a month. And that's what I did. 9, if you don't know how you can lose money in something, then you're going to lose it. Think about this for a second. If something looks amazing and you're like, dude, there's no way I can lose money on this, you're absolutely going to lose your ass because of how little you actually know. And so you have to figure out, one, what is my downside and all the different ways that downside can occur, and then attach a reasonable likelihood that that happens, and then probably multiply it by 3. Because whenever you have your rose-colored glasses on,